Oh, howdy all, grab yourself a drink. It is time for some Path of Exile gameplay footage. Today, this is going to be a compilation of some footage that I've taken from streams where I've been running through the Ruthless game mode. Now, Ruthless is a harder game mode that is very stingy on items. It creates an interesting dynamic where you find yourself slowed down in your progression and sometimes actually struggling to progress until you improve your gear. That sort of happens in the base game too, but it happens much later in the base game. In Ruthless, it's something that's a constant factor in your progression. And in fact, you'll really notice it in this video, where you'll see that towards the end of this stream, I'm going to find myself in a spot where I'm underpowered and I really need to get myself a major gear upgrade if I'm to be able to continue progressing. Two things I do want to quickly state here. Firstly, I've decided not to trade so far. I'm not actually playing in solo self-found, so I've got the capacity to trade. There's not that many people on in Ruthless, but I would be able to pick up things like support gems that would be a big power boost at the moment. I've decided not to do that because I think the idea of Ruthless is that you're struggling by on terrible gear. Secondly, this is a warts and all playthrough. What that means is that you're going to see some big mistakes, including me failing in Merciless Labyrinth, which is one of those things that if I was to decide to be more focused on making this look better, I would have trimmed out. But I do think it's important to give a sense as to what Ruthless is actually like. You can fail content because you're overconfident and you therefore play it on autopilot like you would in the base game, when in Ruthless, it's actually quite a lot harder because your character is so much weaker. Anyways, that's enough of an intro. Let's jump straight into it, starting with Act 7. I am going to be running a character that is just sort of winging it as I go. This is going to be an Ignite Elementalist. Well, it already is an Ignite Elementalist, but currently, because of the way Ruthless works, you've got less capacity to precisely set up your character the way you might want. And as a result, I'm still doing considerable hit damage, and so this is not really a true Ignite build as yet. Although I'm playing in trade mode Ruthless, I have not traded yet, so I'm still basically sort of SSF light. Anyways, I'm just going to drop off a few things, have a quick look at what we've got just to remind myself, and there'll be a few things that we're sitting on. So that's, oh yeah, that's right, that's got the intelligence on it. It's quite useful. Not really, I'm probably fine on int. This one's basically just giving me the cold lightning resist. It's basically like it's a scoured item. Just that I don't have that many alterations, so I'm not looking to burn that away yet. I'm not looking to burn those away yet, and I'm certainly not going to do something like Scour Elkit. So, essentially we've got a couple of gems sitting here that are not going to do anything much, but we pick up a bit. You pick up more in Ruthless than you would in the base game, and honestly, one of the main appeals of this game mode is that things that aren't loot in the base game are loot in Ruthless. But one thing that's useful that you notice is that you'll use multiple skills while you're leveling. So you'll see here that I'm using a trap skill, flamethrower trap specifically, because it is really useful to be able to just fire off a whole bunch of damage on cooldown. I believe Ruthless is 70% reduced item quantity and rarity. Also, you can't outright hide items with filters, which is something I hope they change. I don't really have a filter set up for Ruthless at the moment. And the other thing you'll notice is that my support gem options are very limited. That's because Ruthless basically gives you no support gems deterministically. Every support gem is an RNG drop from somewhere, and the intention is that that makes them feel like loot when they drop, and they are, but you'll also end up often just using rubbish as you're going through the acts, which is one of the things that can be quite interesting about the mode. Even if it's not necessarily for everyone. This thing has Unresolved Anguish. We are definitely killing that. And +1 explicit modifier is one of the best things you can get. Because in this game mode, anything that comes out of the Necropolis starts with 1 mod instead of the 5 that you would have in the base game. And so you need to get quite a lot of those if you want to make something great. That said, being able to make a ring or an amulet, and particularly an amethyst ring, is extremely useful. Not that you can make them without a corpse that allows you to choose a ring, though. You can't choose a ring by default in Ruthless. You need a corpse that lets you do so, but I don't think they're that rare. You'll notice I'm killing a lot more than you would in the base game. This is pretty common in Ruthless. You'll be fighting through a bunch of monsters. You need more gem XP than you do in the base game. and you also, and it's more important, and additionally you can easily fall behind the power curve. In the base game, if you are in Act 7, you're going to be way stronger than the monsters that are around you, whereas in Ruthless, you're probably not way stronger than the monsters around. Hey, Sideways, thanks for the sub. May your Valobs have interesting results. I was thinking I would sit and only play this character on stream rather than playing it on and off stream. And I just hadn't been in the mood for streaming for a few days, so I hadn't been on. But this basically, my plan is that I'll probably push through to Act 10 today. And then afterwards we'll then have a look at where we take it from there. One of the key things I think with Ruthless, though, is that at any given point in progression, you're not really building a character for far ahead of where you are, you're building a character for where you are now. And that's something that's very different to the base game. Very, very different. Like right now, my character probably would not be able to beat Arakali, or if they could, it'd be a very difficult and long fight. Whereas in the base game, by the time you get to this point in progression, you're probably already able to take out Depraved Trinity. Or if you can't, you're at least very close to it. I still have, I had been using Arcane Cloak early in progression. It's the only guard skill I have, but it's really fallen off now that I've managed to reserve some more mana usefully. I was very lucky and got Purity of Elements as a drop, which was like any aura that reserves mana is pretty special in Ruthless. Sorry, let me correct that. Any aura that reserves a percentage of mana is a pretty special drop in Ruthless. Like, they're not common, and they can be very, very valuable sometimes in trade. I don't think they still are. I think the Ruthless economy is a bit older now, and most of the people who are still playing it have most of the things that they're after. But it still is worth... They're still really, really good. Scrolls are something that's interesting in Ruthless. I kind of always need them. Because if you start getting a lot, and that might actually be quite good. Resists are worse, life is better, base defenses are a lot better. But blue is going to be tough. Are these actually linked? They're not. And for that matter, it's not like I'm using... Not like I'm really using Hex Blast yet. It's just not quite there in terms of the damage it does. Oh, Sapphire Ring. Do I have any... I'm going to transmute that. Rings are rare in Ruthless. Correction, rings are uncommon in Ruthless. Rare is overstating it. Just having a quick look if there's anything of note there. So you see I'm 54 now, yaks. That was something hit me real hard there, and I'm not actually sure what it was. Anyways, survived it. My resists are actually capped, which is unusual for Ruthless. So, like, my life is low, but I'm still surprised I took that big a hit. Requake, yeah, this is not particularly planned. One of the things with Ruthless is that it's a lot harder to plan things on a first character, because there's a lot of things you just don't know you're going to get. Like, I had made up my mind that I was going to be an Ignite build, but I don't yet have Ignite proliferation support. Granted, I could trade for it. I'm not in the SSF rule set, but I'm just sticking to functionally being like I'm SSF for the moment. That will change at some point. So for that reason, I'm just kind of making do as I go. You don't really have the flexibility to go with a plan because you can't get the pieces for it. One of the things, of course, like with Ruthless, you don't like. It's not that Ruthless is sadistically difficult. You're not miles ahead on power of the power curve, but it's also not Gauntlet. Hey, Wogrug, welcome, welcome. Just taking a pretty chill approach to leveling a character in Ruthless. One of the things I wanted to check out is how endgame feels. Always my criticisms of the mode in the past have been that endgame felt really empty, and the scarab overhaul that was designed for the base game is something that's likely to have some pretty major flow-on effects to Ruthless, and people have said Ruthless is in the best spot it's been yet because of it. So I'm keen to see if that's the case or not. I did also have a very lucky drop. That was in my previous stream. I had a Purity of Elements drop, which is a huge, huge thing to see in Ruthless. It's like, I think it's still Determination and Grace are the best gems, although there's a few ways you can deterministically target, or you can target farm Val Grace. So that means that there's, like, Determination is the one that's more special. Heralds are pretty special. Yeah, the ability to, like, because Scarabs were just simply too rare in old Ruthless. Like, they practically didn't exist. You needed a Gilded Scarab in order to force mechanics on red maps. Essences, I think, are in a pretty... like, if you're playing in... Okay, so we're not talking Ruthless here. We're talking the bench league rule set, if you like. Essences are still fine in tier 6 and up. Essences definitely got hit in tiers 1 to 5. But I think they're still fine 6 and up. They're probably actually stronger than they were. Culling Strike support, we are definitely grabbing that. I think that goes on Flamethrower Trap. Unless there's something else that jumps out at me. So what's this green gem is? Volley support, Fireball. Oh yeah, I'm using Summon Phantasm just out of not having anything better. I'm actually going to stick it on Fireball. I mean, this is the league. Necropolis is the league where hit-based weapons are the best they've ever been. And even then, people still aren't generally playing it a lot. Although alley attacks are fine in SSF environment. Alley attacks are definitely, like, you know, one of the best starters is Lightning Arrow. And for that matter, it doesn't have to be Lightning Arrow specifically. You can use Alley Hit of the Spectrum, you can use Ice Shot. They're basically the same build, just some different scaling mechanisms on them. One thing you'll notice in Ruthless is that movement skills are tremendously nerfed over the base game. In fact, the only movement skill you can get that's an instant move skill is Quick Step, which only exists in Ruthless. And it is basically dash, but much worse. It has a default 10-second cooldown, except that speeds up when you're in the presence of when you're in the presence of a unique enemy. And it doesn't teleport you very far. I think one of the things with when there's a content creator that puts out a guide as good as Pox's RF guide, like, it can have two effects. It can make the gear more expensive, or it can make the gear cheaper sometimes. because that gear is getting mass produced. People are trying to make perfect versions of the gear, and they're accidentally making things that are too good to roll over while they're trying to make something better. That can also happen too. It's usually pretty cheap to get a meta build off the ground for that reason. Oh, hang on, this is the dead end area. I always go in there. I always forget that that's a dead end. Oh yeah, this is the one with no monsters, and then monsters will be here after I've fired off all of my cooldown traps into nothing because I was forgetting the layout of this thing. Well, if people don't compromise, then they end up paying a price for that. Hey, like, you end up weaker early on. Inflation in this league is in a really weird spot. I mean, there've been 2 Magic Find leagues in a row. I disagree with that. A T10 viable scepter is just like 20 or 30 alteration orbs to get 1 good mod. I think people are like, yeah, you just roll something yourself at that point. If there's nothing on the market that's reasonable, like if you want to get something like a not really +2 fire skills, that's certainly not that relevant on RF anymore. But if you want something with dot multi and nothing else, you can get that real cheap. I think you'd be shocked at the rubbish that I used at league start on my chieftain. You don't need anything remotely good to get through, you know, your first Phoenix kill. It starts getting a bit different when you're trying to kill harder stuff, but like until you're doing the Maven 4 ways, you can use absolute rubbish. I mean, I didn't follow the meta approach to RF. There's something I like doing on RF that I have given up on this in the sense that it is definitely not the right way to build it. Pox's defensive setup is better than this, but I like the approach of a super high armor setup on a chieftain. When I say super high, I mean using a little bit of the tech that armor stackers use. The character I played more seriously on that basis was Toda, where I had, towards the end of the league, I think I had like 190,000 armor flasks down, 300,000 flasks up, or something like that. Wergreg, what sort of setup are you using on your Atlas? I think that's probably where we're differing. I think you're probably going with extreme difficulty on the Atlas. That'd be the thing that would make sense to me. What do we have here? Armor, lightning resistance versus this. I think No, I don't have the strength. No, I don't. This one's tempting. I'm going to check out whether I can use this or not. And we got this Falling Helmet, which is just objectively worse than what we had. This is actually quite good, but not what we want. So, how much increased effect of map modifiers do you have on your tree? Because I feel like that's where all the nastiness comes in. And people don't underestimate how much they're making things harder. Okay, strength, fizz to attacks, that's just not very useful. What do we have here? We wanted to check our resist profile. Lightning is overcapped. Oh, I just went and sold that chest I was thinking of using. Oops. Oh, wasn't important. Yeah, you have the whole hat. That's your problem. That is you telling the game to show no mercy, and you're paying for that by thinking that it is your character when it's your Atlas that's holding you back. This robe is actually like it's just super warm. It's been a bit. It's like, I mean, I say this all the time. It feels cold at the moment, but it's just. I lived in Sydney a couple of years, being back in Melbourne, even though I've been back over a decade now. Cold weather just doesn't agree with me anymore. But yeah, that hat is what's wrecking you. You want to get rid of it. Spec into the hat when you are strong, not before you're strong. Likewise, not just the hat, but I mean, especially back to basics is the extreme version. It's the hat alone takes tier 16 and amps it up to like being tougher than 20s would be, and that scales further with everything. Like, I mean, given it's daytime at the moment in Melbourne, so like it's probably daily maximum maybe 13 Celsius today. So what's that in American? That's like maybe very low 60s, I think. We don't get freezing here, in a sense that, you know, people would be used to in places like Canada. So it's, yeah, 13. Sorry, yeah. Wograg is right. I did maths wrong. 55. I'm just not thinking clearly at the moment. Focusing too much on the monsters, and then I was like, I just gave 18 squared instead of 18 by 13. I prefer, like, my preference is mid-20s Celsius. So what's 25 Celsius is 77 Fahrenheit. That's probably my preference if I'm, like, nowadays. I used to like much hotter, like close to like high 90s, low 100s Fahrenheit, high 30s Celsius. I think I've just find that that's fatiguing now. Whereas it used to be that it was like, oh cool, let's go to the beach. Gets minus 35, yikes. And the closer you get to minus 40, the less you need to specify whether it's Celsius or Fahrenheit, because minus 40, both scales are the same. Yeah, like, to give you a sense of Melbourne's climate, snow has been forecast once during my life, and it didn't fall in Melbourne City. It was forecast on. I remember this because it was a good friend's birthday. It was forecast to snow on the 15th of September 2005, and random that I remember that, but yeah, as I said, it was. It's like a bunch of actually people's birthdays. My 15th of September is my dad's birthday, an ex's birthday, and another friend's birthday. But yeah, so easy date to remember, but that's the useless info that comes up from that. Okay, I've taken the wrong turn through there. Not really fussed about it. I do need to kill more monsters. I need gem XP more than anything else. Ruthless has, I think, 84% less gem XP. I know the labs give 84% less. And I think that's in line with what the monster kills give as well, though I could be wrong on that. Honestly, one thing I would really love to see is a private league mod, 84% less gem XP, because it would be something that would really, really encourage using a non-caster league start. Diamond ring, uncommon drop, but I don't want it. Hey, Robos. Yeah, Ruthless has apparently gotten a lot better lately. I love the campaign in Ruthless because everything feels like this, where you're fighting monsters that matter rather than just running from A to Z all the time. So the campaign has always been good in Ruthless, but the endgame was feeling really lacking. I believe, I've heard this from other people, and it was my first thought when I saw the scarab overhaul, that the scarab changes are going to make the endgame feel more exciting. We'll see when we get there, though. Besides, like, just need a bit of a break from the base game sometimes. I did pick up the map, didn't I? Yeah. Alright. Now, here we've got one of the more nasty sections of the campaign. I was in the process of working on this node. I actually need Ignite Chance. I'm really starved on it. And I think my next goal was going to get Holy Dominion, wasn't it? Holy Dominion, and there's just like a bunch of good stuff around there. Do I go through Faith and Steel? No, I think I just go through Devotion for now. Well, you still get coffins here. Okay, I've got to pay attention here for a sec. This area can be sketchy. Especially when you're, like, I'm offensively underpowered. I do have a 4-link, but it's 4 terrible links. And honestly, having a 4-link at all is pretty uncommon in Ruthless. But, like, Fireball, Summon Phantasm, and Culling Strike, and Volley. Volley is the only one that's a sensible thing to have there, really. I do have 2 Bleed Cleanse flasks at the moment, because you tend not to get very many utility flasks in Ruthless, so I don't have that as an option. And I've just been pretty lucky getting rolling 2 anti-bleeds really easily. But I want to take this area seriously. I'll let that final gasp run out. Boots. I do have good boots from memory, but I will just check these out. So yeah, 20% move speed is going to be hard to replace, given that they've got a second real mod on them. So again, for those who've just joined, one of the things that you'll find in Ruthless, because you don't have access to every support gem you want to find sources of additional burst damage that aren't support gems, and that's what I'm using Flamethrower Trap for here. So if you're wondering why it's sort of a bit of an odd call, especially on a build that's Ignite based, oh, that's nice. That's the reason I've got that. That there creates a belt on that corpse, because by default you can't make jewelry in Ruthless, and by default you only get 1 mod on items that are crafted in the Necropolis, but you can get +1 +1 explicit modifier corpses, and they're uncommon rather than truly rare. So I'm likely to make a 6 mod belt with that, as something that I think could be potentially something I'll use a long time. Or if I get a ring one, I'll make that instead, and it'll be an amethyst ring. Maybe I'll get an amulet one, which I think is the rarest of those. Generally, people's early investment in their Atlas tree is on Kirak still. Kirak first, Scarab second, then 1 mod, then 1 thing after that. And there's not really... it doesn't seem like people have solved what is best. Essences have a lot of weaknesses in Ruthless. I don't think they're very popular. And the main weakness they have is that essences can only be applied to a scoured item. End goal for this Ruthless run is 2 Void Stones at least. And just to see, like, if I'm still having fun at 2 Void Stones, it'll become 3. And if I'm still having fun at 3, then it'll become 4. Alright, I want to keep the rest of my... flamethrower traps for... Oh, yikes. Took a big hit there from Malagaro. Came back. I forgot that he can spawn on top of it. Just waiting till Malagaro commits to a location. Oh no, he killed my trap. Oh, that was evil. Guy actually hit my trap deliberately. Okay, I've been instructed to stretch a little. Alright. Fiddleitis is a bit more dangerous than the other one. Especially given that Malagaro will come back. One piece of tech you never use in the base game, or almost never use, there's a mastery that if an enemy is currently ignited, it takes additional fire-based hit damage. I'm using that, and it is really good in a context where you can't go all in on ignite yet. I could if I traded for the support gems. I probably do have enough resources to do it, but I haven't decided. I haven't gone for trading yet. That was a culling strike. If you're wondering why he died from that number of hit points. I have played Ruthless to yellow maps before, but mostly I'm coming back to it because of the changes with scarabs. Okay, I was thinking where I wanted to go here is just picking up life, isn't it? Life, devotion, and then we'll come up to Holy Dominion next. Get that extra bit of chance to inflict ignite that we need. Something that's important to note: ascendancies are different in Ruthless. All damage has the capacity to ignite, so non-fire damage is treated as fire for the purposes of ignite, but you do not have the 100% chance to ignite. You've got to get that yourself on gear. Corpse mods are like... Okay, so the main changes. You can't do jewelry by default, but these are not rare. These, like, create a belt, create a ring, create an amulet. I've had 2 of them so far in the campaign, and that's killing most things to Act 7. By default, you get 1 mod on the items, and it's magic, but this can be increased to 6 through the use of +1 explicit modifier crafts, and those are not rare either. I think I've had 5 of them. And what else is there in... Oh, and I believe, this I'm less sure of, but I believe that +50 mod tier rating is much rarer than it is in the base game. I believe that to be the case, but it does exist, and the best items Ruthless has ever had by far have come from the Necropolis. 6-link mods exist. They definitely exist. I don't know how rare it is, but everyone that's playing Ruthless at a high level has a 6-link this league, which is something that would not normally have been the case. You might have had a corrupt 6-link, but now people have got a clean 6-link. What else is there that's significant? It's a lot easier to get Val Grace than it used to be as well. I'm not sure if this is a 324 change or a 323 one, but there's the Lucid Dreams node on the passive tree is different in Ruthless, and it makes it so that any aura that's got a Val version is much more common than it's been in the past. Much more common. Although you'll only get the Val version. So that also, I guess, applies to Purity of Fire. I did, however, I've had one extraordinarily lucky drop, and if I was wanting to trade, my Purity of Elements that I got drop would be some major trade bait. Like, that'd be... I feel like it's more than the equivalent of getting a Divine Orb drop during the campaign in the base game. Maybe more in par with getting like a Voidborn Reliquary Key if you were doing a late start in the base game. Okay, we have access to the second labyrinth now. I am not strong enough for the second labyrinth, and that's a recurring theme in Ruthless. You are not strong enough when you get to some things, and you need to power up for them. But I'm not far off it either. I could probably beat Cruel Lab, although it might depend a little bit on what Zaro's traps are, or whether I get an anti-trap Dark Shrine. Might need that at the moment to beat the lab. So yeah, something that comes up a lot in Ruthless is that you are trying to build a character to get through the content you are currently facing, rather than trying to build a character that can get through 3 acts in advance. So something I've mentioned in passing that I should probably explicitly state while we're here. Not this... oh, hang on. Yeah, you'll see down the bottom, critical strikes don't inherently ignite. 100% increased damage with hits against ignited enemies. This is it's not the mastery I've selected at this fire cluster. I've taken it somewhere else, but this is incredibly good in Ruthless because you're forced to just improvise, and so you can't go as all in on a particular strategy as you would base game. So I'm not all in on Ignite the way that you would be by Act 7 on an Elementalist in the normal game. So that is really useful to me. And critical strikes inherently igniting isn't important to me. The intention there is that it's something that that is intended as a meaningful drawback, so that it's not just a buff to crit based fire damage hit builds. Not those are a thing in the base game at the moment, but it's one of those things that I think they just don't want to give free power to them when they're trying to give power to something that doesn't otherwise work. Alrighty, let's jump into here and quick look at what we've got here. Oh, rarity. Okay, so I suspect, I'm not sure I'm right on this, but I suspect that the way that Ruthless works is that as a player you have 75% reduced rarity and 75% reduced quantity. If that's correct, then these Stalagmite Nightmares will get a big boost out of that. So very much worth my while killing. Should see meaningfully more rare items dropping in here than otherwise. I also have long suspected, and this I definitely don't know I'm right on, but I've long suspected that increased item rarity as a stat actually affects gem drops by causing them to gain quality. Like that there's some sort of hidden mechanic in there that causes that to be the case, and that's been the case for a long time. I don't know if I'm right on that, but it feels like it. And that would be really good if I'm right. Because quality on gems is kind of hard to get in Ruthless. It's not hard in the sense that you know what you have to do to get it, but that is to do Merciless Labyrinth a lot of times, which is not the best thing. Especially soul crushing if you run the Merc Lab for that and then you end up not getting anything for it. Alright, even though that was those unique monsters you sort of expect might have had some drops, they did not. Just all scoured items. That will happen sometimes. Something you'll see there, a whole bunch of enemies went and fought my phantasms instead of me. This is like phantasm support is not something you would be using at this point in the base game, but it is something that does legitimately do something useful for you. And just that distraction aspect of minions is something that can be pretty important sometimes. Worth just keeping in mind that it exists, even though you probably aren't going to use it normally. Alright, now we've got Grust / Arakali. How would we get here? I got a rarity on one of them, one of the packs. Definitely falling behind on damage again. That's going to be a case of just looking for... That's going to be an item upgrade, really, to fix that. As I'm not going to be able to do the obvious character power upgrade of the Labyrinth yet. That's harder than here. Yeah, it is kind of funny, hey, like there's the incidental minions. Something I would consider if you're really struggling at this point on Ruthless, you can mule a character to get Decoy Totem, and that will help you with some of the sort of early monsters that can be dangerous. I feel like I'm in control at the moment, like I'm not having any real difficulty. Oh, that's one of the Navalius Inheritance. I'm trying to remember how good that is. It's the Flask Belt, but I can't remember the stats on it. All I know is that it has no... it doesn't vary with Divine Orb rolls on it at all. We've got a rare chest there. I can't use it anyway. Too much dex requirement. That's not good there either. Alright, here we go. This could be quite a tough fight. Just going to pick up a life node that I'm next to. Devotion. And I wouldn't mind keeping... most, not necessarily all, of my flamethrower traps ready for... Oh, was that Grust? Yeah, that's Grust. I thought so. Alright, we're going to play the mechanics of this fight. Now, with mandatory bosses in the Axe, I think Grust counts as this, I'm not sure. If you die in Ruthless, the boss regains 40% health, which is quite impactful. Okay, got to play these mechanics properly. Okay, there he goes. Splat. I think I have a terrible weapon, don't I? Oh no, I've got a good weapon there. 10% chance to ignite, 50% fire damage. 14 to 31 fighter spells. Unless I got like tier 1 fighter spells, I'm not going to change. That's definitely not it. Alright. Forward, we'll go back to town after this and turn in our quests that we've done. And vendor. Something you will notice if you're not familiar with Ruthless is just how stingy vendors can feel here. So... let's go through here. Oh, will I do this? That's... yeah, needs to be really high. So this will give us one alchemy shard. In the base game, this... actually, that's the same as base game, I think. That's at the better end. That's because all Chaos Res mods give you that. This here will only give 1 transmit shard. Basically, everything that you vendor gives 1/4 of what it would give in the base game, and a couple of things have been changed on top of that. So these are all 1. Oh, that's actually... that's at 3 transmit shards. I am confused as to why that one is being that generous. Anyways, that's what we get. This ring is a brick, unfortunately. That said, in this game mode, you will find that elk shards are genuinely loot. Like, you do care about them. I'm just going to drop off these. These rings would be useful if I ever decide to level an alt. I probably won't, but this jewelry is like usable stuff that I don't want to be necessarily carrying all the time. I also want to check what my corpse's status is like at the moment. I have a ring one. +1 explicit, +1 explicit, +1 explicit. So I got enough to make a 4 mod rare, but I'm going to go for higher than that. All of that's garbage. I don't think suppression gives elk shards, but I know the others don't, so I guess we'll find out. You'll notice that it's different there. That the vendors, the items that would be 4-link rares in the base game instead give you a magic item, but they're ID'd for some reason, which is weird. Not complaining. Better to be ID'd than not, but really you're looking for... I guess you're looking for one mod that's relevant there, which is move speed. If I had a 25 move speed boots, I'd consider them if they augmented well. Chaos damage there is pretty terrifying. Getting chaos resistance in Ruthless is an ordeal. It's not something you're going to achieve for a very long time on a character. I'd say getting chaos resist capped is up there with getting simultaneously chaos res and suppression capped in the base game. Maybe our element immunity as well. Like, it's definitely doable, but it's not something that's quick. Okay, so we're doing this little side quest. And oh, that's cool. I love some of the commentary from the witch now. She's definitely got quite the attitude. I don't like you very much, Groost, but don't feel bad. I don't like anybody. She's a great character, the witch now. All right, next is the side area, you call it the Dread Thicket. Take a lot of nasty bleeds in this area. Once more, those bleed cleanse flasks are very, very useful for dealing with that. You might take the odd poison as well, but poison's much more endurable. Bleeds just do a lot more damage. Yeah, I haven't played the Scion. Was Scion this league or was it previously? Tattoos, I definitely want that. Just trying to remember how nasty Velako is. I think I might go back to a previous area for that. All flame. Oh, hang on, no, the tier of the monsters is remembered. Okay, I didn't play a Scion last league, so I haven't seen them then. Side note, I have thought for a while, and this is like one of those things that I have no real idea about. Ever since GGG mentioned there's a character called the Countess in PoE 2, I am suspecting that the canon storyline of PoE 1, as seen by PoE 2 players, will be that the Scion was the Godslayer, and that she then becomes the Countess. I guess I used this on the one that's got the mod at the top. Yeah. Alright. I may regret this, but we'll see what happens. This is Chieftain Kilowava. Trying to remember how nasty he is from Toda. Yeah, we'll find out. It's softcore. We lose some XP, we lose some XP. Oh, there's Kilowava. Doesn't seem so bad here. He's not one of the ones that I remembered fearing from Total League. Tattoo of the Scout. Ah, reduced effective shock on you. I'll leave it up. Who knows when we'll want something odd. We probably won't want that one. Ah, squished. Okay. That was a bit reckless. Yeah, see, like the one that I remember being... The thing I remember being the scariest was Rongo Karai and particularly the Goliath of Night that came with him. Thing is that that's probably because it was a weakness in my character at that time. Like, it was pure fizz damage with a lot of overwhelm. And my character at the time was... Like, that was the single setup they were weakest to. Like, they were a high armor-based character. At least my main character in total was that. So that's my second death on this character. First one was very early. Oh, yikes. Again, yeah, it really is those All Flames are... Like, the damage that those All Flame Membrane, those Storm Conduit monsters do is pretty rank. But yeah, so when you're thinking of one shots from off screen, I think of the one that was doing physical damage. It wasn't really off screen so much as just longish range, though. Definitely killing this thing. It's probably has a good chance of dropping a tattoo. Alright, pop. And down we go. Gruthkul. This is a fight that's very hard to see what's going on. For anyone that doesn't know, when she does that shriek, it's not her that's doing the damage to you, it's the pillars that spawn in the ground. You want to keep changing in the direction that they have to aim at to hit you. As long as you've got that sort of transverse movement to them, they won't do much damage. So you see those grey streaks that are coming across those projectiles. They actually hit pretty hard. And they're not coming from Gruthkul herself, they're coming from the ground. They have Hellrake's tracking as well, so you need to jerk around your movement a bit. Alright, there she goes. Picking up that Tiger Sword just to ID and sell. Gut Ripper can stay on the ground. And we are at one of the Fireflies. Hey, Yoga Chad, welcome, welcome. I really need to get a better filter set up here. I'm just using the default, which is rubbish. Ruthless uses his own filters, though. I am checking out Ruthless again, Yoga Chad. I've always liked the Ruthless campaign, but endgame I found was a bit bland, and I've heard that things have improved. I also suspected they might have just from patch notes, mostly from the scarab changes. Drop rates of scarabs are not low either, so I'm kind of curious to see how it all plays out. Plan is to do at least 2 Void Stones in Ruthless, and then if I'm still having fun, we'll go for more. At the moment, we are pretty weak, as you would expect in this game mode. And I haven't traded yet, so, you know, things that would be... Oh, that's nice. That's a big, big item to get. One more of those corpses and I can make something. Probably an amethyst ring, honestly. I'll use that for a long time. I mean, it is. It's like being weak in the campaign is what... like, the reason the campaign is so boring is that you are too strong for it. So, it's like you're running from point A to point B. That's the biggest barrier you face is the distance that you have to traverse. Whereas in Ruthless, you are building a character that can beat each act while you're in the act. Like, that's why I've always found, like, the campaign much more fun in Ruthless. Not even close. That looks like it's a potential upgrade. So, we've got here... Life and Lightning Resist. This has... Hang on. The life on this is terrible. We do gain something out of the ES and Evasion. I'll think on it a bit more. Crest of Brandis I've had since Act 1. It's fine. It gets the job done. It's a lot of flat life. Versus this, which is just a brick. I'm not interested in it. This would be good if I was an attack-based build, although I wouldn't use it forever. And this. Like, it frees up a bit of resistances I don't need elsewhere. And I just can't see myself investing chromes and fuses heavily into it. What do we got here? Hex Blast Flammability. I just need to make it single blue and I can use it. I think based on that, yeah, I'm going to use this. A bit of a drop-off in life, but it'll be easy to get it to... It'll be easy to chrome it. Just need single blue. It actually got double. And then we'll just put these gems back. Now, what do we have here? We've got 19 rarity. This was... Yeah, 19 rarity and dexterity. I doubt we're going to beat that with any of those. We are currently looking for strength dex. But I very much doubt it. No, that's trash. Okay, that said, I do like keeping those sorts of things around in case they're useful later. But it won't be on this character. And the same really for this 4-link. If I make a second character, I'll probably use that. Oh, Lightning Arrow I was talking about base game when I was talking about Ruthless. Would it work in Ruthless? I'm just thinking... No, I don't think it is in... I don't think here. Yeah, you will use magic items in the campaign a lot. Yoga Chad in Ruthless. Something that you never need to do in the base game, but you will in Ruthless. It's not like you're going to get Regal Orbs either. Like, those are legit rare. Just checking if... I think this is a dead end, but I'm just confirming that. Yep. Yep, I was right about... My intuition was right. Okay. Coming up here. I just want this, don't I? And then go in here and pick up just the good stuff nodes. One thing you might be surprised there to see, I picked up... like, I'm working towards getting Ignite Chance on the tree, even though I'm an Elementalist, because Elementalist gets the ability for all your damage to Ignite, but it doesn't get the 100% ignite chance that you get in the base game. So there's a whole bunch of things with ascendancies. Ascendancy nodes are a lot weaker in Ruthless than base game. But they're still pretty big when you get them. And for that matter, they're still pretty defining to your character. Just much lower in power. That's... 9 to 12 is a lot, but... No, I just have better. Yeah, Assassin is in some ways better than Ruthless. Like it's got an ability in Ruthless that it doesn't have in the base game. That the base game Assassin needs what the Ruthless Assassin has. Probably as a 2-pointer, it could just take that with no. Like it's the Assassin in Ruthless has all your damage can poison as. It's a 2-pointer that does nothing else, right? Or is it a 2-pointer that does almost nothing else? Whatever it is, it should be something in the base game. I was forgetting about that. That's something that's, yeah, really an interesting thing. Oh, we got these horrible... No, I'm getting out of that. I'm running from the monster with the lightning totems. I'll kill that guy there. Lightning totems are really scary. I mean, they normally are anyway. Yeah, so Regals are, I believe, 6 times as common as Divines as in the base game. The reason that they're worthless is because like there's just not enough of an endgame sync for them. But if GGG were to ever make one of the Kirak mods cost Regals, that would be something to be quite interesting. Blessed Orbs are the other one the other really worthless currency that's rare is Blessed Orbs. Cooldown traps are just so good in Ruthless, I find. You don't need to be specialized around them at all. You're not necessarily playing a trapper, but just for solving your problems where you don't have the right support gems, so you want some burst damage. +1 socket link is potentially good. We'll see if we get more of them. We are looking, though, more than anything else, we're looking for one more explicit modifier. I'd love to get one single modifier tier rating as well, but I probably won't. Alright, we're about to get to my least favourite zones in the game. Honestly, I really don't like the back end of Act 7 at all. Most people's most hated zone is Overhaul City, but for me it's actually the zone before it. Oh, there's my +1 explicit mod. Okay, we're going to craft something as soon as I get the next waypoint. Hey, Sideways. Yeah, you have a good one, mate. As I always say, sleep well and wake. That's the... originally from Wheel of Time books, that. I've never bothered to learn Vile City, but it just feels like it has more density and less irritating mobs than this zone. Like, I really hate this zone. This zone even has labyrinth traps in it. Albeit only the damaging components of them. Mark on hit support is a useful utility for a different build to this, but not something I'm likely to use. Support gems in general, you get about 1 per act on average, but they will be biased towards later in the thing. Yeah, Vile Constructs are rude. You got these stupid snacks that are really annoying. Alright, here's our waypoint. So we'll go here and we'll go on craft in the Necropolis. So I'm pretty sure I got everything I need now. Firstly, let's see what this weapon is. Heh, brick. Okay, so we have randomize. I'm going to use that early. We will use ring. Plus on explicit. Plus on explicit. So let's start with the randomize first. Oh, we have that as well. Alright. I'm not really interested in that because there's going to be a ring, so that's fine. That means that can get randomized away as well. Resistance modifiers, nice. Quality is a brick from the randomize, but I got 500% increased chance of resistance mods. Really liking that. So now we are going to go explicit modifier, explicit modifier, explicit modifier, explicit modifier, explicit modifier, and creates a ring. And then that's all we've got, which is fine. This is going to be something we will use a very long time unless we get completely hosed. In which case, it'll be something funny to laugh at anyway. So this is 6 mods because in Ruthless it's very hard to add a mod to an existing rare. And we are going to go with an amethyst ring. Because chaos resistance is good. It's low item level still. What do we get there? Life. Oh, we got rarity, double rarity, and some... Oh, wow, this is amazing. Okay, rarity in Ruthless is amazing. And this is double rarity. Yeah, that's nuts. So the life roll on this is terrible, but that's okay. This is strictly better than our right ring. Except doesn't have the intelligence. Do I need that intelligence? I do not need that intelligence. Perfect. Okay, so we have... what was the other mod on that? Yeah, 2 ES. Okay, so we've got a whole bunch of resistances on it. 23 chaos. It actually rolled Blessed Perfect, which matters in Ruthless. 5 damage to attacks is a brick, but rarity is huge in this game mode. So that's great. I am, like, that exceeds my expectations by a lot. That's an item I would be fine to continue wearing. Like, outside Necropolis League, I would probably say in Ruthless you'd wear that till red maps. In Necropolis League, you'll replace it with another Gravecraft. Oh yeah, quick analysis of my resist profile. We're almost capped for post-Katava. So, that's good. What's my belt currently? Double life. Oh, that can get an augmentation on it. I'm not so broke that I can't afford an augmentation. Even though this is low item level, it's just going to get better. Worst case, I end up hitting... I hit a brick mod. Yeah, Maybe that's better than it was. I could have hit thorns or something like that. Okay. Now, back to the causeway. But yeah, that's exactly what I wanted to see there. I wouldn't have even hoped for double rarity with... Double rarity and realm... And, double rarity and resist and, like, yeah. A small amount of life, even. For what it's worth, the biggest Ruthless community I'm aware of at the moment is doing a private league at the moment, and they've gone with parented to permanent Ruthless, so the equivalent of standard, rather than Necropolis, because I feel that the Necropolis crafting has such a transformative impact on the game that it no longer feels like Ruthless, at least at deep end game. We're now getting to the point where we're starting to kill trash monsters in one hit again, which is nice. We're obviously not killing rare monsters in one hit, but we are killing trash in one. Kishara's Star is actually quite a big power boost when you get it. Just kill these rare ones. What do we have here? XP. Okay. Vile Arsonists, yeah, let's have the Flicker Strikers be the ones that have multi-proj, not the Fireballers. Please not Fireballers with multi-proj. Yeah, it's kind of funny, like... Let's say it this way, like, the Necropolis hasn't been well received by players, but it's pretty much everything Reddit asks for in PathOfExile. And I think there's an interesting lesson to take from that. Like, this is a league with extremely powerful deterministic crafting. You know, you're not 100% certain to achieve your goal, but with a couple of tries you will be. And at the same time, it's a league that has, like, a bunch of magic find options for Giga Juices. The thing is that the Giga Juices just dominate everything in the economy. And so the base league economy, you know, you have things like Headhunter is so cheap in this league that people take leather belts off their loot filters. It's not that Headhunters, you know, it's not that you would leave a Headhunter on the ground, but that you're not interested in mousing over a leather belt to see if it is a Headhunter or not. Oh, Flesh and Stone, wow. And that's got quality as well. Like, that's, this is something that, because it's... I don't actually want this, but just getting a Reservation Aura is rare in Ruthless. So yeah, Yoga Chat, I'll be really interested to see how people enjoy next league when... Because, like, deterministic crafting is not coming back, I think, after this league. I think we're going to see... nothing that's even a lesser version of this. Oh, Amulet. Like the lesser version of it that we had, which was Harvest. Which was basically this mechanic, but clunkier and less powerful. Oh, there's definitely people who love it, Baristox. I'm not saying that. Just that it seems like the overall reception has been pretty negative. Like, I hated Last League. I thought Last League is the worst they've done. And Last League was demonstrably one of the more popular ones. Last League just felt like there was... You know, you either played the degenerate strategies or you didn't bother. And the degenerate strategies weren't fun. At least this league, there were super degenerate strategies early, but they got patched out. Things that were as bad as Last League's multi-proj Abyss stuff. Whereas there's people that live for that sort of stuff, you know. Fubgen's been one of the most popular streamers lately, and he's been one of the pioneers of a lot of that stuff. You know, working out new ways to Giga Juice things. I think another major issue this league, and it's kind of awkward that it's been mixed in with everything else, back to basics is one of those things that, like, back to basics feels like something that you would expect a junior designer to suggest at GGG, and then for someone experienced to say, here's why that's a terrible idea. And instead it actually went live. And it's been the terrible idea that people should have been able to see it was going to be. You know, you have this thing where it's totally dominant in the economy. It encourages reducing diversity of content in maps, and also creates like such a massive loot incentive that people who aren't able to deal with the extreme difficulty of it feel compelled to try it anyway. Cartographer's chisels. Quality does something different in Ruthless, and I can't remember what it is. I think it's increased percentage drop rate of maps. I have to find that out. I feel like the ability to edit the monsters in the map has been one of those things that most players aren't interested in engaging with, but that because there's rare ways of doing it, like the Shaper or Flame Members, there's some best ways to do it that are kind of over the top. If flaring all flame members, if the more expensive and more powerful of the all flame members didn't exist, I think things would be more interesting with the all flame members. I like the ability to get tattoos again as well. And you know, they're way harder to get than they were in Toda, but they're still there. I wouldn't be opposed to seeing tattoos available again in a similar way in future. Ruby Ring, no, am I... Yeah, I could transmute that. Pure Developments +1. Alright, now the other most terrible part of Act 7. Like I said, I do not like the end of Act 7, but this area really drags. I feel this just goes on forever and ever. Although I do have a passive point, and it is a pretty big one. So 10% to ignite here. I need to check what my ignite chance is at the moment. Firstly, Fireball should be 100%. Oh, it's 140. That means Fireball gives you... Oh, okay. I already had 100% without that, but I've got some on the weapon as well. I felt like Toda as a league, it was amazing the first week, but once it was solved, like the best strategies for it were not fun. It was a classic example of players will optimize all the fun out of a game. But I really liked the Totem mechanic until we worked out how to optimize it. I remember running a private league in Toda, and someone did a Toda only character that I don't even think they completed act. And they may have done the acts and the labs, but they basically did nothing else. They certainly didn't complete the Atlas, and they had like level 99 in Toda, absurd amounts of currency because they just got to 2,000 on a Toda exploit character, and just kept running it over and over again. can't remember the music in Toda. The NPCs are cool. Best NPCs in the game are Heist, though. Like, some of the stuff that comes out of Heist is so funny. Let's tap those things. Just listening to Gianna being absolutely like, well, Gianna's got all of her absolutely filthy lines that she just delivers so well. Vindiri is like this absolute prick. This, like, he is just this dirty old man who is acted well enough that he's funny, even though you think, like, I do not want anything to do with this person. And Cast is just a full-on sociopath, but he is the hero of his own story. Like, he thinks he's a great guy, and he manages to play that really well. Like, it's funny how it's clear that Vindiri burnt down Gianna's old theatre. And I'm pretty sure that the performances there were of an adult nature, from other things Gianna says. Isla is hilarious as well. It's a bit unfortunate that Isla's less useful than the rest of the funny ones. So you don't see her as often, but Isla is hilarious. Like, some of the stuff that she'll go on about with her contraptions, that she'll come up with ideas like, all sorts of weird stuff that's gold. Oh, Gianna and Huck are hilarious together as well. Speaking of people that have got clear tension, Gianna tries to hit on Huck in one of the things when you're setting up a grand heist. If you, I think it's if you put Gianna in first, then you add Huck. Sometimes, like a quarter of the time or so that you do that, you'll get a really funny comment between them. Vindiri and Talina are hilarious together as well, because Talina just hates people getting her name wrong, and Vindiri has this whole line where if you put them both into the same grand heist, he will deliberately set off Talina real bad. Alright, now we've finally killed all those mobs. Let's just jump in here. I'm just looking to see if there's anything nasty. All damage can chill. Bit of crit multi. Fire and ignite resistant. I hate that mod. Yeah, I don't think there is a boss. I think it's a Dia. Or Kurai, one or the other. Although there was some speculation, Kitten Cat Noodle did a lore deep dive vid on it. She thought there may be a boss. I'm less certain. Yeah, Hexblast does look cool. It's a pity it's just not there power-wise at the moment. Like, I can use it occasionally and get some value out of it, but it's not really where I want to be currently. Fireball's outperforming it in general. Need to get support gems that were more relevant for it. Alright, not more. Things would change a lot if I could get Ignite Prolift support, but I don't own that yet. And I haven't, as I said, I haven't traded yet, even though I am in Trade League. And I have stuff that's genuinely valuable. Not that I want to get rid of my Purity of Elements, but I do own it. Alright, this is too many monsters in one spot. I'm probably going to die here. Maybe not. Hexblast may come through. Yep, it did. Alright, you'll notice, for those of you who have just joined, Flamethrower Trap's in this weird spot here where, even unlinked, it does enough that I want to use it. Even though I don't own enough relevant support gems to make it amazing. Because in Ruthless, you can't ruthlessly, pardon the pun, prioritize one particular scaling axis as much as you can in the base game, because you don't own all the relevant support gems or have the ability to buy them all. So this means that you have to then find alternatives. And one of those alternatives is having skills that are worth using occasionally that you don't necessarily spam. And I find like cooldown traps are the best of those. That's why I'm also throwing in things like firewalls and the like. Even though currently I'm a Fireball Ignite character first and foremost, I have a bunch of other stuff going on that wouldn't be optimal in the base game, but in Ruthless is just what you need. It gives some extra damage. It gives extra things to do. And honestly, that makes it interesting. Let's have a look what these are. These could be really good. Spoiler warning, they are not really good. I mean, they are really good, but they just don't have movement speed, so... yeah. We've gone the dead end way. I believe there's ways to tell whether you're going the right way or not through this zone, but I've never learnt them. Additionally... there's, like, always uses to killing more monsters in Ruthless. Yeah, Banana, like, I am sort of somewhat set on the Ignite approach. Like, I'm not looking to pivot away from that, and I wasn't earlier on. Like, if I'd had, say, what's something that might send you in a different direction if it dropped? If I'd had Herald of Ice drop, I still wouldn't have necessarily wanted to shift to another direction. Whereas I think most people who are Ruthless players first and foremost probably would. Now, anything we really want around here other than the main things? I probably want to go here and then here, yeah. That's spell damage. No, that's... if I take it, it's not anything great. You'd gotten quite some way in Ruthless, right, Banana? You'd were you the person who had 4 Void Stones in chat the other day? I was working on 17s. Oh, you got 8 of 8 in SSF. Wow. Okay, cool. That's impressive. So for those of you who aren't aware, Ruthless has its own challenges. This league is the easiest challenges that Ruthless has had, but they're still no joke. 8 of 8 is probably a modest leap up from 40 of 40 in the base game. In difficulty. I think the hardest of them was... to do any Uber bosses, or was it? I think it's just killing the. It's killing just the specifics. Yeah, the specific killing all 5 T17 bosses is the hardest one, but that's no joke. No joke even in the base game, but it's easier than some of the stuff that's been in Ruthless challenges in the past. Cobalt Jewel. I haven't had a jewel drop yet. Fun fact, jewels are rarer in Ruthless than they are in the base game. I was having a look at some of the drop rates for Ruthless, and jewels are one of the things that are quite low in comparison to normal game. As well as you getting less items in general, less of those items will be jewels. Ah, oops. Yeah, that was just bad. That was bad play on my end. Didn't pay attention to how surrounded I was. And those Flicker Strike spiders just smushed me. Oh well, better to die before Arakali than during, because Arakali, if you die on her, she will gain 40% of her health back, which is always fun. It's something that causes the ACT bosses to be genuinely meaningful fights. Like, you must pay attention to their mechanics, and you need to learn the mechanics if you don't know them already. Otherwise, you will die on them. And you will brick on them. Like, you'll just be unable to progress. Big damage to spells and attacks on Demon's Horn. That one's trash, but we can probably do better than what we've got when we find a Demon's Horn that's right for it. This one, however, this second is actually pretty good. I might just quickly duck back to town. I got Kashara's starter turn in while I'm there. I'll get that done first. +1 to level of socketed gems here. This is a useful mod to have. Not because you ever want to equip it, but because it'll vendor for an Alk Shard. Okay, that Demon's Horn base is really good, but that item is too bad to use. One thing I can't do in Ruthless is just apply the bench crafts to things the way that you could in the base game. These boots are missing something critical, which is move speed, but they can't get it. There's really no mechanic to get it on them. Now these are better tier life flasks, aren't they? 30. It's only slightly higher. I should get higher tier life flasks. They're dropping now, so I've been avoiding them because I've got such good setups. And yeah. All right, in we go. Oh, hang on. I wanted to transmute that ring. Nah, that's not worth going any further with.
Greetings. Keep your life to your own.
I'll just sit on that jewel for now. Alright. Arakali time. Let's just quickly spec discipline and training first. Almost 2,000 life. Actually, pretty solid setup there. I'm one gem level on my aura off from being post Katava capped on resists, which is a spot I like to be in. And honestly, Arakali's going down faster than I thought she would. One of those spots where the flamethrower trap really comes in handy. Phase fight like this where Arakali goes down for a while. Ah, she just... Oh, she's just eating silk. Is she? No. No, she hasn't eaten silk yet. Let her do a tantrum that way. Get out the way of the laser. As a silky smooth snack. So that Voltaxic tantrum she's doing there is kind of deadly. You don't want to get hit by it. Probably survive at base game where you have a bit more defense than you will in Ruthless, but here it might kill you. That's a reverse bullet hell. Voltaxic tantrum again. Reverse bullet hell. And there we go. That was actually a lot easier than I expected. I wasn't expecting the fight to be difficult per se, but I wasn't expecting it to be a cakewalk either. Alright, off we go, Act 8. Once more, we are killing monsters again. It's not like the base game where you run past most monsters in the game. You want to kill most of the packs so that you don't fall behind the power curve. All right. One thing I'm leveling here is Flame Golem. That's going to be a lot better when I get my next Ascendancy, which I'm actually eligible to go for now if I want. I'm still sort of deciding. I probably want to get it like midway through Act 8. And the advantage that will give me is that the... Angelic Kite Shield. That could be an upgrade. The advantage I'll get out of that is that the Flame Golem will be up a lot more of the time, which means that I'll get the bonuses defensively from it. I'm using Crested Parandus, which is kind of obsoleted now. I wouldn't mind a replacement. That is not the replacement I want. Crested Parandus does have a lot of life on it, but it does have nothing else. So rare shield could be good. All it really needs is a high life roll, and then I'm pretty much set with using it. Okay, we got this sketchy mod. Want to kill it, or at least neutralize it somehow. Alright, now we're into San. Just about in. And it's a much more pleasant entry spot than it is in Act 3, when you get put in some rubbish spot that you never want to go back to again. Okay, vendor time. Anything to vendor? Yes, that's terrible, and that's terrible. Not even a transmute out of them, which is unfortunate, but those Ulk shards that you get do add up to a lot. Here we go, Toxic Conduits. Lots of chaos damage here, and our chaos resist should only be -7, right? Oh no, +8. I said 11 somewhere else. Some mods there. Oh. Something in this area has +4 projectiles, which I want to take seriously. Duedre will have to play the mechanics of the fight. It's not a difficult fight mechanically. There's a couple of complex things going on, but the key thing is that once effluent stages start stacking up a bit, you want to actually dodge getting the effluent as long as you can, and once it scales up, just endure the time loss of resetting it. Better that than having a death in that fight. Mechanics of that fight can be a bit opaque. Like, it's not all that clear what's going on. I'll go through it when we get there. A lot of people who've even done the fight dozens of times don't know exactly what's going on. The effluence that you see there will be something, the recurring thing that will exist through multiple acts. Oh, there's our first 6 socket of the league. Hey Tables, welcome, welcome. Giving Ruthless another look. I've always felt in the past that Ruthless is really good in the axe and then stops being fun at endgame, so we'll see if that's still the case, or if the Scarab overhaul has changed it. I believe it's probably actually quite a lot better now. People have been saying it is, but I'll just confirm that by getting there myself. That's a nothing. I do have a very not Ruthless right ring at the moment. This is something I'd be quite happy to wear at this point in the game, in the normal game. Hey Disleo, welcome, welcome. Yeah, there's a lot less trading that happens. Even though I'm in softcore trade Ruthless, there's a lot less trading that happens. I haven't attempted to trade yet. I do believe I could pick up, the thing I most want out of trade is Ignite Proliferation support. I don't believe I'd have any real trouble getting that. I'd find someone on who eventually had it, and I don't know if it's worth an elk or two, but I'd have stuff I could make work. Like I'd have a Chaos Orb or something. Yeah, it's the Scarabs, I believe, is the thing. And Banana is the person who's done 8 of 8 in Ruthless this league, so... The Scarabs were what made me think Ruthless... time to go back to Ruthless, and the Triple Atlas thing was another factor as well. The Scarab drop rate, I looked up, I think it was 1/6 the drop rate of maps by default. That's to get something from the Scarab item class in general. Yeah, I saw the teaser. They've only done the teaser video, right? They haven't done anything since that. Teaser 4 or 5 hours ago, and nothing else since. Because I'm under the impression today is a public holiday in NZ. Yeah, so I wasn't expecting anything more to come out today. Yeah, the minion gameplay looked pretty similar to PoE 1, except there's a little bit more self-casting of spells there. Disleo, I think we might get something that's like a spiritual successor to the Elementalist, possibly. So we may not have the exact same thing, but something that's like a clearly tied to it, but not exactly the same. Now, I kind of don't really... Oh, I want the regen, don't I? Yeah, I'm just going to take I'm going to take everything in this area. I need precision for the dexterity. Always tight on dex. So there's going to be 2 classes that are intelligent based, and oh, that goes with my amulet thing. There'll be 2 classes that are intelligence based. As for exactly what they are, I'm not even certain that there's a witch per se, but it wouldn't surprise me if I think there is a sorcerer, but I don't know. There was a sorcerer, and then there'll be something else. Yeah, Spirit will be a limiting factor, because Spirit is PoE 2's answer to mana reservation efficiency. Spirit is a resource that is kind of, I guess the closest thing is reserved mana in the current game, but it's something that you pick up on gear. And I assume that you'll run out of Spirit if you try and run 8 different minions. It may be possible as a sort of meme builder with a weird unique to run 8 different types of minions, but it's probably not going to be optimal. I do think pure minions will be a thing though, yeah. Or when you say pure, maybe not completely pure, but close to it. You'll have some other things you do, but it'll probably be minions will be the main thing you do. For instance, these days, if you're a pure minion build, you're still using auras, and you're probably still using something to inflict exposure or similar. Minions and offerings, yeah, minions and curses, stuff like that. Yeah. Yeah, I think we'll have something along those lines. I think it could be cooler if you get, if you're primarily a minion caster, but you've got some big cooldown spell that you use yourself. That could be cool. Also, hey, Nerdy. Welcome, welcome. Okay, so Doedre here. Doedre is one of those bosses that, the effluent that she drops has some mechanics that are kind of important in Ruthless. that in base game you don't really care that much about. They stack to 10, and you kind of don't want to let them get to 10. I'm at 5. I'm resetting them now. That will change her effluent ability. So she's now going to phase out. All effluent's removed from me, and then she'll come back. Purple this time. So that is a stacking debuff that causes you to act slower. Every time I touch one of those circles on the purple circles on the ground, I'm going to get a stack of it. More stacks will build up over time, which means that eventually... Oh, yikes, that was a hard hit. I just want to get a quick recovery. Oh, there we go. I got the kill anyway. Of course, Culling Strike. I don't actually want to use Culling Strike long term, but it's something. It's a gem. And I own it. So I'm going to use it. Alright, I'm just quickly ducking back to town. Because I've got that extra rarity on my gear now, because that ring had so much on it, now I'm going to start finding that I'm picking up more rares on the ground, and it's going to be like base game almost, the amount of rare items that drop for me. Can't grab that yet, so now let's go through. 6 socket, okay, that's a brick. Yeah, nothing we want there. Key thing we're looking for with these things that we're vendoring, though, is alchemy shards. A number of mods will provide alchemy shards. What do we have currently on here? It's like a reasonable mixed bag of stats. None of this is good. None of this is going to vendor for alch shards, so I'm just going to take one and vendor it. Yay, 2 transmit shards. Back in. And we'll go east. I always do right side first in Act 8. If I'm solo. If you're in a group, it's often better to attack both sides simultaneously, but if you're solo, right side is always the better way. And it also gets you power quicker, which has its own bonuses. Two skill points instead of one, and that you get on the left, and the one that you get on the left is a harder fight as well. Speaking of golems, I had to bring mine back up. Okay, quantity. That's all. It's a lot of cool stuff there. I'm just going to use the rats at this point. I'm not going to keep them with me for forever. I just throw them on the first thing. Something that's got 400% quantity. Quality has a quality of its own. It does. Truest statements have never been said. Sometimes I like those vague sentences just because they troll people. I know you're thinking sentences don't troll people, people troll people, and you'd be right, but still. Alright, here we go. In this we've got a few objectives. We've got to find the... I don't mind killing more stuff because of the number of devoted mods on this zone. It makes it feel like a good zone to run through. And also I kind of been looking for a Hallowed Life Flask for a while. Let's just equip that straight off. Transmute it. Oh, it's a mana drain one. I'm still okay with that. I can live with it. 1500 and... Bleed Cleanse. I'll take 1500 Bleed Cleanse there. So now my Bleed Cleanse is solely on Flask number 2. I don't have it on 1 and 2 anymore. I've got to remember that, and I'll probably die once to that mistake. Or to a mistake because it's induced by that change. But it still is an improvement. I need the extra... I need the extra damage... Oh, sorry, the extra life recovery. Alright, there's our Ankh. I just love some of the names monsters get, like Tough Laugh the Mad. You can just imagine someone deciding to give their kids that name. Like, even in Skeleton Society, I'm sure that's an embarrassing name to have. And the sort of monster that it creates out of it. It's probably the only reason that said Skeleton survived to become a rare monster. You hated this zone early? Is that because it's so, like, if you miss that area, it feels so punishing? Yeah, if you miss the Ankh, it's really punishing. I will say that. I always tend to like zones that have a skill point in them, though. Even if the zone is otherwise pretty miserable, it's just the fact that there's that immediacy of the power boost that you get there. I like Act 8 after 7. Like, 7 is definitely my least favourite. And it comes straight after 6, which is one that I don't like very much either. Eight's pretty varied. And it doesn't just have long stretches of monsters doing the same thing. You'll notice that I'm getting a lot of high rarity items at the moment. That's because I actually have over 50% rarity. I've got the 19% implicit and a massive 31% combined 2 explicits here. Yeah, 7, I don't mind 7 up to Arakali. Oh, sorry, not Arakali. Up to Ralakesh / Groost. But from then onwards, I do not like that zone, or that act at all. Lots of windy zones, lots of bad layouts, and just a lot of clunky things to do. You do get Kishara's Star as a power boost in it, so I guess there's that, but doesn't make up for how miserable the rest of the act is. Alright, here's the resurrection site. This is one of the unusual layouts for this zone. Okay, off we go. Let's take out. Give the good news to Clarissa. I think the stuff like the new rituals is designed for new players. And it's pretty good at that. Like, there's a couple of them that are better. But it's just there as like, hey, you're a brand new player to the game, are you? Here's something to experience that will get you curious for later. Honestly, I see it and I'm like, I'm not the target audience of this. That's cool. I don't really care about it. Don't want to stand on the bad ground in Tolman. Those things will not mess around. Alright, hey Clarissa, here's some good news for you. Now, I have a... oh no, it is the same dumpster tier one. It's like Act 1, there's a Legion, for instance, which is just like, oh yeah, here's this weird encounter, you can play around with it, then when you encounter them later, they'll be a little bit more familiar. I'm of the opinion they should add one pass league mechanic to some of the earlier acts. Like, just at a medium intensity, so you can get a bit of familiarity with it, and then encounter it later. Like, you could have breaches in every zone in Act 6. Not every zone in Act 6, but maybe like, set breaches to be common enough that if you run through Act 6 fully exploring it, you find 4. Then you don't see them in Act 7, 8, or 9, and then perhaps they come back in 10. I just mean that, you know, your newer players would get some experience with the mechanic. Veteran players are like, oh, okay, maybe I'm in the mood for a change, or maybe I'm just going to run past it because I want to play optimally. Model Call is... Oh, no, it's not rare. It's not one of the rare gems. Is Einhar common in Act 8? I knew it was common in 2 because he seems to be very common until you do one of his encounters. At least in Act 2, but I thought that's all it was. It's just like a simple check. Have you done an Einhar mission yet on your account? If no, then more Einhars for a bit. I'll grab that hallowed flask. I'm just going to use it unless it's terrible. Because I have something terrible. +1 explicit, very, very good mod. In Ruthless, I need once I got 5 of those, I might try and make an amulet or a belt. Probably a belt, actually, because I've got a worse belt at the moment than I've got an amulet. Unless I get a Blessed Orb 6 times Keep Best, in which case I'll make another... I'll make another gold amulet with that. Yeah, that amethyst ring was a Gravecraft. He's nuts for Ruthless, isn't it? Like, it's a pity about the life being 26, but I'm not complaining. Oh yeah, Alva in Act 7, of course, I was forgetting that. Yeah, gravecrafting is kind of nuts. Old Dirty in Ruthless. What you don't get very many of is 50 mod tier ratings. A Banana, if he's still in chat, can give a bit of a sense as to how common they are at endgame. But I've had exactly 0 of the 50 tier rating mods so far. The gold amulet that you see dropped early, and that I actually directly applied an Elk to, because I know how strong in Ruthless Rarity is. Or at least, I know how strong it used to be the last time I played Ruthless. All-Flame Member of Abyss. Pack monsters can drop Abyssal Jewels is probably a brick, but I might just use it the next time I get a Haunted modifier that... Not Haunted, Devoted modifier. No tier rating until maps, there you go. And like once you're in maps, they're, yeah, 10 by level 70. There we go, that's strong. 5-link benchcraft. 5-link craft. I still need to get the relevant pieces to make that work. I've only got one of the 4 links. But yeah, so tier rating is extremely good, obviously. Do I want to use this? Not in this zone. No, I hate this zone. Yeah, I used a randomized corpse on my amethyst ring and got something out of it. What did I get with that? Oh yeah, I got something useful. 500% chance for resist mods, which I actually wanted. Like, I would have been quite happy to use that if I had it. I rolled over 500% chance for physical modifiers, which I didn't think I'd have any use for. And I randomized that and the randomized thing itself. One of them went to 5% quality, which is useless. And the other one went... Well, yeah, is useless in my context. Of being set that I was going to use a ring. How rare is the Force a Ring or Force an Amulet? I assume amulets are rarer than rings and belts for that. Alright, there's our thing dead. Okay, cool. Or you can, I guess you can randomize over them, banana. I guess. And be like, I'll throw a randomized craft in with the, in on top of a ring. Oh, okay, that makes sense. So you can't place down to allow a ring and then randomize over both simultaneously. You can only randomize over one. Because you can only have one in the field, is that right? That makes sense. Yep. I assume people mostly know this, but in this zone, there's corpses that show you the way. I'm just fine with not bothering with the corpses and just killing stuff anyway that I don't need to. I assume that means you can't randomize into those ring and belt things either, right? If there's that sort of restriction in play. Randomize might even have the same mechanics as base game. Okay, pick up a bit of damage. Okay, so there's the corpse. Which again, I think most people would know, but that means that's the correct way to go. This is exploding crystals. I've got to get away from them. They do chaos damage now. They used to do tri-element damage, which no one expected. With the corpses that give you specific... With the unique corpses... I'm assuming that only Parandus is truly rare and Freesia is uncommon and the rest are common. Is that still the same in Ruthless, or are some of the other ones quite common as well? I was like, quite uncommon as well. Alright, here's the correct way again. Yeah, Pran is very strong. Especially given that you can bias it with the other things you put in the craft. But Piranha's Pact is such a good item. Possibly even more so in Ruthless, where the Adorned isn't really... Like, it doesn't seem to be nearly as popular as it is base game. Alright, we can get level 60 flasks starting now. I also need to do lab 2 at some point. I feel like I'll go 2 waypoints, then I'll do lab 2. Oh, wow. Rolled CB immunity on it. That's nice.
When I'm ready and not.
Yeah, I'm just using CB cleanse at the moment. As you would expect at this point in the game. Even in the base game, you'd still be using a cleanse flask. Probably still will for a while. I just leveled up off screen from, like, I didn't realize I was close to leveling. And then I killed monsters off screen and that got me over the level. Oh, combustion support. Wow, that's big. Huh. Okay, that's a change. Phantasm, sorry, you just aren't needed anymore. Well, actually, you are needed still. You're going to go and support something else. Probably, you can't support flamethrower trap, can you? Nothing says you can't. Guess we find out. Yeah, it summons phantasms. Wow, I wasn't expecting that. Alright, it'll do. Yeah, Nerdy, I'm usually similar. Or unless I come across a corrupted blood flask somehow. I say corrupted blood thing otherwise. Caster Scarce, I don't really have any immediate use for that, but I'll get thingy to pick it up. Aramore could walk that one himself. Oh, I haven't even talked to him in a map yet. I should probably attach the combustion to Hex Blast at some point. These ignite resistant enemies you really notice on Ruthless in a way that base game you tend not to. You're more inclined to want to kill them than you would be base game. So leaving them alone isn't... like, it's not something that you can't do. It's just that it feels bad when rares are the main source of your rare items. Okay. In we go. We want to get this waypoint, then we might do lab 2. Which is pretty late lab 2, honestly. I'm going to pick up... I want the dexterity, but I'm going to take sanctity as well. Path that way.
When I'm ready and not before.
I'm also considering a question at the moment, which is, do I want Wave of Conviction at some point? Which I could pick up by doing the library in Act 3. Which I will have to do at some point anyway. Rewards on it are pretty good in Ruthless. I'm thinking I'm going to use my first uncut gemstone there. In any case, that's the waypoint we're after. Let's look back to town quickly, do a quick vendor cleanup, and then we'll go do the second labyrinth. I have to pick that up in a sec. I'm just going to drop off.
You're right.
Vendor visit first. This is like saying, hey, using on a... It's like it's a lot of the mods, well, not all of them, but some of the mods you'd want on Cock DD. Doesn't have attack speed though. That's a big lightning damage roll on that. Anyways, it's no use to me. Not good enough to sell. Chaos Res, this will give me an Elk Shard. And what do we have here? Oh, that's just strictly better than what we've got, so we'll use it. That can go.
Bring me back something nice.
I'll keep the other CB flask aside. I'll just drop these in here for now. Various gems I'm not going to use. Yeah. Alright, that's a gem I'm not going to use. That's a gem I'm not going to use. Coffins. And Scorching Ray I'm not going to use either. Okay. Time for the lab. Now, as Eminem would say, now it's back to the lab again. That was lame.
The goddess is watching.
Autovic, yeah. Asking about the PoE 2. I think like I'm still pretty hyped for it. I think the big thing will be when we start getting some more, like, what you might term some more chunky news. Like, so far we've had very, very basic stuff mostly. Couch co-op was definitely a nice surprise. Like, that's something that's one of those things, I can't see myself taking advantage of it, but that doesn't mean it's not a good thing, you know. I'm not set up for it, personally, but it's really good for some people. And those sorts of things should happen. Like cross-play, cross-progression is really good with console as well. It just means there'll be a lot more people playing, which tends to make things feel more dynamic. Go this way for the lever. Ah, a stupid door position. So it looks like this is one of those reward gauntlets, which I don't actually mind in Ruthless. Like, these chests can be reasonably good. I had a treasure key there. If I get really lucky, that treasure key could lead to a gem chest later. Gem chests, I believe, are the best thing you'll get in lab. I also have not scouted out this lab on PoE Lab. No, I'm not really interested in going there. I want to find the other exit. Hopefully it's not there, actually. Come to think of it. That'd be an embarrassing mistake if I realise later that that's where it was. Oh, that was painful. Oh, a lot of damage on those things there. Although my damage is a bit lower than I would have at this point in the base game, I'm actually pretty strong for Ruthless at this point. You know, cap resistances, 2100 life, and I've got a 4 link, even if it's not a good 4 link. It's slowly getting better. The character is starting to feel, if not cohesive, at least en route to being cohesive. And of course we're getting some support gem levels. Not that they matter that much. It's really the active gems that matter with levels. Alright, and we go to the Aspirant's Trial fight. Good old Izaro. No benchcraft pick up here because the crafting bench is not a thing in Ruthless at all. I am curious how Ruthless would feel if it had a weak crafting bench. 1, 2, 3. Okay, we've just triple buffed him, which should be fine. I don't think Izaro should be too sketchy on crawl. He's also mechanically pretty easy. Yeah, Mouska, I think like without being able to check it easily at the moment, I think that the plausible release dates were like either about the 20th or 29th of July, with the latter being more likely. Ouch, took a big dunk there. I'm just gonna let that time out. No, I'm gonna heal the old-fashioned way. League has definitely gone on longer than it should have. Alright, I'm keep reminding myself I need a Ruthless filter. Just seeing currency not highlighted is doing my head in. Yeah, if SSF's for you, give it a shot. I've never really liked SSF. I find Ruthless achieves the same goals better for me, but most people don't agree with that. So SSF will teach you a lot about the game. That's for certain. It's just be ready for feel bads moments when a good item drops and you can't use it. Like a really rare good item. I find that's tilting personally. Like, say if you got a Arakali's Fang drop in Ruthless, it's like, oh, that's so painful. Someone else probably really wants that, and I can't do anything with it. But of course, if you're more the sort of person that'll be like, oh, I'll re-roll a character for it, then SSF is probably for you. Okay, that's a brick exit. I'm not going to take it. It doesn't really achieve anything, even though you can see it does lead somewhere. It's not somewhere useful. +1 for the unique tab, yeah. Here's a question for you, Banana. How many uniques are you finding in Ruthless? Like 1 per 10 maps, or 1 per 20, or 1 per map, even if it's... Like, I'm just talking about the drop anywhere uniques, not stuff like, say, Fledgling, that has a 100% drop rate in its location. I'm going to get a bit of a sense as to what to expect in terms of just how realistic it is to find various uniques yourself. With MF, it's 1 per map, alright. I believe Mage Bloods exist in Ruthless, I think. Like, they're genuinely really rare. But I had... It's like... Actually, Mage Blood's a lot worse in Ruthless too, because I don't think there's the flasking chance. I don't think they exist. Yeah, I do get that, Masuka. Like, there's a lot of content you feel like selling is the right thing to do. At some point, my attitude becomes, I'm going to spend 10 divines learning this content. And then I just go and buy 20 access tokens to it and just do it over and over again. And I'm okay if I fail. I'm okay if I do it inefficiently. Just because I want to learn it. Enkindling doesn't exist, right? Instilling does, enkindling doesn't, I think. I'm not 100% certain I'm right on that.
When I'm ready and not before.
That's right. It's bestiary is where the trigger enchants are. Bestiary is a lot weaker in this than base game. A lot weaker. I might pick that up. I couldn't mind. I wouldn't mind killing the killing Azara's minions here. So I'm quite conscious Demon's Horns could be good if they roll well. Something else that's not present that you might not be aware of is Binding Orbs.
When the time comes to strike, an emperor strikes without hesitation. To entertain doubts on the things that slumber should never be woken. You are relentless.
I'm wanting to kill those stupid gargoyles off. I don't feel like dealing with them.
Make your mark. The royal must be avenged. You were born for this. Pity the emperor who sits alone on his throne.
Yeah, the Einhar's Einhar's things that create uniques in the base game. Instead, they create talismans in Ruthless, and the talismans are often scoured, or at most magic. Like, it's rare to get a rare one. They are just so bad, and that's the Einhar filler stuff. So the filler stuff is complete trash, and then the better stuff is much worse than it is base game. Alright, here's an exit, but is it the exit we want? We shall find out. Domain crossing sounds good. Yep, that's correct. There's almost always a large room at the end of lab. Large outdoors miserable zone. Quick question, does anyone know off the top of their head the minimum level required to equip a Demon's Horn? The base item. Yeah, just specifically the base item. Because that'll also be its drop requirement. I think that's the base I'm going to want to use as my next upgrade on weapon. Okay, this is not correct, but it's worth knowing that we've got an exit there. 56, so it can drop from magic monsters here and everything going forward. This might be the correct exit. If it is, it'll be Azaro on the other side. Excellent. And I even managed to not get hit by the trap.
An aspirant can afford to be promising.
So that means that Azaro can drop it, but the chests afterwards can't unless I get plus loot level on them.
Road is the most devious trap of them all.
Side note, Azaro best boss in the game. Sure, we've outdone him, but he's just such a masterpiece of design. Even if we're too strong for him to remain as fun now. All right, there he goes. Pick up the rare item. Kill off these stupid essences because they probably have a lot of rarity on them. And then here we go. 1, 2, 3 chests. And it looks like we got trash. We got an alteration out of one of them, and that was the only thing that dropped. This base, though, is really good. I'm not that fussed about it. It's not like it's an irreplaceable base. There'll be plenty that drop, but if that were to roll just life on it, it would be better than my Crest Operandus, probably. Alright, Divine Font. Transfigure to same color. We will do that with Shockwave Totem. I think... Or do I want quality instead? What's Fireball get with quality again? I'm not going to use Fireball forever. Purity of Elements doesn't gain from it at all. Yeah, it gains absolutely nothing anyway. Combustion? Like 1% increased fire damage? Increased buff effect on Flame Golem. I think I prefer that. No, I'm going to pick up... I will probably get a higher quality starting point. I'm just going to go with this. Yeah, Uhtred's an amazing design. Agree on that. Rage Vortex... I think it's the only one that anyone ever uses out of these three. Yep. Alright. Altar of Ascendancy. Now, we want to pick up Bastion of Elements now, I think. As that's going to provide a whole bunch of random defense on it. Or we could pick up Liege of the Primordial. No, maybe we'll go Liege of the Primordial now, and then later we can do something else. I mean, I want to pick up Mastermind of Discord, It's almost as good as it is in the base game. And I'm going to pick up Bastion of Elements eventually as well. Yeah, I'm going to go with this. It just gives me the flexibility to do a bunch of stuff defensively. So, we're now going to pick up... we're going to go and do the library quest now. Because that will give us access to one of the one of the bonus gems. I did actually pick up the waypoint there, but I haven't actually done the quest yet. It gives you the flexibility to use it later. Obviously, being over level, this is going to be trivial.
When I'm ready and not
Unfortunately, in Ruthless, Quicksilver flasks are nerfed considerably. So even if you do need to return to an area you are massively overpowered for whatever reason, like this, you can't really zip through with a Quicksilver. Only thing I'm really interested in loot-wise would be if you were to get a rare ring or rare amulet or something to drop in here. Not much chance of that. Oh, rare belt. Rare belt would be good too. Pick up one of them. Okay, what do we got down here? Side room 1. Golden page. I will pick up that Ritual Scepter. It's a chromatic item anyway. Actually, chromatic items are much more common in Act 3 than they are later in the game. Not specific to Act 3 either, just early game they're more common than they are late. Go back to town. I will have a look at that item though. I just looted the Scepter. It's trash as I thought. And I'll vendor all this stuff. Then I'll go and do what I'm looking for here. Oops, wrong person. +1 melee gems, that's going to be an Elk Shard. +1 melee gems, that's an Elk Shard. I'm quite content with that. Slow progress is what you make on those shards, but they do add up. I've looted 23. I've vended 23 shards worth of them in this run through of Ruthless so far. So it definitely adds up. Now, get the uncarved gem. I'm going to use one of these on Wok. And then I also want to look in the golem side of things. So, I have Fire Golem currently. I'm not interested in carrying. Lightning, attack and cast speed, not really. Chaos for PDR is an option. But I think I just go Stone Golem. Hey, JuiceG. Yeah, good. I haven't been back, because I know you were here most of the first stream I did. I haven't been back to the character. I've decided I was only going to do it on stream. And so now I've just come back to it to get back into it. But I'm just going to... One sec while I just quickly get myself going here with the new setup. So I haven't made any further progress off stream except for doing Act 7 and a third to a half of Act 8 today. But I'm just going and doing a couple of little cleanups now. Oh, cool. I hadn't noticed that either, Nerdy Joe. I figure you would have a lot more experience with that particular unique jewel than I would. Let's get our stone golem and our flame golem are both up. Those will now keep respawning when they die, which is a godsend. For the moment, I am not going to use Hex Blast. It's not really there yet. I'm going to instead put Wok in its place. Wok just simply performs better currently. Okay, I got 2 objectives I need to do in here. I need to find the next waypoint forward, and as well as that, I need to get, which I'll look for first, because I think this is the way for it. And then I also need to get the waypoint downwards. So 1 forward, 1 downwards. Oh, nice one, Juicy. So your 5-link, you slapped an elk on it rather than an essence? It didn't have any access to any essences or fossils? As in Ruthless, for those who aren't familiar, scouring orbs are kind of a big deal. It's not like you have many of them. Not like they don't exist or anything, but the decision to invest a scouring orb is a big one. It's not something you make frivolously. You feel like you're spending something real. Okay, this is not what I was looking for, but it will do. We'll go down this way. What do we got here? Oh yeah, I got the Abyssal Flame I'd forgotten about. I'll do. In the base game, it's 10%. I suspect in Ruthless, it's that it might be 16. That you get 16% base game XP, but I'm not sure that's right. The reason I think it's 16% is because that's what it is on all of the labyrinth things. Yeah, fractures are much weaker in Ruthless. Like, they're much more restricted than they are in the base game. Wave of Conviction currently still quite bad because of its gem levels, but it'll get there. It still does its Wok things, and it's doing more fire damage than lightning at the moment, unless Arcane Cloak is up. So it's still doing its Wok thing. Yeah, any modification on influenced items that removes the influence mods removes the influence as well. That's for classic influences. Elder Slayer, Shaper Elder. Those influences, they're fragile. Though, like, the influence status is fragile in a way it's not in the base game. You also cannot get Awakener Orbs in this either. Sirius doesn't have them. And you can't get Elder Slayer Exalts either. So yeah, I don't think you'll get much in the way of classic influence items. Hey, Tumblr. You're talking about the... I can't think of the name of it. I know the one you mean. Divination card Deadly Joy for it. Torrent's Reclamation. Yeah, Harbinger Orbs aren't that rare, are they? Because Harbingers don't drop currency shards for non-Harbinger stuff. They only drop Harbinger-related currency shards. Whereas in the base game, Harbingers, like... Yeah, they just have different loot to the base game. It's not even necessarily worse in Ruthless, it's just different. It probably is worse, but it's not strictly worse. That was actually pretty easy there.
What's going on?
47 life, 1 resist. That's maybe actually better than what I got. Oh, not really. It's a brick resist, and I don't have the dex. I'm nowhere near the dex either. +1, socketed lightning. It's still +1. It's still an elk shard. Agree. The Necropolis nodes are in a bad place. I think some of them are interesting, but some of them are just too good. It's not a bad idea if it sounds like it'll be fun to you, Tumblr. Let's have a look what this bad idea is, though. I'm not sure you're getting all that much out of being an elementalist. Like, you're getting bigger shocks, more reliable shocks. You're getting your... Like, you got the Masterminded Discord side. So you do have 4 good nodes. You got Shaper of Shock, Masterminded Discord, Way, and Bastion of Elements. Yeah, you've got stuff going for you. I think this is actually the wrong way here. What I like the top right cluster, the one that gives you agency, but I think it should be below the bottom of the tree rather than so that there's no pathing to it. What's the other thing that, like, the other thing that's got some interesting agency in it is the bottom left cluster. That's like give and take as well. Offline member of Sulfite is... Yeah, Delve is, like, well, it's not going to be much by the time it's used. Rejuve Totem was the most popular active skill in Crucible. Fun fact. Not for its intended use, but for turning it into a bomb. I'm going to use that Sulfite All Flame in the next zone, which is going to be super sketchy. Those Sulfite emblems, those Sulfite things are really rippy. Especially given that you have much less stun mitigation in Ruthless because there is no access to the Pantheon as a mechanic at all. There's a +1 on walk, which is nice. Oh, that's a good point, yeah. I mostly agree, Tumblr, except that if they just change what you get... Like, here's an example of where I think it would be fine. Let's imagine this was Breach League, and furthermore, let's imagine that Chayula wasn't rarer than the others. It was just a case of, like, none of them were rarer, none of them were particularly better, they just had different loot. In that case, I think it would be fine to have a bias towards this content or that content or that content. But once it becomes clear that one of them is better, yeah, it's gonna just... The nodes have to be lower power, and then when they're low power, they feel bad. I tell you where I think it would be interesting, though, to have a league mechanic on the tree. If they ever did a short league, that would be interesting. Like, if they did something that was like a... And they might do this because there'll be things that don't require much additional programming that are just really simple ideas. They might do if they need to fill in a month before PoE 2. I think that could be interesting. Yeah, I mean, there are downsides on a bunch. Like, the bottom left cluster is heavy downside as well as heavy upside, but I don't think it's that interesting the way it plays out. The game is giving me a lot of access to Sulfide at the moment. I'm kind of tempted to try it out. Delve used to be really dominant, like even hegemonic in oh, Wormskull, but it's... Sorry. Quick change of pace while we get that. And it's a brick, unfortunately. Oh well. I had real hopes for that, but... Can I do /letter? Sure. Robos level 97 is top, 3370. And 10th is a 94 at 2660. Speaking of Delve, how funny has Shitstained Steve been in base game Delve? Like, a character whose name is just designed to troll, and has, yeah, like, just done so well in it. Like 30,000, I think, depth in solo depth. Not sure how stingy the Delve juice is going to feel here. Side note, you can't get Val side areas. This zone would be incredible if I had Val. If I had Val Fireball, this zone would be absolutely amazing farm. But I'm not going to get Val Fireball until endgame. At which point I probably don't want to be Fireball anymore. 2200. Wow, that's a new record in Hardcore Delve, isn't it? 2000 was the highest anyone's gotten solo. Was he solo or was he grouped? Oh, life regen on this guy. Painful mod. Ben was solo. Yeah, that's a record then. I think he's maybe the first to hit 2000. I think someone had gotten very close in Hardcore before. Temp League Hardcore and died like in the 1930s or something. So it sounds like I'm talking about someone IRL there. Chancellor, we're definitely going for that. That's a drop. Yeah, fossils with a resonator or an alk. Like, at least for purposes of enhancing amount. Oh, the omens. Those things are just so mean. Those things are like, I'm not going to do that. What does a low end resonator trade for though? Like resonator plus one socket? Sorry, fossil plus one socket resonator. I have no sense of the economy in Ruthless either. Just, I know that elks are the primary currency of most trades, and that like there's no higher currency. It's not like higher end trades are item for item usually, not without any accepted staple medium. So it's not like if you got, say, an Ashes of the Stars, it's not like you'd be selling it for some number of Divine Orbs and some number of Elks. Instead, you'd probably be swapping it for a 5% Belly of the Beast. Oh, sorry, Brass Dome or something like that. Oh, yeah, Chaos now as well. Yeah, good point. Corpse Explosion thing there is a bit sketch. So fossils are limiting. And are fossils mostly behind Fractured Walls in Delve, or are they on the path as well, I guess? Oh, okay, there you go. That gives you a sense. And alts have some value, but they're still way cheaper than other stuff. Like than Elks. Yeah, I mean, I'm here to explore Ruthless, not to optimize it. So I think I will. Oh, yikes! Let's get out of this messy spot we're in. But I think I'll go and have a look at it at some point very soon. Oh, you got two Dorianis. You actually use the boots from Dorianis, right? The boots from Dorianis have got to be pretty good in Ruthless. Maybe not in Gravecraft League. Yeah, that's right. Delve mods don't exist. I've remembered hearing that. Yeah, I'd give it some thought, Juice G. I'd give it some thought and just check the PoE wiki, because it's not intuitive what you need to do in Machinarium to get the exact setup you want, but especially if you can use a level 23 Purity on your build, I think you'll find it solid. If you can't use a level 23 Purity, then it's just okay. Like I say, it's tier rating that seems to be the limiting reagent. Gonna grab that gem. One thing I will need to do soon is... one thing I'll need to do soon is take a quick AFK just to get dinner started. Which I'll be doing in the background. I might do that after I get to the next waypoint. Like, which is just a case of duck off, preheat the oven, then return. Go get the moon orb. Then once I got the moon orb, I'll probably put it on. Oh yeah, except for you, alright. Cheers you. Good. Alright, let's just do a quick vendor run, then I'll get started. That sharkskin tunic had big numbers on it. They're big numbers. I can't use it though. Nah, it's gone. Not for me. 5 multi burning damage. It's not an all-around package. It's not there, but two elk shards there is quite a nice. And those boots are rubbish. Okay, we want to pick up the dex, which is 2 points away. Anything else in this area that we want to get while we're here? There's a fire damage cluster, isn't there? Oh, it's like... Where's that fire cluster? Oh, there it is. Ah, ugly spot. 14% fire multi. I don't think it's worth it. Anyways, let's go get my decks, and then... Because these are not dud nodes otherwise, like attack and cast speed is fine too. Alright, I'm just going to take a quick AFK, won't be too long here. Alrighty, I am back. I also just realised I no longer short on transmutes, so kind of no harm in doing that. I am a bit short on... I'm of course short on anything higher than transmutes. So I'm really low on alterations. Sorry, on augmentations. Oh, I've got 2. I'll throw 1 on it. Plus 17 charges is nice. I'll take that. And... right. Back we go. Walker's at level 5 now. It's still not there, but it's gonna get to a point where it starts being an actual damage spell. And it shouldn't be too long till that's the case. Like, it's doing a quarter the tooltip DPS of Fireball at the moment. It's probably a bit less than a quarter in practice. So the only support gem I've got that plays to the actual strength of ignite damage so far is Combustion. And we can target farm something in Merc Lab, or we can trade for it for the rest of them. Ignite Prolif is the real turning point at which the character starts doing what it's intended to do, rather than just being a horrid amalgam of skills that sort of works. Unresolved Anguish here, and it's an amulet. Okay. Not something we necessarily need because we already had one, but still, it's useful to have as an option. And of course the witch is like, I prefer the old look. Divine Life Flask, nice. What are we looking at here? What's our bad flask? Our bad flask is actually terrible right now. 20... yeah, this is just better. Yeah, I'm hoping that Ruthless is now in a spot where I can recommend it. Like, if they've got the end game in a better spot, then it'll be something I'll recommend, which I haven't been willing to do since it since Ruthless came out, just because the post yellow map gameplay was bad. Addressed a lot of the pain points for it though. Yeah, I feel Ruthless is something that people who like it will love it. Magic Iron Ring I'm going to leave on the ground. I don't see a situation where I'm going to want that. Yeah, the multi-skill stuff like that Tumblr is one of the things I think makes the campaign interesting. Like, it's just that bit more dynamic. I mean, now I am igniting with block, and, you know, I'm 100% chance to ignite with it. But I'm still doing a bunch of other stuff as well. Like, I've got my, you know, I need other things. I'm not powerful enough without those other things. And it just gives you more variety when you're playing. You know, Flamethrower Trap. And particularly Flamethrower Trap to get a first ignite on things, and then you get 100% increased fire damage with hits from a mastery. Yeah, one of the ways I've heard it's put, Juice G, that I really liked, Lightning Pen support, don't have a use for that. I really like this way of putting it. Someone said that they thought that the base game is the better ride, and Ruthless is the better game. I certainly agree with that through the axe. I'm withholding judgment until I've gotten to, you know, to 2 Void Stones on the endgame experience. Like, what you want is a wild ride, then you should completely ignore that Ruthless exists. It is not designed for you. But if what you want is a game that's gonna, you know, that's gonna put up some barriers to your progress at various points, and that you're then gonna find solutions to them that may not be the same that other people have found or that you've used before, then that's something that Ruthless should do pretty well. Determination's been gutted, Tumblr, if you're not aware of that. In Ruthless. It's still usable, but it has been crushingly nerfed. It no longer provides flat armor at all. It does give a higher amount of increased armor. Of more armor, but it gives no flat. And so now, now Determination is a still very good gem, but it's no longer seen as, like, the most important chase item in the game. I got very lucky and got Purity of Elements early, which I'm going to use probably nearly forever. The other thing that's changed is that you can target farm, what's it called? You can target farm Grace now. Only Val Grace specifically. You can target farm through the use of Lucid Dreams. A couple of corpses here, not ones we really want, but ones that we might have a use for. You've got, like, I mean, okay, it depends what type of witch you are, which witch you are, but if you're an elementalist, you do have the Bastion defensive node. That, like, a lot of people don't take, but it is good. Honestly, I think one of the things I didn't like about Ruthless in the past was the way that maps felt the same because you were only transmuting them. I believe that's still pretty much the case. So that's one thing that I will say is it was bad in the past. And yeah, like you say, Delvin Fossils is a good option. And this league, like, well, Delve in general is just much more accessible than it's been in the past. Again, like the changes that they made to mechanic accessibility from the Atlas has a big flow-on effect to Ruthless. Exactly, all flames, but also the better Atlas support for Delve as well. Like, it's not as strong as it is in base game, but it's still... You can spec into Delve more than you could before. Oh yeah, good point. That's a good point. Bold Undertakings is new. Yeah. And that was something that Ruthless needed. That's the thing that replaces... I think that replaces Back to Basics, doesn't it? In that location. And it adds... It basically double exalts your maps with one prefix, one suffix. Obviously can brick them if you get unlucky. Grab that chromatic. Okay, here we go. Finally found it. Yeah, all the best with that, Juice G. I'm about to finish Act 8. I have a couple of side tracks I gotta do. Try not to get bricked in and die there. I know what I need. I need a quartz flask. Like, every time I'm having a really sketchy scenario, it's because of being body blocked. Like that there. That may not have looked it to you, but I know I was very close to dying in that spot there when I got body blocked in with a bunch of trash monsters. Alright, Moon Temple boss. I have a gem for that in my inventory. One sec. You're talking... Did you think this was Consecrated Path? I think that's the only thing. Donating blow. Ah, yeah, that's what I thought. Yeah, it's not the one you're that you've got in mind. Yeah, if I'd had Consecrated Path drop, I would have been very happy with that. I know that's a big drop, even though I couldn't use it. That's an Elk Shard. That isn't. Oh, that's a Chrome, of course. And that goes to the vendor. That was a terrible roll on that one. Okay, so... Oh, hang on. I must talk to Clarissa. I always forget this. The number of times I have finished the campaign and forgotten that. It is embarrassing. It happens a lot. Okay, need to think now. Where do we want to go next for fire dot... Let's just get a sense of... There's that fire cluster we were looking at that's inefficient but viable. This is fire with weapons, isn't it? Yep, so that's useless to us. I mean, it's got some real mods in it, but it's mostly not useful. This is also not useful to us, so... I think we are... Snowforged, yeah. I think Snowforged was what I was thinking. That is going to be the next thing to take. Trying to remember where that is. There it is, yeah, Snowforged. Yeah, yeah. And that also gives us written in blood. So we just path directly there. Cool. It gives us Dex node as well. You're thinking the life cluster there, right? Is the one you're talking about that you think that you're talking when you say the good cluster? It's also quite near leadership, which like I don't have any imminent use for, but might be useful later. Definitely grabbing the rat stuff there. Crypt armor being hybrid armor puts me in a good mood to see it. If it rolls well, I can use it. Which isn't really the case for things that are like mono green or mono red. No present plans either way on Eldritch Battery. Like, I'm not currently going to use it, but if things go right, I will. That would then allow me to go. That would then encourage me to go over the top, wouldn't it? Connect up high. Connect through, written in blood. It gives me a bunch of options that way. Maybe that is the way I'll go. It's only like 1 or 2 points less efficient if I don't end up going that way, but it puts me at... Sorry, influence, not leadership. And it also puts me at Whispers of Doom. Yeah. I think I'll do that. And like you say, Mind Over Matter is an option then as well. +1 modifier, very good thing to see. If that Rustic Sash has amazing mods, I will use it, but they have to be amazing. Oh, the coming Calamity armor. It's been good in the past, but it hasn't. It's been power crept out of relevance, basically. The coming Calamity used to be quite good, but it's not there now. I don't see that really changing either. Okay, what do we got here? There. Do pick that up. Yeah, coming Calamity used to just be used on builds that went all in on the Auto Bomber playstyle. These days, those builds would be different, but they'd be around the Herald of Thunder ring. Back then, they used to chain Herald of Lightning, Herald of Ice and Herald of Thunder together off each other. That was the way they were set up. And I feel like it's a sort of build that would work well in yellow maps. Put it that way. But not juiced yellow maps. Not the sort of stuff people were running in Affliction during that period where people were running tier 7s mostly in Affliction League. Because those were they were basically tier 16s, except you put a 7 into the device. That was quite different to that. Yeah, not surprised mirrors drop. It's like... I think enough people play Ruthless that rare stuff will happen. It's not like it's completely dead, and people are efficient. especially the sort of player that's going to play Ruthless, a bunch of them are going to be really efficient. Is he what, the only one ever dropped in Ruthless? No, I'm sure I've seen one before. I'm sure I've seen one linked in a previous league. In Ruthless. Like, when I say I'm sure, let me say I am 60% on that. I mean, I've personally had an Exalt drop in it, which is only 1,000 times as rare. Oh, sorry, it's only 1,000 times as common. Or at least historically was. Don't know if the old data mine info is still true or not. But back when you could data mine it, I figure if tainted oils did exist, they'd be relatively common. Like, they're not that rare in the base game. What do we have here? We have this is the offhand ring that's terrible, so we'll just take that same slot. You're trash. All res, you're an upgrade, even though I don't really care. The mods, that's bricked. Okay, we are upgrading ring. Just, even though the resists are overcapping us, that just gives us flexibility for later. And I'm not keeping the old one because it's not good. Catch you, mate. Have a good one. Have a good one. Alright, I think at this point... No, we haven't yet done Yugal. We were just talking about Yugal and then didn't actually do it. So let's get Yugal out the way. So I am going to take the advice of going Eldritch Battery friendly route. It's a little bit slower, but it's still fine. It just gives us more options later. Mostly if I get more auras. Yeah, the teaser of the new witch is cool. That was really impressive. Kind of funny, it's a day I thought there was no chance of getting stuff out of GGG too, because it was the because it was public holiday in NZ. At least I think it is. It is here for that matter as well in Australia. The so-called Monarch's official birthday. AKA not the current King of England, not the preceding Queen of England, but the previous King of England's birthday. I believe it is. And they've just never changed the public holiday as monarchs have died. Which is actually fine because like it's a time of year that doesn't have enough public holidays in it here in Australia. There's this awful stretch from June to September in Victoria where there's none, and it's like the start of June then the end of September. Okay. You got a lot of savage debuffs here from these things. And, okay, we're clear. That was actually a pretty nasty pack. Just one rare that had Executioner and Bleeds on it. And just a bunch of monsters around them. And also that aura that makes its allies invincible. The aura makes the fight protracted. And then the other mods make it dangerous. Again, I was getting body blocked at times too. Fire and Ignite resistant, evasive, and it's only spikes on death. It's not... There I was thinking that that was something worse. That third mod. Yeah, the Occultist is a cool ascendancy in general. It's a bit unfocused sometimes in terms of it. Like, there's a lot of different things going on that don't always come together. But the whole idea of, you know, soul-chilling cold or chaos damage, the whole idea that sort of seeps away at your life over time, and the whole idea of curses is really good. Power charge stuff feels a bit out of left field, but it's strong, so it's worth having. It's like it's good for mechanical reasons. Ah, is that the way it works, Endemicus? Anyways, like it's good here not having it change. I have no idea when Charles's birthday is, and I don't really care either. But it's good having it at this point of the year. Or if it was in July, it would also be good, just because it's the stretch where there's none for a long time. Victoria's always, I think, has also always kept it because of the snowfields. It's like a sensible kickstart for the tourism season in the snowfields, although this year I don't believe they're doing very well. I think there's basically no snow. Very unlikely that that wand I just picked up is going to be worth my while picking up, but I'll grab it. What I want wand-wise at the moment is a Demon's Horn that is rare. I'd be quite happy to see that. Yeah, you'll see I'm leveling Hex Blast in case I want to use it again later, but I've just been disappointed with its performance so far. Come back, Eagle. Is that him phasing? I think it is. Yep. Drop down a little present for all the new spawns. Ah, I thought he was done. Great, I just popped all my big cooldowns before I was ready. That was a mistake. Get away with it though, because this fight's pretty easy if you don't underestimate it. Ah, that makes sense, Anemicus. Yeah, the AFL Grand Final public holiday here was absolutely an election turner when they introduced that. That was something that was promised, I think it was back in 2014, and was one of the most popular promises I'd ever seen. even people like me that don't follow AFL, like I have a mate who's an ex-AFL player, but even then, like I never followed the sport, and even we like it. So people who do love the sport, it's even better for them.
That would just make life complicated.
It's a very large number of people here too. Now, okay, I gotta get the... Yeah, I've got all my rewards. Gemling Legion. I knew there was a reward I hadn't got yet. It was a Gemling one. Okay, so we're gonna go here. This allows us the option of picking up Influence. How much are we gonna get there? 6% non-curse aura, and then later 14. That's pretty small with just clarity and purity of elements. Because purity of elements is pretty binary. It does give you a bonus for having aura effect. It's just not a very big one. And when you're already resist capped, it's negligible. Is this the correct way? It is, isn't it? Yes. Now, Angelic Kite Shields, I'm not going to do anything with it. It's just I've got to keep those in mind, because if I get one that's got mods on it, it could easily be an upgrade. They're like one of the best spaces in the game for just solving problems. Even problems I don't actually have yet, because I'm overcapped on resists even after Katava. But that means I can then remove items that are providing only resists. There's that gearing phase when you start consolidating your resists onto fewer pieces. Oh, you were quick, Jizg. Very quick. Oh, that was a telehealth consult, right? We'd have to be with that fast. Strength Dex is the best base, but not something I need. Let's detonate all those. Alright. Huh. Yeah, there's stuff about just the non-obvious things to do to prevent things getting worse is like one of those really important things. If it's like, if the illness isn't serious, is often the most important thing you get out of the doc's visit. Alright, here we go. Something you want to be really careful, that grid attack by Solaris, if you can dodge that, which often you can't, but if you can, it's really good to dodge because it hurts hard. It hits hard. Also, as always, Ruthless rules in Intellect. Deaths here will cause the bosses to regain 40% of their health, which is kind of a lot. Means you have to pay attention to the mechanics, avoid the damage you can avoid, and endure the damage you cannot avoid. But you don't want to take too many avoidable hits, because very easy to get ganked. Granite Flask and an Orb of Chance. Orb of Chance is really nice. A Granite Flask could also be alright if it's got any half decent mods on it. Yeah, if you're directly behind, that's the best spot to be. If you're not, you want to be moving opposite. So if he's at, let's say he's standing here and facing this way, if you can't be behind him, what you want to do is move against the direction of motion. That way, if it does hit you, it'll only hit you once. The times you die to that are if you run in its direction of motion. And of course, the Rich is like, your enemies' energies flow through my veins now. Thank you for distracting each other like fools. Because early on they do fight each other. Now, I'm going to transmute this Granite Flask and see if one of them's meaningfully better. 4.8, 4.9. Oh, because it's got quality on it, that's why. And reduced effective chill on you is nifty. Oh, actually, no, it's not. It's a brick for me. But both of those mods are bricks, because this is attack damage leeches life. Yet, neither of them do anything. Yeah, did you find... I guess General Adis should be a lot easier now. Hardest boss in Ruthless used to be the factory late in Act 9. General Adis. Not something you pay attention to in the base game, because the dangerous stuff he does is trivialized by move skills. But in Ruthless, you didn't have move skills at all last time I did it. Now you've got a bad move skill. Ralakesh was causing you trouble, was it? Ralakesh / Groost? That's the one you mean? Act 7 Midway? Or Gruthkul? Yeah. So Ralakesh Groost in the old Act 2 town. Yep. That spear you have to learn the mechanics of. Like, you have to learn... When it starts, you just have to start dodging around it. So you stop DPS and start running in circles around the boss if you can. If you can't run in circles because of his positioning, then you just run decisively so that he doesn't hit you with many of them. And you still had trouble with him. Did you have Bleed Cleanse? Because the other thing that'll wreck you there is bleeds. Usually my experience, like, if people put a defeat down to low DPS, that's sort of seldom the case. It's like, more DPS may allow you to ignore a mechanic that you can't ignore with low DPS, but it doesn't just end encounters either. Yeah. Oh, so you were dealing with a low gem level as well. Yeah, that's going to hurt. There's 3 of those attribute modifiers now. Picking up this one for sure. I would need a miracle for that one to be good, but miracles do happen. I've got a pretty good low-level weapon. So that's trash. Let's check out the rest of this. Not good enough. Big lightning dispels. But it's only got one mod on it. This has fire damage. This is now down to 2 mods because chance to ignite's no longer a mod. I've got without that. This is going to do more damage for fireball and less for wok. I'm just going to get rid of this. I'll get something better. But something better will come soon. I will get an upgrade soon. Bleed Cleanse on a mana flask isn't bad. I've already got Bleed Cleanse, but I'm just going to keep that aside. I don't want to vendor it. No, GSG, I'd rather not take any freebies. It's like advantages that non-streamers don't have shouldn't be something I get. It ends up just... It means that I'm in a bad position to advise anything at all. Yeah, list away, but I'm not going to take it for that reason. I'll let you just sell it to someone else. It's... Heavy belt. That could transmute into an upgrade. That could definitely transmute into an upgrade. Don't have a transmute on me, but I'm going to pick it up. Oh, Regal Orb. I was saying those things are rare before. Thing is, they're actually quite a bit worse in this than in the base game. Because the items are stuck at 3 mods. You're not going to get Exalted Orbs for them. And you don't have bench to give a 4th mod deterministically. Oh, yeah, here's a character, Ruthless Toucan. You've yet to see a Regal, wow. I got an Exalt in my in Ruthless with Gold. I got it in Act 7, which was crazy. An Exalt and a natural 5-link drop. Let's have a look at that. One sec while we just... Oh, hang on. So deal with this mob. So we have Tier 2 Evasion Energy Shield Hybrid Defenses, Tier 2 Evasion Energy Shield Flat Hybrid Defenses, Tier 2 Evasion % Stun Block Recovery, Tier 2 Fire Res, Haunted All Res, unfortunately minimum roll, but that is Chaos as well, so that's 48. This is something, if you could get a Divine Orb onto that. Like, I guess, I don't know how expensive Divines are in this. But, like, that's, if you could Divine that 12 up to something higher, that could end up looking really good. Our next waypoint, I'm going to need to take an AFK to attend to the food I'm cooking, which is going to be the end of this run when it's ready. Yeah, I think it's one of those things that with enough people playing a mode, really rare stuff like that is going to happen. Alright, here we are. It's just typical Steel RNG. The real thing there is that just people who play a lot get rare events happening to them. And that when they do happen, they get talked about. It's that 2 stone is Fire Lightning. I have something reasonable in there at the moment. Got to punch our way through here. Pop down all the healing totems, otherwise you just end up having a miserable time on these guys. In fact, I don't think I could beat them without killing the totems. You only have 10 seconds to kill the last ones after the first ones are dead. I might just put Chimera in here if I've got the choice. I do. And no item drops at all. I don't think Betrayal is very good in this game mode. I'm not sure that I'm right on that, but that's my understanding. Oh, double corrupt, nice. Yeah, a lot of fun uniques. Like, one of the things that Ruthless is really good at is making uniques that are just elk shards in the base game. They're just interesting in it. Like, they have more potential to be used. Oh, that's funny. Oh yeah. Is that this league, Davidos? And are you delving? Because that's, I think, the thing people have been mostly doing for... Like, back when map sustain was tighter, Delve and Elva were the main ways people did it. And Delve and Elva are both way up over what it's been in the past. I am looking to test that out myself, but... Because partly in the base game, so many maps drop that really extremely wasteful of map strategies are viable. And honestly, sometimes are just the best thing to do. Like, sitting there rolling the dice on devoted mods by just throwing map after map into the device. And then if you get Divine Orbs, boom. Hey, Swanized. Welcome, welcome. And sort of getting reasonably close to the end of the stream, Swan, so you might not... so that's going to be unfortunate timing on your end, although we're not there. I've got to go AFK in a sec, like next waypoint. I've got to go AFK and get working on dinner, which is just turning it. But it's reasonably close to cook, because it's chicken wings, they don't take forever. Now that we've got a few people chatting in stream, though, I do have a random question that's going to seem out of left field, but this is me. I'm going to ask this as a poll on my YouTube channel as well, because we're going into a dead period for PathOfExile. I'm expecting like the rest of June and much of July to be pretty dead, up to like at least the middle of July. So the next 5 weeks are going to be dead. One thing I was thinking of doing, and I want people's ideas whether or not they're interested, is some discussion of like other games, specifically in the TTRPG field, and like if that's something that people are interested in or completely disinterested in. That'd be something I've been meaning to. Like, I just got to. I got a couple of things I want to do over on YouTube in terms of timeless content this league, but that's not going to take much of the time. I took last week mostly off as well, which was something I needed to do. it's kind of like what I was thinking. I might do a live stream, depending on whether people are interested in it. Like a Pathfinder Second Edition live stream is something I'm considering doing at some point. Which I probably then, like, I'm intending to bundle up all of the Ruthless playthrough and put it up as a massive single video on YouTube at some point. Nerf prediction videos I probably will do next, but they just don't go very well, is my experience. Like, I feel like with Nerf predictions, there are two ways you can do them. You can do them honestly and say, this is why I think this item might get nerfed, this is whether I think it's appropriate or not. Or, you can do it sensationalist. I find the sensationalist approach is dishonest. I'm not willing to do it, but those are the only ones that do well. So that's my real problem with that. Anyways, while people are thinking on that, I'm just going to go and turn dinner. So, AFK, 3 minutes is probably actually right. I can just keep this 3 minutes thing normally there, but... So, yeah, I'll be back in a sec. And to say that again, I'm back now. First time I said it, I was still on mute. Okay. Let's go through here. Yeah, so the thing I think with buffs and nerfs is that, like I say, you can go sensationalist. Like I could have, for instance, I did a video on Heat Shiver back. Actually, the league it did get nerfed. So back when it was 100% and people thought it was going to get nerfed, and it did. I did a nerf on why I thought it wasn't the best idea to nerf it, because it was a glue that was holding together a bunch of cold spells. That did not do very well. I could have done something that was more sensationalist, like GGG are going to gut this item. Here's why they shouldn't. But I wanted to keep it honest, and that's a difficult thing. Yeah. So Swanos, I think my plan there is, like, I've got to work out exactly what I want to do. Like, I don't expect it will do well. I'll put it that way. Like, I don't expect that if I did anything on TTRPG stuff, it would do very well. But it's sort of something to do while things are dead. Because the rest of this league is going to be pretty bad from a PoE content perspective. Like, I can't see videos going up getting more than, like, almost anything I do will get less than 6,000 views, I reckon. I don't necessarily think the Heat Shiver one needs to be reversed so much as that it was this time when, like, Heat Shiver was increasing build diversity at the time. I don't know that a Legacy Heat Shiver would... I don't know that Legacy Heat Shiver would increase build diversity now. But at the time, it was increasing it. This is sort of the glue holding together a bunch of builds that otherwise weren't playable. Yeah, I do want to do a scarab. I do want to do a scarab overview. That's a good point. Because I feel I just missed with some of the things in the scarab overhaul. Like, it was generally good, but there were a couple of things they got badly wrong, like Divination Scarab of Curation. And Divination Scarabs in general, honestly. Like, they just need to go. They've never made the game better. They've always been a wealth concentrator in the hands of the wealthiest players. They always reduce the impact of loot on the ground, because Divination Scarabs mean that the things that drop that can come from cards, the people who are efficiently farming them get them way better. I did a video ethics on tier 17s. I think that they drop too much drop anywhere loot. That's the main thing that's wrong with them now. That it's good that there's somewhat aspirational endgame stuff. They're probably not quite right on everything. I think the thing with that, Juicy, about SSF is that the game should never be balanced around hard modes. They need to nerf loot. Like, at the moment, the fact that they've had 2 extreme Magic Find leagues in a row means that there's... like, that it feels like you get nothing. Even though you're getting, like, 50 times the loot that you were getting not too long ago. A game feels stingy. Oh, what am I looking for at the moment? I'm looking for something. I'm looking for the event. Like, okay, here's the things I would say need to go. Ghosts need to go. Honestly, player Magic Find needs to go. Whether they ever have the guts to do that is another question. But player Magic Find is terrible. Ghosts are a disastrous mechanic. Like, most people don't enjoy them, but feel compelled to engage with them because they have so much loot when they're done optimally. And the optimal strategies for them are counterintuitive, not fun. They just should go entirely. Yeah, Magic Find as a player stat is terrible. Magic Find on tier 17s is off the charts, and back to basics needs to go. The thing that would happen then is that a whole bunch of stuff that's not loot at the moment becomes loot again. Like Fourth Vow. Fourth Vow goes from, oh yeah, I guess someone might buy that in my cheap dump tab, to, oh wow, there's hundreds of people that want this item and don't have it yet. Let the bidding war commence. Back to basics is the single worst thing in the game at the moment. It is, like, it makes maps less fun when you use it. It is so good that you feel compelled to use it, and it is so deadly that it tricks new players into using it because they don't understand how deadly it is, and then they end up getting slaughtered over and over again and complaining the game's too hard. Yeah, back to basics is the only thing I think is a must remove. Removing headhunter charges on, I think tier 17s need to lose the buffs that they were given mid-league. They need to lose them. The loot buffs. They were in a fine place loot-wise when they had genuinely good unique items that people wanted, and also uber fragments. So they gate a whole bunch of loot people want. Oh, the other thing I think they should do, speaking of 17s, the other thing I think they should do with 17s is add other sources of the uber boss fragments. So, like, just an example, say you do the Unbreakable heist. We're not talking about the Fortress map, but the original location of that. That's an endgame boss. It's an easy one, much easier than a tier 17. So maybe it could have a 10% chance to drop a random fragment. All sorts of these off-Atlas bosses. Maybe you kill Uhtred in an expedition logbook. Or not necessarily Uhtred, maybe you kill Medved in a logbook. Those sorts of things should give you uber fragments sometimes. The harder the boss is, the more fragments you get. Like Uber Atzri might be more than Medved. Medved more than Unbreakable. Chayula somewhere in between. And then you have things that are currently orphaned from the Uber bosses, like, say, Simulacrum Wave 30. There's another reason to consider doing them. Oh, you get an actual rare item here. I'll take something hybrid.
Be careful.
Yeah, percentage increase, I mean, maps are worthless in the base game now anyway, so
Can we be of help?
it's like they're not treasure because they're so common. There's a certain amount you need to function, but... Oh, what we got here? 28 cold rares, no life, just ES. Ooh, it's like, nah, I actually prefer what I've got. I think what's going on there, Nix, is that you have extreme experience with the encounters in the Uber bosses. So you know what's going on. You know how to beat them well. I don't think people have that with Uber bosses. Oh, sorry, with tier 17s. I think the best spot mapping has ever been in was back when the default was tier 10-ish, and 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16 were things that you needed to work on, you needed to invest in sustain to get, but that you could get. And like I used to, this is the incursion to synthesis era. I used to buy a whole bunch of tier 10s once my Atlas was reasonably complete, or maybe a bit higher than 10, and then just farm 16s to sell to other players. And that was an entire niche that's pretty much gone now. Like, there's still a bit of that goes on, but it's all really, really messy. Some monster packs are broken, yeah. Those spider things are ridiculous. Like, there's individual little things like that that are overtuned like mad. And the bosses are different to each other, which I'm not a fan of them being so far from each other. I thought I heard a drop then. There's something, nah, doesn't seem like it. It's also sometimes just like, I think defenses are in a broken state at the moment. And this is because a while ago, GGG gigabuffed determination, and everyone started using it. But the solution was to nerf determination a little bit. They didn't touch it, and instead they started giving monsters ways to bypass physical damage mitigation. So this meant that now lightning coil is a better defense than armor. Even 500,000 armor. Like, lightning coil will keep you alive better against monstrously dangerous physical hits than 500,000 armor will. And that means that players are forced to go with damage shifting in order to deal with that. I actually think the underlying problem is not that lightning coil is too good. It's that monster physical penetration is too high. You know, like if you think of, say, fire resist is a reliable defense. There's a couple of monsters that can penetrate it, like Uberatsuri has quite a bit of penetration of it. But it's used sparingly, and it's used when it's right to use it. Whereas Fizz Overwhelm, the numbers on it are ridiculously high. Monsters have, like, random rares have 30% Fizz Overwhelm, and so you go from taking not very much damage at all from physical to then suddenly one monster is like, slap, you know, one shot and 2,000 damage too much to one shot you. What I think they need to do is keep Fizz Overwhelm in the game, but bring the numbers back down to about 12%. Once that's done, I think you'll see a bunch of moving away from the Lightning Coil setups. Lightning Coil will still be viable, but it won't be as everywhere as it is now. You'll see more use of Determination and the like. Nerf Determination, if anything, has to be nerfed, or Molten Shell, but probably, like, I feel like you could probably nerf Determination by 2 gem levels. I used to say 5, but I don't think I'd mind having another league where Determination's really good. Then once you've done that, like, I think there's just more variety in player defenses than there is now. Like, at the moment, it is Fizz taken as X is the correct way to build defenses for most people. For most builds. Or going glass cannon. Like, you know, for some degree of glass. You might be a glass cannon, you might be a ceramic cannon that's a bit tankier, but can still accepts that dying is going to happen a fair bit. And the other thing that they could do is give things like, if you want to really narrowly punish Fizz Overwhelm, oh sorry, not Fizz Overwhelm, Fizz to X conversion, I'm not necessarily advocating this, but it's an option. Monster deals, I don't know, 100,000... monster deals 10,000 physical damage. Inherently has 50% lightning conversion. Then on top of that has a... has 5% lightning pen on that ability. And then suddenly a bunch of the defenses that people are using now, that's a bit of a soft counter to lightning coil defenses. Not a hard counter. Tumblr, you are thinking of that from a hardcore perspective, though. And again, GG don't balance around hard modes, and shouldn't. You can definitely have 60% suppression, lucky suppress, mastery, and 75 resist across the board, and be perfectly fine in red tier maps without massive escalation of map modifier effect.
Yes.
That's a brick.
See.
I am Jun. Some of them.
I'm not necessarily saying you die a lot. Die occasionally.
Well. See ya.
I'd have to think on that, Nikes. But yeah, if you gave some monsters partial Fizz to element conversion and penetration of the element they convert into, that would be something that would be punishing for lightning coil based defenses. Not crushing, but punishing for them. It'd be a way to attack them that would be, like, I think would feel harsh but fair. Again, though, none of this ridiculous 30% penetration. That's crazy. That should not be in the game except on things that are meant to one-shot. Like, say, Maven Memory Game Fail. That can have like huge penetration stats on it. You'll see here I'm getting a lot more rare items than I was earlier in the progress, and that really is because of the rarity I've got. Yeah, Shaper Slam would be interesting if Shaper Slam was changed to have partial conversion and penetration of what it converted into. That's another sort of example like that. Like, honestly, Shaper Slam could well be. That would be a good example of something that could be 15% convert to each element, and also 10% penetrate all elements. Then suddenly, armor is probably the best way to defend against that then. You know, like, as it probably should be for a Shaper Slam. Like, Shaper Slam is... I don't mind that Shaper Slam is tankable. The fight's very different whether it's tankable or not. Try it on a Deadeye if you want to see, like, how different the fight feels when you've got to dodge that or die. It's a different fight. Yeah, agree with Tumblr. Like, there's armor has overwhelm built in. Like, just the bigger the hit is, the more it overwhelms. I honestly think that's the worst thing with defenses at the moment, and probably actually the worst thing in the game currently. We're in level 61 at the moment. This is good news. This means that tier 2 flat element to spells, I believe, can now drop. If we get that on a Demon's Horn, we are golden. We are definitely taking an upgrade there. That'll be a big upgrade if we get that. Be a huge amount of flat element. And it's a common mod too, flat element to spells. I think the highest tier is weight 800 at any given time. It's just a bit lower than the most common mods. I think I will kill Shakira here, and then that will be the end of this stream, because dinner's nearly ready. I think that'll be my plan. I'm also thinking I will put the VOD of the Ruthless run up in its entirety on YouTube at some point, which I don't think, like the stuff I was talking about with TTRPG stuff before, I don't think it'll do all that well, but it's just something a bit interesting. Yeah, I agree, pure ES is in a brokenly bad spot, but I don't think ES is in a bad spot. Like, you can make ES work with either evasion or armor. You just can't make it work well by itself. Fixing that would require limiting discipline somehow, so that discipline would need to give more ES, but would also need to be, maybe here's a way that you could adjust it. Make it so that discipline has its existing text, but also has a new line, which is, if discipline is your only aura, 30% more ES. I'm not sure 30% is the right number. Oh, what on earth was that? Like a whole bunch of ping, 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 ping. Oh god, it's a bunch of trolls. One sec. Let's just look to see how to deal with these twits. How do you do this again? Obviously, I'm going to ban them all. But I'm just looking to see if there's a better way to do this. You didn't even see what they'd said for a while there. It's probably a bunch of bots. Has to be a better way to do this. The thing with blocking specific phrases is that they're usually pretty smart at getting around that sort of rubbish. Yeah, let's see if that's everything now. Yeah, it's some bot. Anyways, they're gone now. Like, all of them are banned. Obviously, like, one of the things that they do, right? So there's a bunch of people who go out of their way to be pricks online, but there's also people who are politically motivated trolls. And one of the things that they will do is in order to try and mess with any automated systems that Twitch have in order to deal with bad actors, they just flood people who have nothing to do with their rubbish hatred and spam stuff like that in order to make it so that Twitch can't just deal with all of them. Disable highlight my message. Yeah, that's not a bad idea. I don't know. I don't mind it when it's used in good faith. It's good. I probably need to make it so that you can't use it instantly. I think that's the solution, really. Because the thing is that the phrase that they used would just be changed a little bit if they were to, if I was to ban that phrase. That's an interesting idea, Nikes. Yeah, that's one that's, there's a bunch of stuff like that. That's essentially all you're doing is you're finding a way to give ES that is punishing. What's really funny, Juice G, you know what's hilarious? So you said that, and yours got held by automod, but it didn't get the ones from the pricks. And that's really funny. So for those of you that can't see, I'm probably not going to hit allow on it, but Juice G just said just ban the first 3 letters of the slur that they were spamming. And my automod ate that. So it said, yeah, do you want to allow it? Do you want to deny it? And I'm just going to not allow it for the just so it doesn't look like I'm, yeah.
I need more mana.
Yeah, I think I prefer the ES and armor one because that then means that you can't use either Divine Shield or Ghost Stance, both of which are really good. Like ES with Divine Shield is good now. ES with Ghost Stance is good right now. Yeah. See, ART, your comment didn't get it set off. There's a word that I won't use because of its extreme similarity to said slur, but that George R.R. Martin uses a bit that means cowardly. But the spelling essentially starts with... The first 6 letters of this word are a misspelling of the slur, just with an A instead of an E. It's a legitimate Old English word, but it just has the... I think it means cowardice. Oh, sorry, cowardly. But it's one of those things that has fallen out of popularity over time. And it's like just this real... There's this Scunthorpe problem, really. The Scunthorpe problem is this town in... I think it's Scotland, called Scunthorpe, that every online filter blocks the name because it's second through 5th letters are C-U-N-T, even though the word is nothing to do with that. It's just the name of a town. It's kind of funny trying to see how people deal with it, but then you get pricks like those people before. Anyways, rant aside, reasonably close to the end of the stream anyway. I'm going to have a look and see. We'll pick up this Written in Blood. I have time for one more waypoint, and maybe we'll do the... what do you call a thing? Labyrinth Trial. We'll do that. Then I'll be finished. Then I'll go and get my dinner, which is going to be cooked about now. Chicken. Well, yeah, because you don't have any... Like, Ruthless has a... I believe Ruthless, one of the ascendancies has... recoup life as ES, as a thing that exists in it. Sorry, no, damage is recouped as energy shield, which I don't think is something you can really get any appreciable amount of in the base game. That's the sort of thing I think could be a defensive setup in the top of the tree. So the thing that's interesting with Evasion Suppress is that they don't really synergize with each other, except in the sense that they cover each other's weaknesses. Like, Evasion is middling against attacks, and Suppression is god tier against spells. So in that sense, they cover each other's weaknesses, but they don't really interact in any way other than that. But yet still they're enough. Left has max res and armor, like you say, which covers everything except Fizz Overwhelm. I mean, the one thing you're short on if you're going for block up the top is that you've got... yeah, the one thing if you're going for block up the top is that... hang on, here we go. That you can get a lot of block on gear. Like, attack block. Spell block is a hard one to get. And yeah, suppression is probably too powerful, which means that damage gets scaled up around the expectation players have it. That's another problem at the moment. I mean, that's probably up there with Fizz Overwhelm, but Fizz Overwhelm is the real problem now. I think we might have maybe missed it. Down here, possibly. Well, I mean, shields themselves have, like, 29% by default, and you can get, like, 40-something on the right shield. Like, that's not enough. You need some from other sources, but that is a lot. And yeah, staff can get more, but then you're playing a staff. Ah, Ice Nova. No, Ice Nova's fine. Forgetting it's early in progression. Ice Nova not that scary. Alright, let's go do the Labyrinth Trial, and this will be the end of the stream, unfortunately. I'll have a look and see who's online. Shields are just so good. Yeah, look after yourself, Juice G. I'll be offline very soon anyway, so you're pretty much at the end of the stream. All I'm going to do, my only objective remaining, is getting to the next waypoint. So that's going to be the end, and then I'll go raid someone. A less obnoxious raid than the one we just had before. Hey, Swanazed, yeah, thanks. I'm intending to continue with this later, but I'm probably going to splice parts 1 and 2 into a YouTube video, get it up online at some point, and then after that, maybe do the Atlas, which will be probably have Acts 9 and 10 in it. Anyways, thanks all. I'm going to have a look and see who we've got in the way of people to go and raid at the moment. It might help if I look on Twitch rather than Twitter. Autocorrect actually guessed something else. Desilmane's on. Desilmane it is. I've got a long ad. Anyways. Oh, howdy all. Welcome back, welcome back, welcome back. We are going to be continuing a playthrough of Ruthless at the moment, seeing how it has changed with the 3.24 scarab changes, which seem to be pretty significant, and we want to get a bit of a sense as to how they actually play out. All that aside, I don't think there's much more to say other than that we're currently on an Ignite Elementalist that is not yet together. That's pretty normal in Ruthless, so character is pretty low power, but they're certainly up to the challenges we're facing. I've had exactly one lucky drop so far, and that one lucky drop was a Purity of Elements. That is something that in Ruthless is a very big drop indeed, and not something you would normally expect to get during the campaign. So, last time we were playing, we were currently up to here in the campaign storyline. I have done the Labyrinth trial in Act 9, and I have done Cruel Labyrinth. So we are double ascended. And we've got our reasonably solid golems as a result of that, the auto summons. So I've got the Ignite node, which is a lot weaker in Ruthless than base game, but it still does function as an Ignite node. Additionally, we are very starved on good support gems. That's pretty typical in Ruthless. You just don't get very many of them. But we are in that enviable position of having capped resistances, I think even after Katava at the moment. Which gives me a lot of flexibility, because in Ruthless it's very stingy on jewelry drops in particular, and also on any access to crafting. The League mechanic is a bit of an exception though. The League mechanic sort of changes how Necropolis feels. For anyone that's watching this after the fact on YouTube, I am intending to post this whole thing eventually up on YouTube. So if you're watching this after the fact on YouTube, yeah, basically there'll be some conversation that's going on that you won't be a party to because I'll be talking to someone that may have chatted in stream. I'm sure you'll figure out what that is when it happens. Definitely picking up rares. Oh, and that's the other thing I've done. I have picked up a loot filter as well, which I should probably... Oh, I do have one. Where is that? It's Documents My Game. I've moved it somewhere else. I should just find where it is. Ruthless filter. So I'm just having a look for this in Documents at the moment. Start at Ruthless filter. Let's just see if I can find it. I don't know where it is. Is it in my downloads? It's not in my downloads. I've lost it. I've put it somewhere that is probably not... Oh, there it is. Found it. Excellent. Put that in the correct location. And now we should be able to close out of this maybe and then come back in. Is that going to be... Yeah, there we are. Filter blade. Alright, so that should now sing out a bit more about things that are kind of top 5% drops. Should be a bit more apparent when they do appear. I'm killing every rare monster as we go, mostly because like I am still in this position where I want upgrades, and also gem levels are a big upgrade that I'm working towards all the time when I kill stuff in the campaign anyway, and I'm not really trying to go at lightning speed. I do think Ruthless at lightning speed would be a messy sort of thing to try and pull off, mostly because of the RNG associated with your what do you call it? Support gem drops. Support gem drops would be icky. Like if someone got Ignite Prolift support, then they're going to be in a dominant position. They're just going to win. If there's a race in Ruthless, if they're like playing a build that can use that support gem. So So you see now that we've got a proper filter set up, a bunch of stuff that's kind of rubbish is now a lot less visible. Okay, interesting that we're starting to get a bit more damage relatively on the Wave of Conviction. Wave of Conviction is not linked up as much as Fireball is, and Fireball, you'll notice I've got Phantasm support on it just because, like, it's not a good support for the gem, but it's a support that works on it. Oh, we're now level 68. That is going to mean that from now on we will have the Ruthless specific XP penalty applying to the character. I don't think it's very severe up to about level 80, but after that it's pretty impactful. You really do not want to die in Ruthless, even if your goal is just to hit 90. You really do not want to be dying. Whereas base game, like that, I really don't want to die, kicks in about maybe a little later in progression than 90, like maybe 93 is when deaths start hurting in Ruthless, in base game. Okay, we'll pick this up, and then we're pretty full on inventory at the moment. Hey, Hermit Craig, welcome, welcome. Once more, for anyone that watches this after the fact when it goes up on YouTube, the chat, I can't really burn it into the screen. It's technically possible. It's just that I had a bunch of trolls last time I was on when I hadn't thought about doing it, and it's realised, yeah, you can probably end up getting a bunch of stuff I would have to then go and manually edit out of the video. Oh, ouch, mate. Ouch, ouch, ouch. Yeah, so Hermit Craig was running Ruthless on Hardcore Ruthless. I've died twice on this character. Once was to Extreme Overconfidence on Merveil. And was it Merveil or was it somewhere near Merveil? Yeah, it was Merveil second phase. And once was to something else that was like more of a nasty situation I just didn't foresee. I am looking for the side quest around here, the, what do you call it, the one to kill Garakan. No, yeah, Garakan. Grothkal's the one in Act 7. You do not get the Pantheon in Ruthless, but you do still get all of the skill points for the Pantheon monsters. But not having the Pantheon is quite a big deal. It's something that feels like fluff in the base game until you don't have it. And then suddenly you're like, oh gee, I really wish I had the Pantheon right about now. Yeah, I was thinking, Hermit Craig, something that could be really interesting would be a race to perhaps level 82 in Ruthless, but subject to the rule that you can't use support gems during the campaign, which would be something that slows people down, but would also mitigate some of the extreme RNG that would exist otherwise in a Ruthless race. I don't know if it'd be fun or not. It'd be at least something interesting and different. You probably end up with a pretty set meta. Oh, that gives me options. Yeah, SRS Guardian was, like, I believe it was absurd the first league after the Guardian overhaul in Ruthless, but then it sort of has remained really good since it was brought down to earth. I'm just going to pop that down there. Yeah, one of the abilities of the Revenants is a corpse explosion. So if you have a magic or rare corpse, really a rare corpse at your feet, that can mess you. Like, that can just wreck you. They are basically the game's current equivalent of what Devourers used to be back when Devourers were terrifying. Which is a while ago now. There's a period when Devourers were just absolute wrecking balls. I feel like the other thing that would kill you a lot in Hardcore Ruthless would be some of the Pantheon monsters, like the, say, Innocence Touched Rare Monster or something like that, that you don't realise in time it's got such a nasty mod on it. Probably actually Arakali would be the most sketchy of the lot. I did have a combustion support drop, which is a really good thing to see. It's the only Ignite specific support gem I've had. And like, I've got the capacity to trade. I'm playing in Ruthless Necropolis trade, but I just haven't done any of it yet. Got to kind of play the mechanics on a lot of bosses, especially because if you die, they recover 40% health. At least mandatory bosses do. I'm not sure about Pantheon bosses. I haven't died to any of them. Especially like the sort of messier scenario here where you've got two different bosses simultaneously. I gotta get away from that. That's a couple of really sketchy abilities on this guy. I do have 100% Ignite chance, which is good because that does not come automatically on the Ruthless Elementalist. But I haven't had much trouble getting that. Oh yeah, there's still people doing trades in... I think one of the things with Ruthless is it attracts people who have an attitude to trade. It's not... Like, if your attitude to trade is really what's in it for me, you probably play the base game instead of Ruthless. So it attracts people who have more of a attitude on trades of, oh, let's do the right thing by the other party in the trade. Get Garakan down. This is getting a bit protracted. There we go. Culling Strike, of course, pulling its weight. And we should probably... Let's just ID and drop this unless it's... yeah, it's not going to give us a... It's not going to be one that gives us an Elk Shard. If it had been a mod that gave Elk Shards, I would have kept it. I want to go now to the waypoint. And then I have a town portal already up at the next zone that I need to go to. A refinery historically was the hardest boss in the campaign in Ruthless, but since they added Quick Step, I'm not sure if that's still the case. Yeah, I think in that sense, Ruthless tends to have a feel that's more familiar to people who play private leagues than base game. Like the sort of medium and even large private leagues, where there's no mirror crafting going on, there's no, like, everything is subordinate, like, everything about my trade transactions is subordinate to getting the next reagent I need to make another attempt at the mirror craft item. Because, yeah, there's no mirror crafting in Ruthless. Mirrors exist, at least one is known to exist, as far as I'm aware of, in this league. You'll see I'm getting quite a number of rares that might seem a bit weird. That's because I've got a really good right ring that has rarity prefix and rarity suffix on it, as well as being a 6-mod Gravecraft item. Both a low tier, or both a middle tier rarity, but still that adds up to a lot. Okay, so let's go here first. So I'm getting a lot more rares than you would normally expect in Ruthless. No. No one's going to want that. Oh, hang on. Cold and Lightning. I think this is an upgrade. I'll check that properly. Oh, wow. That's a helmet. That's a helmet, alright. Okay. That helmet goes on. This is a downgrade. That's a downgrade. Cold up multi-flood. Yeah, no, that's trash. My weapon is trash, but that is worse. Yeah, I have like 50% rarity, and it's just bonkers. It's like, so where are we? I gotta check that in. I checked that in a combat zone with auras up. So let's just go here first. Oh yeah, we do not need the rarity, and we can easily do without the rarity. And this has just got more life. It's got more base defenses. It's just a straightforward upgrade, even though we'll keep the old rubbish. So do we actually need this to be double blue? Not really. Hexblast is not something we're using. Something we might not mind leveling, but I feel like the better way to do that is actually not using a chrome initially. It's gonna there. It actually worked. It did exactly what I wanted it to do. Okay. Hexblast isn't currently being used, but I do want to keep it on hand. And this helmet is trash. This helmet is much better, but I have a 3-link in this helmet, don't I? Oh no, I've actually moved. Okay, so all I need is blue-green. All I need is blue-green. Anything else is a bonus. Can I get blue-green realistically in this though? What is it? 85 strength. Getting a single. I get a single off color. Do I actually need? Oh yeah, I do absolutely need quick step. Let's just see what we get. Oh, double green, double green, double green. So we could go. Flamethrower trap is the only thing we can use with that. I'm keeping this. I'm keeping it. I'm not going to commit to using it yet, but I'm keeping it. I kind of just don't want to burn currency at the moment. Yeah, Gravecraft, I've got this. This is like legit good. This is 6 mods. That 31% rarity is a prefix and a suffix. I also have Gravecrafted something else, but I can't remember what it was. I think I Gravecrafted an Act 2 weapon that I'm not using anymore. But this amethyst string is nuts. Like, this thing is going to be used for a while. Alright, yeah, let's go forward. Oh, hang on. Trying to remember what I was in the middle of chasing for at the moment. It was this, wasn't it? So just pick this up. I was going to go for Snowforge next. And this gives me... There's like a few things here that are borderline serviceable without being great. But nothing I actually want. I'll just take the 2 life nodes, then Snowforged. Okay, this zone is terrifying. Yeah, the mods don't really matter. It's the boss. The boss, the boss, the boss. This is before Quick Step, this was the hardest boss in the campaign. In Ruthless, we shall see if it still is or not. May well not be, though. Quick Step will be a big boost for it. So the reason that this boss is so dangerous is that he's got tight control of your movement, as well as a number of... when I say tight control of your movement, what I mean is that he drops a whole bunch of stuff on the ground that makes the arena itself hostile. One thing I really noticed though with, speaking of Ruthless and the League mechanic, this League mechanic has been so strong in Ruthless that one of the main groups of people who do play Ruthless have set up a private league that's parented to permanent Ruthless, so it doesn't have the Necropolis League mechanic in it. Because I feel that it gives so much power that it just transforms the feel of the game. Do I want that? I should just pick it up for an option. Figure it's worth transmuting. If it transmutes well, then great. Especially with it being a good explicit mod on it. I feel like we have quite a lot of damage for Act 9 Ruthless without having traded. And also, like, really good defenses. These defenses I'd be fine with in the base game at this point. I'm, like, only 11 health under the, like, typical new player recommendation of 300 times the act you're in of health. I have Energy Shield making up for that. And I've got not just cap resistances, but cap through Ally Weakness Curse. But Here we go. The boss with the big telegraphed slams that you have a lot less capacity to dodge in this mode than you normally do. Quick step is actually pretty significant now that I play around with it. Yeah, quick step makes this guy a lot easier than he was. Oh, do not want that. I've got to fix Wok to be only. Yeah, hang on. I got to change Wok to attack only when moving. Oh, you know what I mean. That setting has to change on it. But yeah, I have legit had trouble with that guy in the past, and it did not feel like it at all. Always attack without moving. That's the thing we need. That goes really on everything as well. Third Azara, you mean? I guess I don't really consider Third Azara to be part of the campaign. I sort of think of him as being something you can come back to after you've done 20 maps if you need to. But yeah, if you force him beforehand, then yeah, I agree. I just feel like that is an option. That's not something you have to do. Okay, this is also pretty good. It's got better life on it, worse resistances. It's just a side grade. I'm going to keep it. Not for the current character, but might be useful later if I make another one. Yeah, I must say I found that to be a lot easier. Hey, Creo, welcome. I found Adis to be a lot easier just because you've got the quick step. Like, that was enough. That was enough movement to make him a lot easier than he's been in the past. Now we're going into bleed area. It is 2 is my bleed cleanse flask. I do have one of those. In fact, I've had 2 of them so far. Hey, thanks, mate. Yes, so streaming for me is sort of a pretty ad hoc thing. It's just when I'm in the mood for it. But I decided I wanted to do the whole Ruthless playthrough on stream rather than it be something that's like done off stream with a separate video at the end. I think what I'll do is I'll go as far on, like, the next YouTube video that I post up for it though will be quite late in it, I'd say. It'll be like maybe the middle third of the progress to 2 waypoints. So I might keep going until I hit, say, I don't know, 40 Atlas bonus. That might be when I'll stitch together everything into a video. Oh, yeah, you know what's really funny with the shirts, Creo? So, like, until I was 35, I always wore black. Always wore black. And then one day I was like, why do I always wear black? And I didn't have a good answer for it, so I was like, okay, well, I'm not doing that anymore. And here we are. 7 years later, full of ridiculous meme shirts. You know, I've got my... I probably should... I'm going to at some point start doing them as channel merchandise. I've just got to get that established. It's like the existing providers are... the commercial providers are not very good in my opinion. I haven't tried Fourth Wall yet, but their prices look pretty high. Streamlabs I haven't been impressed with, and I think they're shutting down in favour of promoting Fourth Wall instead. Oh, yikes, that was a big hit. Someone was talking about how Revenants are OP. There was a good example of that there. What have we got on this at the moment? Divine Mana Flask is probably better. Not that it's necessarily all that important how much throughput I've got on mana recovery. That Revenant bomb on the ground, gotta watch that. That's a killer. This guy is completely a waste of time usually. Watch me say that and then get something good off him. Yeah, that's something I am thinking of. Like I actually got as far as having a chat to a supplier about them, that I liked the supplier, but then the supplier went broke. So they're surprisingly cheap. It's just labor intensive to organize the all the shipping. I want to do a test run at some point, but I know what it costs to Australia. I don't know what it costs to other places, so I probably have to do a test run with one individual person from the States that wants one individual person from Canada that wants one, Germany, UK, places that I get a lot of viewers from. And then, like, if it turns out that there's an individual place that where someone wants one that would just be unreasonable to do, I could just refund it if it happens later. But it's like I then have to spend like time every morning checking orders that have come in, organizing them all. That's my hesitation on doing it. Hey, going, welcome. Whereas you can use one of the companies to do that, but then they end up with their own priciness. You haven't played Ruthless much yet, have you, Gone, or? Yeah, so this is the third part, although I haven't posted the second to YouTube yet. I'm going to stitch the second, third, and probably fourth together. So I don't think I don't think this is going to be a long stream tonight. It's not going to be short, but I don't think it's going to be long either. Like, I'm not expecting that I'll still be going in 8 hours time or anything like that. So I feel like once I've got a decent amount, I'll stitch together into a second marathon on YouTube. I'll say that the campaign is definitely more fun than it is in the base game. I'm not trying to go fast. I'm about 11 hours into this run. No, 12 or 13 actually. I'll check that later, but I think it might actually be closer to 13. So the first video was 8 hours 15, wasn't it? On YouTube, and then the second stream I feel might have been 4. If it was 4, then we're now currently at the 13-hour mark, give or take. But I'm not sure whether the third stream was 4 or not. So, actually, I got my Twitch dashboard. I can check that. So, where is it? Content. Video producer. Oh, it was 4:30. Okay. So, based on that, 4:30 plus 8:15 plus 30 today. So, we're 13.25 hours in with no attempt to go fast. I got lucky getting Purity of Elements, but I actually don't really need it that much at the moment. That makes sense, yeah. If you are having fun with the campaign at the moment, then yeah, stick to what you're doing. Boots could be an upgrade. Boots are not an upgrade. Skein is, yeah, no, not an upgrade. If we can get a tier 1... It doesn't even need to be tier 1. Even a tier 3 flat fighter spells, which shouldn't be hard to get. I've just got to start IDing caster weapons on the ground. I think, Creo, that they have to fix... they really have to fix up how much Giga Juicing has jumped the shark in recent leagues. I sort of feel like there's one fun league to having everything in the game. And maybe not even one fun league, but I've already had that. So if we had another 323 or 324, I'm just going to get bored real quick. And granted, there's some stuff that isn't trivial to get, like Simplex Amulet or Focused Amulet and stuff like that. But the question then comes down to, is the process of getting them fun? I don't know, the biggest... Like, I like Heist, but I feel like the amount of Heist necessary to get that sort of stuff is not particularly fun. Fireball just hit level 16. Okay, that's... I want to check what the level rec on that is. Fireball is level 56 gem, and we're in a 64 zone, and we're 68. Or are we 69? 68. So gems will fall way behind in this. Yeah, I think like really the only scarab that needs a change, that absolutely must have a change, is the divination scarab of curation has to be gutted. The other divination scarabs, I'd be fine to see divination scarabs as a category removed, honestly. Then they could reassess, like, because they've nerfed the drop rates of divination cards since they made those scarabs more available. Like, every time they've become more available, the drop rates of div cards that are semi-chase have been nerfed. So you could undo that and have it so that we're back to the spot where, you know, you'd have a drop rate, like for the Apothecary, could be in the 20 range rather than in the 7.5 range. And 17s, they just need loot nerfs, honestly. They just need the base game loot dropped. Then I think they'll be in a much more interesting spot where they're optional content. I did also go into some other thoughts on a video I did on them. I think the other thing that they could do with is having... the other thing they could do with is putting the... 50 tier rating! Oh, wow. Sorry, that's a big drop. In Ruthless. The other thing they could do is put the... what do you call it? I just lost my train of thought on tier 17s. Oh, yeah. Access tokens for Uber Boss fragments should come from other semi-aspirational content as well, not just 17s. So, if you like 17s, great, you run them. But if you prefer to, say, run all the Crystal King, or maybe you get a decent chance at getting an Uber Boss fragment from him. Yeah, that sort of thing where 17s become the best place to get them, but not the only place to get them. You know, you complete a flawless breachstone, you get one, potentially. Like you complete a specific Maven's invites, like Maven's Invite the Feared should drop Uber Boss invites particularly. They also bricked the drops on Cortex. Every Uber Boss is profitable. Build bricking mods I think are fine. Like they just mean that the builds can, like, you just roll over them if they brick you, or you trade them. Like people aren't even trading them at the moment, which indicates that like they would have traded them in the first week. Just not many people got there. Yeah, I think you'll find that people who are at that level are still making the same number of mirrors per hour as last league. I think you just maybe knew more about the strats last league, or you had more of an edge over other players. Honestly, though, I'm foregoing back to what it was like before Magic Fine Jump the Shark, which really is like 320, 21, 22 were fine. 319, 23, and 24 were not. They were the three Magic Fund leagues: Calandra, Affliction, and this. I should pick this thing up. All right, we're gonna go the Snowforge route, which is the bottom. Here's the bottom path, yeah. Like, last league was just a case of, like, you had that rubbish that was going on with Abyss Spires. It's like, here's this counterintuitive farming strat that's so much better than everything else you could possibly imagine, that you feel absolutely punished if you don't do it. It's convoluted. No one would think of it without being told about it, outside, like, a couple of people. This league, you still have those same things. It's just that this league, they look a bit different. This league, it's the Shaper... It's back to basics, tier 17s, and Shaper, All Flames for the quantity. It's the All Flames and Back to Basics are the two things that make this a Magic Find League. Like more at least as extreme as Calandra or probably comparable to last. You have a look at like that's the reason that Headhunter is 6 divines for a whole bunch. Yeah. And All Flames have a higher impact on T17s than they do in the base game. Yeah, but last league was ridiculous inflation. Like, I mean, you don't want to compare to... You don't want to compare to things that were unusually common. Because, like, you can say last league, oh my god, everyone was poor because you could only afford... like, 4 corruption chambers an hour. Whereas this league, you can afford, a whole bunch of farming strategies will get you 20 corruption chambers an hour in trade. Because, like, there's changes in demand. Last league, all currency that was base drop pool was close to worthless. Like fracturing orbs, for instance, they were 40 divines not because fracturing orbs were more expensive than usual, but because divines were close to worthless. So, and also last league was like worst of all time for just being a Magic Find dumpster league. Like, it's like you could not get killing regular monsters had no reward last league, which has never been the case before. Like, you had to do either a degenerate strategy or a strategy that made something specific. Otherwise, you got nothing. Yeah, Screamin' Jay is right there. You can, like, obviously, with uniques that are common, like, and that's true with, what's the other unique that's really like that? I mean, obviously, there's Venter's Gamble is really roll range sensitive, but there's that flask, the Magic Find flask. What's it called? Divination Distillate. Divination Distillate is tremendously more, more valuable with good rolls. Yeah, Cesar Max has a good point there that there comes a point where you optimize the fun out of the game. I feel like last league was the most extreme we've ever seen of optimizing the fun out of the game. This league is pretty close as well, and that's why I'm over in Ruthless now. Like where there's just the difference between chill, relaxed play and hyper-optimized play has never been bigger than it was last. Like where... There is a sweet spot, yeah. There is a sweet spot where you feel like your play decisions matter, but you don't feel like you get nothing. So one thing I'm doing here that I've mentioned this a couple of times in previous incarnations of this stream, may not be immediately apparent why I've got this trap with me. One of the things in Ruthless where you don't have access to as many support gems as you would want is that you have to find other things you can do rather than going all in on one skill. And big cooldown skills, doesn't really matter which one they are. I'm using Flamethrower Trap here, but you can use other ones. They just tend to do way more damage per active second that you put into them. Alright, here we go with the boss that in the base game is arguably the hardest in the campaign. Act 9 Chevron. Like, one of those bosses that's just so easy to underestimate because she is not a campaign... Like, she's not a milestone in the progression. She's gating Depraved Trinity, who is a milestone. Gongai, all the things you're saying about mirrors going up is just that the player base is getting more experience. There are more players who know what they're doing. And more players who are hyper-optimized. it's no longer the case that if you can get a, say, 200 divines by week 4, that is no longer the mark of a top 20,000 player. That's like, oh yeah, cool, you're top 50,000. And so there's more people competing to buy the mirrors that exist. Transfigured gems in Ruthless work, being asked about by Caesar Max. They work the same way they do in the base game, except it's a little bit stingier, I think. And you'll have less access to the Eternal Labyrinth. But it is definitely the case that you can get... Like, not only can you get transfigured gems you want, as long as you've got access to the base versions of the gem, which is a bit less guaranteed in Ruthless, but as long as you've got them, you will get your transfigured gem in time, and you will also be making slow progress towards the other rewards of Lab. Like, quality on gems is much harder to get, so people actually do Merc or Eternal Lab for quality on their gems in Ruthless, which is not really a thing in the main game. If you want quality on your gems, you go run a couple of counter thaumaturgy heists until you get a stack of 10 GCPs drop. Yeah, Nightfall, so the reason I say that is that she does tremendous damage and punishes mistakes more than pretty much anything else. Like, you see the damage that she did there. That was because I just stopped to cast a skill. You kind of have to keep moving in her attacks, and I feel like she's the only boss that can really tear you apart with cap resistances in the campaign. Like, where you still have to actively dodge through pretty much any plausible defensive setup you might have. You're still dodging this. I have Curling Strike, so we're just kind of waiting to get that off. There it is. And we got Rare Boots. That could be very good. Probably isn't, but it could be. Yeah, Guy, there's a bit of that too. I'm not following that question about Grigor and Ramladani at all. That's a brick, unfortunately. Just hoping that those boots would have move speed on them, but they do not. Yeah, the Necropolis is busted in Ruthless. It's like, look at this. Like, look at this. You know? It's a D4 question, is it? Okay, that would make sense. Yeah, my knowledge of D4 is very limited because I tried it during one of the free weekends where they were testing it out. One of the stress tests. I tried it, and that was sufficient to convince me not to buy the game. I was that underwhelmed by it. I'll just go quickly vendor before we do the boss. So, dumpster, dumpster, dumpster. Not good enough. It's like actually quite good, but not for me. Not good enough. Bother trading off. Oh, and we got this thing here. Oh, that's like 2 really good mods. All I have on this is dexterity and rarity. I don't like losing the rarity, but I think this is just an upgrade, isn't it? Yeah, it is. Okay, I am definitely keeping the old item there because that was actually really good. But I do think that it has outlived its welcome. Divine Flask, no, we're fine. Divine Mana, we'll use it unless it transmutes terribly. Conditional Hinder, I can live with that. I'm not going to augment it with so few augments. And yeah, just quality. Keep it for the recipe. Alright, in we go. Look, honestly, Blizzard, it's also Blizzard as well. Like, you know, there's this point where they've just lost so much trust that and there's there's better, like, you know, you've got Last Epoch. If I want to break from Path of Exile and stay ARPG, Last Epoch is pretty good. I don't think it's got much staying power inside a cycle, but it doesn't need it. It was a fun 50 hours that I played of that game. And I'll probably go and have another look at it at some point. With LE, I attempted just playing a completely unguided playthrough, which was quite a lot of fun. Something you can only really do once, so I wasn't going to waste it by following a guide. Alright, we're about to finish this phase. I'm sort of almost... yeah, I'm going to put down a portal. Here I am setting up that portal to get out of here for purposes of refreshing my flamethrower traps. Alright, let's go get those traps back. Yeah, Diablo Immoral was... that was what I called my review of Diablo Immoral. And I wasn't the only person to think of that. I think like 1,000,001 people thought of it independently of each other. That was to me, Diablo Immoral was a franchise killer in the same way that Game of Thrones Season 8 was, but probably worse. Yeah. Like, I mean, at least with GOT Season 8, you could say, oh, that's just bad art. You know, like, it's disappointing, but it wasn't an absolute killer of reputations the same way. This will have an elk shard on it because it's Chaos Res. So that's one of the reasons I pick up magic items that I'm not likely to use. Yeah, so I got as far as like doing a couple of the empowered monoliths. So I did all of the regular monoliths in LA. That was on a Void Knight that used... what's the name of that melee strike that is like a massive point-blank AoE damage? It's kind of like a big slam. That was my main skill. I had a couple of secondary things as well. This is a very rippy act, Act 10. Very easy to die. Because the monsters here are just way harsher than... they just have so much more damage than anything earlier in the game. Erasing Strike is correct, yeah. No forced expeditions, and expedition's not a popular mechanic in Ruthless. It does exist, but there's no guaranteed ones at any point in the game. I haven't encountered a single expedition yet, for their question from the person with the unpronounceable name. I think one of the difficulties, like on Cryo saying that I should work at GGG, I think there'd be a lot of difficulties because I always have opinions about the way games are running that aren't necessarily one like that I'll fight hard for, even if sometimes it's best to go the opposite way. Yeah, the extra content in maps, just to explain how that works for CZ Max's question. Essentially, the game has an RNG roll between 0, 1, or 2 pieces of past league content that appear in maps. This is how it used to work, and that is by default based upon... oh, yikes. Saying this area is rippy. There we go, I nearly died. By default, that is a, like, roughly even split between the 4 masters and the 10 blockable mechanics. And then there's some special things in play for things that aren't blockable, like essences. Not exactly sure how they work. Then, there are things you can do on the Atlas to bias that roll. So, it's still always 0, 1, or 2, that you can't really influence that, except for scarabs. We'll come to scarabs in a sec. but that can then bias, like, you're more likely to get a Legion, but that comes at the expense of getting a heist, Smuggler's Cache. Or you're more likely to get a Smuggler's Cache, but that comes at the expense of seeing Alva. All sorts of things like that you can spec into on the Atlas. If you spec heavily, you can get the content that you want to show up, like, a reasonably good percentage of maps, but not all of them. Then there's Scarabs on top of that. So Scarabs will then force the content. They have the same effects they have in the base game. Except Divination Scarabs flat out don't exist because Divination cards don't exist in Ruthless. And I think that pretty much summons... I think that pretty much outlines how they work. Scarabs are very strong in Ruthless. They're rarer than base game, but they're not staggeringly rare. I believe the drop rate before Atlas modifiers is like 12,500. I think that's what the data mine info was. Base game, I think it's like 25,000. So they're rarer, but additionally, you get less items in Ruthless. I think you probably get about 1/6 as many Scarabs as base game, but I'm not certain that's right. What I want to test out is exactly how that feels in practice. Like, the Scarab overhaul is what brought me back to trying Ruthless again, but I'm not sure it's going to work yet. Ceremonial Kite Shield could easily be an upgrade, if that's the one I think it is. Oh no, it's Archon Kite Shield's the one with all the resists. My resists are well past the cap at the moment, but that's just a really good spot to be in. It means I can remove items that are giving resists without having problems. So let's have a look at see what this thing is. Oh, this is... Yeah, no, this is 12% off. Awesome. What do we got here? So... it's a bit of a brick, really. Like, it's got some life on it. But everything else is just bad. This has life and it has... Yeah, Crest Apprentice is better. I'm picking this up. This corpse is not really to be used. It's not really to be planted to be used as is. It's to be planted alongside randomized adjacent corpses. Although you can just plant it by itself if you want a magic item on a particular base. That'll just be a 1 mod magic item in Ruthless. None of this. You get a 4 mod item with no trying. Okay, Ravage Square. We need to get the waypoint. We need to do control blocks run. And we need to get the other 2 objectives in here. I'm going to do control blocks first. I think it should be 3% less. If they're set on keeping it going, guy, the Curation Scarab, I think it should be 3% less divination cards, even 4% less, and it would still be very good at that point. It would still be one of the best Scarabs with that nerf. Shrivel Brain, I believe the Adorned is still used a fair bit in Ruthless at the top end. Probably on slightly weaker jewels than base game ones. Because it's something you can somewhat deterministically farm. Gone, I still think that if Curation was nerfed the way I said it is, I still think it would be the best Scarab in the game. Oh, plus on explicit mod. That's really good. I think the Adorned has been a quite interesting chase item. Though, like, while it's been around, I'm fine with it. I think it's a better chase item than Mage Blood in a lot of ways because it's something that encourages running diverse content, and it makes builds feel different to each other as well. Plus, there's also, like, there's inferior copies of it that are still very good items. Like, yeah, sure, you can get a Mage Blood that's corrupted with 3... That's corrupted, but that has 3 flasks on it. That's an inferior Mage Blood. but those are pretty rare in the League economy. They're still pretty good, but ones that are corrupted with 2 flasks are pretty mediocre, and there's just not very many corrupted Mage Bloods that drop. Whereas with the Adorned, the fact that you can't Divine Orb them is huge. Like, it makes the item function as a chase item. Alright, I'm tapping that waypoint. Now I'm going the other way. Are you talking about the Landon mods, CS Max? I'm playing on softcore Ruthless, so I'm not that fussed. If I miss a devastating Lantern mod, I'll notice it the first time I die. But I'm also, like, I am overpowered at the moment for this area. Because I've been playing slower than most of the time you would do if you were trying to go fast. Okay, so we'll tap that, and then we'll duck out of here as well. It's getting all these waypoints, and then we'll get the most important one, though, is the one that's out here. Facing the question of when we do Merciless Labyrinth, my intuition is that it's probably better to do it slightly later. I'm trying to think what I pick up. I pick up either Bastion of Elements or the... Am I picking Bastion of Elements? I am, aren't I? Yeah, Bastion of Elements or the other thing. Oh, there's a rare... Oh, sorry, unique. Not a particularly good one. Wasp Nest. Oh, well, actually, yeah, it is a really good item. It's just no use to me. Wasp Nest is probably, in a league not called Necropolis, that would be not necessarily forever gear for someone who's playing a poison attack build, but it would be hard to replace that in Ruthless. Like, it's a very good item. And in Necropolis, I think it's much more replaceable. Oh, second one. That's the trauma support one, isn't it? Yeah, Pillar of the Cage God. Like, there's a couple of shenanigans with that and trauma support that are quite solid. So on the Necropolis mods, I am more aware of them in some places than others. If there's... okay, I'm not that fussed about being frozen. That's the thing. I've been lucky and got Purity of Elements to drop. So I'm not fussed about freeze. That's something that's allowing me to be more reckless than I would otherwise be. So that's probably the most significant thing that I'm doing differently to how you would normally play this in Ruthless. The other thing is that I also have access to... do you call it? I've just had a mental blank. Purity of Elements is very good in Ruthless. Busted, maybe not the right term, but it's just hard to find use for your unreserved mana. It's hard to find good ways to reserve your mana, and Purity of Elements is a good way to reserve your mana. I would rather have had had something more offensive probably, but I'm also very content with it. Like, it's the best item I've had drop. Better than the 5-link corpse. For sure. You'll notice I'm using Arcane Cloak occasionally there. It's just because I happen to have it. It's not good anymore. It was really good when I got it early. And it was like a big burst of damage in the early acts. But now it's just Sort of a filler button to press. Does something useful, but not very strong. It would actually be better if I didn't have Purity of Elements, but it still wouldn't be amazing. Alright, let's just duck back to town. Going guys, something I think would be really interesting next league start that I've toyed with doing is a league start, guild cooperative league start setup. So where you have a bunch of people who play like it's BPL, but with a view to breaking up at perhaps day 10 or so and splitting and selling everything. I feel like that could be a really strong way to start. There's trust issues in there though that are difficult to necessarily get right. Garbage, and unfortunately that's garbage. That's just not good enough. It wouldn't surprise me if MP's doing that. I haven't heard from him. I don't necessarily follow everything he puts out. They should go into the other spot. They should go in here. Like I'd miss things if he's said, if he's put out some stuff about that. But was it a shit show with people nicking stuff or? You have to have tight control. Like you have to have people you trust having sole control over the more valuable stuff. Yeah. And I also think it depends who you get into it as well. Like, I feel like my goal would be to get people who play a lot but not efficiently at league start. Get a bunch of those people in, and people who have a mindset of, I want to learn how to do certain things, but I'm okay with focusing on one thing. Basically, the sort of people who would play BPL. And you would have to have a mindset that, like, some stuff is going to be... Like, that some stuff is going to be wasted, but the gains in efficiency should be sufficient to deal with most of that. BPL is Badger Private League. Although Badger now actually works for GGG and sound design, but Badger was a streamer who put together a private league that's essentially a big cooperative team, like team extravaganza. It takes place days 36, 37, 38, and historically 39 of the league. And it's a 300 versus 300 versus 300 versus sometimes more lots of 300 team event that is basically a massive team scavenger hunt. I follow what you mean by that, Gone. So it's like, yeah, so it's basically resource wastage via people quitting. You could, like... You'd have to expect that's going to happen to some percentage of the team's stuff. Like, my thought is that you want to sort of break it up after a certain number of days anyway. And then I think that having that set end date that people are aware of in advance would make it better. I feel like you would want to go for, say... maybe day 9, you'd quit at... So to be more precise, 9 days and 8 hours into the league. Yeah, okay, yeah, alright. I would not be putting that much priority into being super fast necessarily either. Like, I think you have more problems if you have, like, if you have someone who gets everything they need before everyone else gets established, that's going to be a problem. You got to try and get the right balance of progressing everyone. See, my approach in BPL is always, my focus on any team is I'm trying to elevate the people who are, like, say, 18 hours played to 2 Void Stones. Those people, you want to try and force multiply them somehow. This league in BPL, it was through Atlas boosting. Like, I did a lot of Atlas boosting, where I'd run a group of people through every white tier map, then I'd run another group through every white tier map, then I'd run a group through every yellow tier map, then I'd go back and do another group through white, then another group through yellow, then I'd do even tiered red maps, or odd tier red maps, and so that'd be the sort of thing that would get people way further forward in progression. The thing is that if 70% of them end up feeling they owe the team a favor and they repay that favor by perhaps contributing 3 hours of their loot farming back to the team, then you end up with a pretty explosive step forward in overall team progression. So that's what I like doing in the context of BPL. Quite happy with the way that turned out. Let's go do Valenta now. Valenta's one of the messier fights. She's kind of hard to see what's going on. If you fought the silo map boss a bit, you get to know what Valenta does better. She's visual clarity on Valenta is not very good. Silo map boss, the visual clarity is great, and that means that if you've run that silo a few times, you'll know what Valenta can do better, and you can do it even though you can't really see it all that well. Strongboxes have been really disappointing in Ruthless so far. I assume that continues. Yeah, I remember fail skating is definitely an EVE Online thing. I'm keen to give it a go anyway. You just got to try and... I feel like the thing is that you have to be a bit more restrictive on how much you focus on individuals early. I think that sounds like the lesson out of Travik. Like, even though, yes, you can get a lot out of being the very first team to have someone ready to do Uber Eater, I think it's fine to go, all right, we're going to hedge against that. We're not going to do Uber Eater as quickly, and in exchange, we'll have more insurance against that sort of problem coming up. Because then if you do have a particularly painful case of someone quitting and taking loot with them, it's not as disastrous. The other thing that's key is that, like, I'd have to have, if you had any really big drops, I'd have to have control over them. Although there's some risk, like, your first Nimbus, someone might nick it if you lend it to them. That's a risk, but there's no real way of getting... Yeah, no, I know. I'm just talking about a different risk. It's so... I feel like being slightly less min-maxed lets you solve that. Hey, Larkin, thank you for the Prime sub. May your Varlobs have interesting results. And may you experience the loot drama you deserve as this discussion's going. Yeah, no, I do get what you mean. It's like I'm talking separately about the potential of someone pulling a scam in there as well. Oh, Wave of Conviction goes through those. I'm never sure what goes through these pillars here. I've said like I've been saying in this, I'm killing more than you normally would because Ruthless, you're lower power. I want to make that up with other sources of power, but that's why I'm killing pretty much everything as I run. I'm probably a bit overpowered for this area, even though my damage is low. I'm very, very durable at this point of the game. Yeah, okay, so it's where they're thinner that you can pass a projectile through. That's something interesting. I wasn't really sure exactly how that worked. I do believe that's also where you can teleport move skill through as well. Yeah, it's more Nightfall. I think that the way I would put it is that investments were made in team members that were beyond that team member's commitment to the run. So my approach to address that would be not to make those large investments in individual players, even if doing so has a good chance of an excellent return. Which would be the key difference to what it seems Traffic has done, where it's like, okay, we save up to get one Mage Blood and put it on someone, and then if that player quits, that's going to end up being a mess. You can also have something where, you can also have a different system where there's easy access to minor resources, but there's also major resources that only one person has access to. There's a bunch of ways you can handle that. Oh, okay, so it's a rage quit after losing a few things, yeah. Yeah, maybe you just have a rule that if you fail a boss and it's not for performance, it's just due to character power reasons. It's not due to something really identifiable like say a power outage. If it's due to character power or even in-game mistake reasons, just say don't try it again for 24 hours unless like the team agrees to make an exception. Blender's just, yeah, really clunky to work out what's going on here until you've done Silo. Then Silo, it's like, oh, okay, everything makes sense. Alright, she's about to go up the top. Drop one flamethrower trap down. Just got it out of the way. Alright, phase 3. Done. We're into phase 4. They won't necessarily be doing nothing. Like, they'll be doing regular Shaper if they can't do Uber Shaper. Or, help... if they're trying to do Maven and they can't yet beat Maven, then they can do... they can carry people's Void... 2 easy Voidstone bosses. There's a bunch of stuff you can do. Nothing there. Alright, we got that. Okay, now we'll go and do Desecrated Chambers is next. I think I might just go get the next waypoint, then I'll go grab go to the fridge. I think you have to have an attitude that failures happen as well. Like it's different if someone tries like 6 or 8 things, but like 6 or 8 of a boss. But if someone just tries it once, it's just like bad things happen. In any case, I think I want to try it out. You know, see how it goes. As long as I'm just cautious to avoid some of these pitfalls. Leather belt is a bad implicit. I'm not going to pick it up, I don't think. Oh, what have I got currently? Oh, I've got absolute trash. That could easily transmute into an upgrade. Now that I think about it. I think one of the things to address the concerns as well, especially Nightfall's comment there, that when everyone's in it for the early currency, that things fall apart. If you have people who are not top tier players as the main force that you're doing it with, I think actually that's probably better. Like, you got people who they're normally 10 divines week 1 players, and then with this sort of cooperative approach, they can easily finish week 1 with 100 divines. Which finishing week 1 with 100 divines might be disappointing for someone like Gone. But if your goal is to be like, you know, to have to craft a mirror base, or to have a stranglehold on the Vivid Vulture market, or something like that, you're going to be in a much different spot. But yeah, going for the sort of person, as I say, who's like, they're usually their top personal achievement in week 1 of a league is doing their own Maven. You know, like that sort of thing. Or maybe they get a Voidstone carry, but then they come back and do it themselves. That's the sort of person I think would be ideal for a league start guild run. And then you can go, all right, well, let's have one person who goes absolutely bonkers with Heist. And has a razor focus on Heist, because then they can use their current play level and then come out of it with a lot more resources than they've ever had in week 1. Okay, we're picking up these quality flasks because it is Ruthless, and Glassblowers baubles are not common drops. Nothing is a common drop in Ruthless. Except, like, you know, transmutes and that are not rare. Hey, welcome. The other thing I would like to do at some point, and this is not a this is not a 325 league start thing, but at some point I'd be interested to see a serious guild run of Ruthless softcore. I think it would be another thing that would be really interesting. Like, cooperative approach to trade. And see how far you can get. See what sort of crazy stuff you can pull off. With like a solid sharing of resources that goes beyond what you would normally... goes beyond like standard in a trade league. So Gone's asking, do I think currently group play is stronger than solo play? I think like highly optimized group play is stronger than highly optimized solo play probably at the moment. But that could easily end if Divination Scarab of Curation ends up getting nerfed, especially if it gets gutted. Then that may well end, and you just be better off having separate people running separate content. Because that's the thing that is the high entry fee content at the moment is Divination Scarab of Curation. Also Shaper All Flames, the other high cost of entry content at the moment. Another All-Flame member, Volako there. That's one of the ones that's tied to tattoos at the moment. Yeah, there's a lot of stuff that doesn't scale with party play. It kind of depends what's optimal. I think at the moment the optimal stuff is the tier 17 back to basics, and those All Flames is actually optimal currently. One thing that does come up though, if one type of farming becomes clearly better than another, a lot of people pivot across. So, like, if you had a situation where group play was unequivocally better than solo play, you'd find a bunch of people will pivot across to it, and then that will start devaluing the things that come best from group play. So, like, group play is better at producing unique items, so Mage Bloods will go down. That sort of stuff will tend to happen a fair bit. The games market's not instantaneous like that, but it does tend to flow on over time. Now, one thing I did want to do is, let's see what we can do with a transmute on this. 94 life, straight up equip. Lost a little bit of resist on that, but that's still fine. Keep that for an ult though. Alright, I'm going to push on in a sec, but I need to go and grab myself a soft drink, so I will be back in a sec. Alright, there I am saying, okay, I'm back, and then realised that actually I hadn't put sound back on yet. So, let's try that again. Okay, I'm back. Desecrated Chambers now. Yeah, I'm with Mandledrews definitely on that. The tier 17 extreme loot bonuses need to go. I don't mind them being 5% better than tier 16 for generic loot, but they should not be off the planet better. Like, that just means that the loot that drops in other places is devalued. Having a trader is probably the single thing that's most powerful at the moment, yeah. And honestly, I think having a trader would still be a huge thing, even if the game were to unlearn all of the lessons D3 taught it about what happens if you have low friction trading in ARPGs. Because I think if D3 hadn't had the auction house, then Path of Exile probably would have. But after the experience of D3 having to remove, having to add trade friction where it didn't already exist in order to save the game, we won't see that in PoE 1. PoE 2 is going for a different type of friction. But traders, I think, have gotten better over, like, the gap between a group with a trader and a group without a trader has grown. The more that we've gotten since like, say that, like, scarabs were the turning point. Yeah, Delve is super lucrative at the moment, and Delve is very much a solo activity. Like, it can be done group, but it doesn't benefit much from it. Oh, yikes, I'm taking a pounding there. Let's get away from that lot. Eternal Blessing support. That's like legit strong. I don't think what I want to do with that. I just don't have a use for it now, but I will definitely use that at some point. Yeah, exactly what Gone's saying there, that traders are such a good force multiplier, whether they're a trader and a crafter in a small group, or in a large group they're a dedicated trader and then you have a dedicated crafter. Just the fact that you don't have to bother with small trades anymore. Adeland, I'd have to... can you give us a quick summary of the build? I can't really look into it at the moment. Like, what's the core interactions on it? We are really starting to hit damage issues now because of the lack of support gems. +1 explicit again. This is like, the game is telling me something with all of those. I've got a lot of them now. I'm definitely getting to the point where I need to go and do a bench craft. Just trying to think what item slot to craft with. I could make a decent gold amulet, because Magic Find is so strong. Although I kind of want to wait until I get a blessed six times take best roll bench mod, which is pretty uncommon but not really rare. Blood Aqueduct Farmer. Oh, it's a heister, in other words. You're saying that it's very good at the Blood Aqueducts and it invests a lot of currency in it. That sounds like a heister to me. Heister or a labber? Oh, yeah. Rage Vortex is something I should try at some point. Yep. I think I agree with that going as well. Squire mana swap into Mana Storm with int stacking. Oh wow, that's a lot of crazy stuff there. I'd have to have a look in. I'd have to really have a look into that. That's pretty solid. Can you test that by going and measure your time to kill on Uber Shaper? I think it's a really good way of testing that. Because if you are legit 150 million, it'll be so fast that even if you're not a bosser, you'll be able to kill him. I think the fact that it requires ramp is actually really good to get a sense of what it actually feels like in the real world. Because, like, Uber Shape is one of the highest HP bosses you'll ever encounter. So, you know, it gives you a feel of what the real DPS is in a practical scenario. Yeah, you can't prevent him transitioning. It's more as thinking, like, it's one of those things where 150 million paper DPS isn't necessarily 150 in practice, but it can still be a very easy fight. I think it's cosmic. I'm not 100% certain, but this is one of those spots that's a bit crazy when you can get the around the corner kills on stuff. Freesia is one of the it's one of the strong items list. Hey Banana, welcome, welcome. I think you can see where we're at the moment. About to close out Act 10. Haven't done Lab yet. Lab 3, that is. Have done everything else, I believe. Except for final cleanup of any passives I've forgotten. Alright. In we go. Avarius has really high stats compared to everything before him. He's like mechanically very simple, but has just a lot more damage than you might expect. As well as like a fair number of hit points too. This guy is no joke for that reason. He's like one of the top killers in Gauntlet too. Especially when you take a hit from that infernal degen aura that he has. Oh, I took a hit from the degen, which is pain. Now that final point here where he's... Yeah, there he goes. He's down. Alright, he's down. It was, like, he's an impactful fight, but he's not that hard. Just gotta be careful. Can either take him a bit faster and be a bit riskier, or you can be quite careful like I was there. Alright, let's say goodbye to Bannon. Get our uncarved gemstone, which is the last one that we get on this character. And then we shall drop that off. I don't know if I've used both or if I've used only one. I think I've used both of the early ones. And I can't sell to you, can I? I have to go back here. Okay, we have a chromatic item, and we have this item, which is low tier fighter spells. It's got other mods on it, but it's not good enough. Quality gem is actually really strong. I'm going to use that in the very next zone. Yeah, because the next zone is long. I'm going to use it on there. It's going to make this zone quite hard. Okay, what do we feel here? I don't really care that much about which of these mods is present, so let's just use this. Alright, got those gemlings, so there'll be a few, probably a few quality gems out of this zone, which could be really strong. Those are a real drop in Ruthless. No drop off that one. Gonna kill everything in this zone. Ah, that was a dead end anyway. With all the discussion in chat about the hit point cap at the moment, I wonder if GGG will ever fix that in PoE 1. Like, when I say fix the hit point cap, I mean reprogram monster stats so that monsters can exceed 2 billion health. Oh, like 2 to the 31 specifically. One of those things that never mattered until recent power creep, but there's been so much power creep now that it's a real thing. It's a real issue. Yeah, DOT cap will probably have to go at the same time. Although, if the DOT cap goes, I have a feeling we'll see a very, very aggressive DOT meta. It's one of those things where it's like part of the build diversity we have at the moment comes from the artificial diversity that comes from the bug. Well, bug-ish thing, like the design decision / bug to have the DOT cap. For those that aren't aware, 2 to the power of 31 damage per minute is a hard cap on DOTs. You cannot go higher than that by any means. The additional damage just simply isn't applied. Steam Machine, that is pretty typical if you're talking to Gone specifically. Gone is very much like that. Mantle Juice, that's kind of what they tried in 3.15. Honestly, like, I think 315, the expedition nerfs were part of the glue that held the game together for a while, but then they've power crap past it again. To now that we're much stronger than we were prior to those nerfs. Alright. I'm not getting any quality gems out of these, is it? It must obviously not be... They must be a lot worse than they are in the base game. I'd heard these things were busted. Maybe they're... maybe that was unintended and they've been patched since. I have not yet had a single one of the quality gems drop. So... 1 gem per all flame. Okay, that... Hermit Craig is saying that means they're probably like 10% or something along those lines. I deliberately put it in a high monster density area for that reason. Oh yeah, how'd your Aruba Shaper go? Adeland, if you do a frame count, you can work out exactly how long it took to phase him. I'll give you a bit of a sense as to... Yeah. So, did it die fast? How long did it live? Not long. If I do that league start guild run type thing, I feel like you'd want to have a person who's a Sanctum specialist early on. Oh, there's a 5-link corpse. And that could be really interesting to see how that played out. Those of you that are more familiar with Ruthless than me, 5-link corpses, are they quite common once you get to red maps? Like, when I say 5-link corpse, I mean +1 to a maximum of 5. Gotta dodge this thing, it's gonna explode all those things. Yeah, you need, though, like, to do Sanctum, you need more than just a character that's well set up for it. You need a lot of experience with the content as well. Because early on, you won't have access to relics that make it easier at all. You're going to have a really hard time early on. You can always do lower tiers, like lower monster levels. I don't think fighting this guy is sensible here. What, getting one shot by hit point damage going, that's kind of unusual in Sanctum, isn't it? Like, even early on. They're both trash. I'm just going to drop them back on the ground. Katava will drop enough to fill my inventory, probably. Yeah, you need the technical play skill for a bunch of it. Lycia as well, you need to be able to deal with her. Superior Alchemist Mark. It's already corrupt, though. Bricked. And you have to be pretty extremely glass cannon to die to hit point die in Sanctum usually. Basically, you need a lot of practice with the continent to do it under geared. I mean, people early on have enough health. Like, there's still a functioning character still. Because you can't stay in Sanctum all the time normally. It's different if you're a person who's doing I've never encountered someone doing that. Like, there'll be people who are doing hitless Sanctum runs, but they can go glass cannon. Anyone else, just you have to start thinking about things. Sanctum is love, Sanctum is life. Sanctum is Shrek, confirmed. Alright, we'll go do these side areas here. 4-link... No, I don't really have any use for it. I mean, maps have a higher drop rate in Ruthless, like a considerably higher drop rate than they do in the base game. Because they have less, because you get less items full stop. It's like 75,000, I think. Whereas base game, it's like 25. Ah, yeah, that makes a bit more sense. You do floors 1, 2, and 3. That makes more sense. Then you can be squishy. Now, what do we want to actually? I do want to kill these guys, not because it's smart, but because they're there and I don't like them, so I'm gonna kill them. So what I'm getting out of this entire discussion is that Sanctum is not solved early. There's different things people do that all work. That's the key takeaway from this entire discussion that's been going on in text chat. Like, people who are doing Sanctum to floor 3, then stopping and restarting. People who are doing it to floor early on. People who are glass cannon. People who are not. I'll have a look at it at some point, Adeline, the Uber Shaper run, yeah. Maybe after this, after Katava. Take a quick breather and have a look at that. Feeding Trough. Okay, so we only got one of those gems from the All-Flame Ember. I was overexcited about it. I thought I was going to get a whole bunch. And if he's put a Rickroll in, that's going to be hilarious. Yeah, so you're pushing Lycia, but maybe not the first couple of Sanctums, it seems like, is the thing coming out of that. And if you get an unusually good end reward, you could always just save it and then box up that sanctum too. Like, come back to that sanctum when you're more powerful and more capable of doing it. Side note, I think that a Lycia race would be a really interesting thing to watch. When I say Lycia, like just level 69 Lycia. So there's no RNG involved in it. You just use your guaranteed sanctum. Because it's like, it's quite different to like just base game plus Atsuri or things like that. There's a lot more going on in Sanctum. And yeah, like Steam Machine says, is nice. Be a nice race. But that is the one you get for free, so you don't have to rely on getting a drop rate 150 drop anywhere entry token to the Sanctum, which you might not find for a while if you get unlucky. Alright, here we go. Kitty. It's going down pretty fast in life. Get out of the way of that. That's pretty harsh. Alright, Katava's having his little tantrum there, which actually gives you a bit of time to get your flamethrower traps back. Cooldown traps are really good on this fight for that reason. One thing that's noticeable with Katava must have had a huge impact on the Lagon fight in Last Epoch. Like, they're not the same fight, but you can see there's a clear influence there. And also there is a PoE 2 boss that's been spoiled that Katava's had a huge influence on as well. It actually just looks like Katava in 3D. It looks really cool, that PoE 2 one. Like, when I say 3D, 360 degrees is more accurate. Avoid all this rubbish here. Okay, phase change. Ouch. It's got a big hit there from something. Oh, Flora's lava. Flora's lava. Flora's lava. Get out of the way of that. Big kitty slap. And final phase time. Just keep dodging around all this stuff because there's so much rubbish on the ground in this fight. Got to keep the trash under control here. Very easy to not pull that off and lose control of the arena. Doing Kitava when you are underpowered for the fight. Alright, that wasn't too bad, was it? Let's catch up on chat. Oh, we got a whole bunch of rubbish. Oh, I had to put away some corpses. I think if I just... Yeah, I can get back in here, can't I? I think I can. Can't even collect that yet. I've got to go vendor. Alright, what do we got here? No. Not quite. Definitely no. Don't even know why I picked that one up. Go to the... 2 or 3. I'll check that in a sec. 3. So one was to... one was a PK to chat versus Merveil. One was to a tattoo dropping... One of the things that drops tattoos. One of the Toda guys that you can pull in with an All-Flame. And I can't remember what the third one was. I feel it was very early, actually. Like, second or third zone of the game or something like that. Yeah, so an All-Flame mob got me there. Got me with that. I can't remember what the third one was. Honestly, can't remember which All-Flame mob it was either. Kitty reward. Let's check how he went with passives. Well, we got all 22. Because I helped Alira. It's pretty standard in Ruthless. You probably want to help Alira most of the time. That's not quite there, but it's close. That's not. And that's sort of marginal. Okay, we pick up Snowforge at this point. And Elemental Mastery can pick up the... No, Exposure doesn't help with the Elementalist. The last one's fine. It's like it's 9% as long as I'm using Wok, but I'm not going to be using Wok forever. I think we just start picking up the Aura stuff we're close to now. Yeah, let's... I'll just jump up to have a look at that quickly. Have a look at Adelan's probably not a Rickroll. It's not a Rickroll. So
Yeah,
just watching the first phase at least. Let's mute that as well. Face tank the slam, face tank single beam. And yeah, it's quick, and it's like you're hitting everything on the screen. Bullet hell doesn't seem to hurt you at all. Yeah. Yeah, no, just having a look at that link that Adelan put there, which you can put another link to it. It's just the Uber Shaper on that Rage Vortex build. Hey, Dimeji. You're showing up as first-time chat for some reason. I think they had a couple of issues with that lately with Twitch. I'm just going to change my hideout, because this is still the best hideout in the game. And I haven't been using it for a while. And actually, it's going to look really cool in Ruthless, where it's a sort of slow progression as you push your way through all of this. Actually, that's really cool. I didn't realize there was that Flare up there. I also have this flashbang. I should probably have given the flashbang warning first. This is the trade troll hideout. So when I hit this, it puts a whole bunch of synthesis lights on, and then off again. Yeah, if you want to trade with people and be an absolute troll, that's how you do it. Your eyes, your eyes. Your eyes. So yeah, it is peak troll having, like, it is synthesis lights at the core of that. If you put like 40 of them in one place, you can ruin people's day. Just a little bit. Alright. Have I been talking to caffeine recently? Yes. I don't actually do it in trade usually. It is too bright. It's sort of one of those things that's funny exactly once. Oh no, I'm not sure who that is then. This is interesting. I have got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 Crimson Townships and only 1 Desert Spring. I'm going to run Desert Spring first, because that will then bias my other maps towards it first. I'd rather get an extra one of them. Savage is fine. Let's just run this as a 1-mod map. I think I have to go and have a chat to you. I'm not taking a map off Kirak yet. Oh, you got a player who is banned from your hideout because they crash it. That's cool. Okay. Oh, no, I don't want that. I'd rather have the thing that... Yeah. I think I've found a new realm to master. Yeah. So I am still... Oh, yikes. I am still resist capped, which is really nice. Like, I'm resist capped in 3000 life. This is what I like having in non-ruthless. What I don't have, though, is damage. Damage or chaos res. I have gems that are probably about adequately leveled, really. But I don't have my 3rd labyrinth yet. So in chat's asking if anyone's tried the Apostate so far. The Apostate, for those of you that don't know, is the new Uber Cortex exclusive drop. It causes energy shield on items you equip to be life instead. So it's very interesting in that it's something that transforms the way builds work. So in that sense, it's kind of like the Adorned, in that it makes you gear characters differently. Yes, Steam Machine, go ahead, drop your build in chat. If people want to have a look at it, it should work. So just with this fire trap here that you're saying, the flamethrower trap, it's actually a hit-based skill. It looks like it is a fire dot skill. It is not. It's inflicting a lot of small hits on enemies. I'm using it because in Ruthless, you kind of want additional things to do. Because you don't have as many support gems. So, like, you can use more situational skills. You can use Wok, Wok, Flamethrower Trap. Both sort of do something useful when you cast them once, and then you spam other spells. You're looking for more buttons to use, essentially. We got this pest. This guy's potentially going to kill me if he's... No, he's bugging out. Okay, so that guy there, that Rogue Exile, Bone Ring is probably not of any use, but I'll just have a quick look. If it's like a perfect life res, it could have been good, but it's unlikely. Yeah, PoE 2 looks really good. The more skill stuff, like, I'm really liking what I see of the way they've got the balancing of minions done. So for those that haven't seen or maybe didn't pick this up, Spirit is the resource of enduring skills, which is auras, but it's also enduring minions. So minions that aren't just like a really short lasting thing. And so they've got this really interesting schema set up where you're choosing between using auras or summoning minions, which means they can probably be a bit more aggressive with how good minions are baseline, and you don't have all of the sort of use a trillion and one different rubbish ones. I think minions look like they could be very good in PoE 2. Yes, PoE 2 is getting rid of chromatic orbs as well. That is a new change. That's something that's recent info. That goes against what's been said in the past, but that's something they've come to because they just like the way the system works. It doesn't seem like it's as important. Yeah, I think Spirit's going to be a really good mechanic. I also think it's probably not going to scale as ridiculously as auras do in PoE 1. Which honestly I am fine with, toning them down a little bit. It feels like every build, like even when builds are very different, there's a few things that are the same on all of them, and those few things all relate to auras. At some point I'm going to want a Demon's Horn. I feel like that's actually probably where we want to go next with our Necropolis crafts. I think I want to make a fire-based Demon's Horn if I've got a fire mod at all. Like a 500% increased chance of getting fire corpses. I'm not even talking about aura stackers. I'm talking about like even just a generic build. One of the critical stats for defense on any build is your scaling of auras. Like this character is certainly not an aura build, but I'm going and picking up influence now. Yeah, like current day armor stacker builds are aura stackers. They're a type of aura stacker. But every build that, just a generic mapper is almost certainly grabbing like three or so of the aura clusters on the tree. Just because GGG made them so good when they did the auras overhaul. They made those clusters so good that you can't justify not taking them if you're near them. There's our first scarab drop of the game. And it's a strongbox one, which is probably one of the weaker, but that's alright, we'll take it anyway. I'm just trying to avoid getting swarmed while I have so little damage here, and this is a notoriously dangerous boss fight. I was just saying that, like, aura stacking is a thing, even if you are, like, even if you don't think of your character as an aura stacker, you are playing with a bunch of aura stacking mechanics. Because Sovereignty is the strongest node on the entire passive tree. Charisma, Influence, Champion of the Cause. These are, like, among the very strongest things on the entire tree. Even if you're not built around them, you take them. If you're anywhere near them. Hey, Juice G. Oh, you just had a break because you need sleep. Yeah, so like I'm in my first map at the moment. It's been fun so far. I've only had one scarab drop, so we're not yet at a point where we've been able to make... Oh, splat. Went and got my... That's my fourth death. That was, yeah, just not paying enough attention. PK by chat, same as a Mervel death. Been good so far. Still withholding judgment because, like, I think once I've got to say a 60 Atlas bonus, I'll have more to say about it. Brick 2 Mavens, ouch. The big question, did you learn something from the fights, or was it just like kick yourself? Or was it just like kick yourself mistakes? Oh, well, that's key. If you learn something from the second one, at least, that's alright, but... Hey, who is this? Yeah, PoE 2... Like I say, PoE is definitely worth your while trying if you like Diablo 2. It's... I feel like PoE appealed to me as Diablo 2, but minus a bunch of the things that got annoying in D2, like the fact that imbuing an item was once per character. Oh well, once per difficulty per character. A whole bunch of stuff like that. PoE definitely has a lot more build options than D2, and it's like, I figured like there's a bunch of things it does better, although there's going to be things that you prefer about D2 as well, I'd say. It's been a long time since I've played D2, because honestly, I'm happy to let it be a good memory of back in the days when Blizzard put out good games. And also, like, there's just a bunch of design decisions that I think would feel pretty bad now, but that were good back then. What do we got here? So we have very low damage at the moment. Just part of the whole Ruthless thing. You just don't get as many scaling axes for damage early on as you would in the base game. Main boss is dead. Still got this pesky thing here. Map device unlocks don't actually apply in Ruthless, so that's a bug that they show up. Not that particularly significant. Like, not like you have many chaos orbs. Yeah, like in Path of Exile, the imbue mechanic is a relatively uncommon early, common late currency called the Orb of Alchemy. But because crafting is so strong in this game, you end up in a situation where items that drop on the ground feel a lot worse. Oh, something that those of you who are not PoE veterans may not know. The everything on the Atlas is nerfed substantially in Ruthless. So you're looking at like a quarter of the benefits of these nodes that you'd have in the base game. Planar Tactician is much worse. Even then, this is still one of the best nodes on the tree. There's like a whole lot of things that are just way worse than they are in the base game that you'll get to experience when you're playing Ruthless. Grim Dawn, I did not know. I did not get around to Grim Dawn. It came out when I was very happy with the state of PoE, from memory. Yeah, some things are better on the Ruthless tree. That is true. Like, there's the odd weird thing like that. The tree overall is weaker, but there's some things are better. What is that new node in Ruthless? Good question. It was actually tested in Ruthless first. It's only 10. It's trash. Like, it's as bad as it is in the base game. That was, so Ruthless actually tested that. The concept for that came from Ruthless before it went to the base game. That's one of the things that's begun life in Ruthless and then made its way to the core. Speaking of other games, something I have been meaning to get around to for a while is more TTRPG stuff. Oh, oops. I was reading chat then and I died. Alright, gotta stop that. Need to stop dying at this point and start... can I go back to my... I can go to my hideout now, can't I? I think I can. Yeah, I can. Oh, yeah, that's right. It goes weird at this point, doesn't it? It is there, but it's sort of not. Anyways, neither of those are usable. It is always fun to get splattered by chat. Like, just not paying enough attention because I'm reading chat. And then, squish! Minus 10% XP. My own dumb fault, though. Murder boots, we'll pick those up. Really, if we find 30 move speed boots, which are not that rare, we'll be set. Don't need anything else on them. That is not 30 move speed boots, so we are not set. Two stone ring. We have something terrible, don't we? It's got a live mod in it. It'd be fairly hard for that. I'm not elking it, and it's fairly hard for it to get better with a transmute, so I'm not going to bother it. Yeah, I think PoE is something that there's a lot of different things you can do in this game. Like, you can play it as very crafting heavy. You can play it completely eschewing crafting, letting other people do that for you. You can play it as a you can hyper focus on one section of endgame. You can be a generalist, but being a generalist is weaker. Like, it is just objectively quite a bit worse than hyper specializing. You can trade a lot, you can trade a little, you can trade not at all. Juice G is asking about the overlap conditions on the detonate dead or chain reaction. I am not sure on that. What the conditions are. There's our second scarab drop. A bit of a brick one, but that's okay. We still just want to get a scarab pool established. I forgot to put my auras back on. That's a bit of a mistake. A lot of the gems are starting to hit reasonably high levels now, like 16 or 17, which in Ruthless is a fairly high level. Like they get like I think it's 84% less than they get base game, so it's quite a bit slower. And a lot of character power gets tied to gem level, obviously. There's a bunch all hitting 15 now. Oh, yikes. That's a big hit there. Something is inflicting nasty bleeds. This map has 15% increased monster damage on it, which is one of those mods that feels innocuous until you realize, oh, that multiplies everything. So one thing I'm starting to think is that I might want to make a weapon upgrade for myself. Demon's Horn is going to be the base. The flat fire on it is really solid. And Just gonna wait out that bleed rather than use a charge I can't quickly get back. Probably overly cautious. Down to 7 monsters remaining, so we're basically done with this map. Yeah, the other thing is that like I've got to go talk to Karak in town. There's level 20 gems, but then there's level 21 gems are much more as well. Hey, Totox, welcome, welcome. Okay. We can now go back to our hideout and get a sense of what we've got in the way of our maps. So we picked up a bone crypt there. That means that we now own every map that we're after, except for one, which we can then get off Kirak. Vendor, and vendor. That is correct. I have not encountered Nico in the axe. Does that cause me problems here? I'm not actually sure how that works. I should make this tab have fragment affinity. And we shall go drop corpse in there. Currency affinity on this. And we should probably get map affinity going as well. Yeah, I'm just thinking, does that mean that I can't just use... I know, I can use /delve. Because I do have this of Sulfite. I have Sulfite not from a Nico encounter, but from finding Sulfite through an Oriflame. I might just run the first zone. But yeah, /delve works. I don't think I've done an Nico encounter yet. Alright, it's waiting mode at the moment. Delve is very good historically in Ruthless. I'm not sure if that's still the case, but it certainly has been in the past. Alright, let's just duck back to the encampment. Go here, spend 15 on a sulfite upgrade, 15 on flares, so that we don't have as many issues. And vendor you're only a quarter of a transmute. I was kind of hoping to get an elk shard, but that's probably too much to ask for. Now. Hey, that's missing entirely, that's odd. This pathway is just bricked. Let's try one that's a bit lower level than me. Just get a sense of how rippy Delve is or isn't. Given that we don't have much damage and Delve is very much has more of a DPS race element than the base game does. I'll drop that. I'll leave that wisdom scroll. I'm not going to chase something so low value. Let's just get under control first here before we aggravate the bosses. Catch you going. Have a good one. You heading off, Juicy, as well? Catch you around, mate? Oh, you've been playing all night now. Yeah, make sure you get some sleep. Alright, here's this red... this yellow rare monster. Take it out. There we go. There's an Orb of Chance, which is a nice little drop. Deal with that rare monster. Oh, it's one of those rares that respawns everything. Horrible to get at the end of a delve. Alright, and we also have a Chance Orb, Chromatic Orb there as well. And 2 Chromatic Orbs. Yeah, I see what you mean by delve being good. That's like just a lot of items. And now we can pick up a little bit more sulfite capacity and a flare capacity. And that's where we'll want to be. Yeah, all of that makes a lot of sense with it. Like not needing to invest currency to get returns out of it. I can see that being a big appeal to it. Like whereas investing into your Atlas progression comes at a fairly high price. No. We're not doing Crimson Township Boss Possessed. Alley Reflect, no. So did I not set map affinity there? Okay. Affinity on. We've got these 2 maps to run now. Buffs on players expire faster is pretty much harmless. One of the things with the random portal MTX that I like is that it reminds you of portals you'd forgotten existed, like that Toad one. Or whatever it was. Don't think I knew I had that. It's probably come out of a mystery box or something. One of the free boxes, because I never buy the things. Creates a ring is a good option to have. That said, that's reminding me I was meaning to make a weapon at some point soon. Now I'm possibly looking to making a shield as well. I have a 6 mod. My right ring is a 6 mod ring. So that's... I've got one already set up there. I could conceivably make a second one, but I think my weakest link at the moment is a weapon slot. Although I'd be pretty happy with like if I got a magic demon's horn with high tier flat fire to spells would be nuts, honestly. Like just talking about things that are common. Something I need to get out of the habit of from base game is aggressive use of move skills and move flasks. Quicksilver flasks are completely unsustainable in Ruthless. They've been really nerfed hard. So there's something that, like, my habit of just spamming them is a really bad one in this game mode. And there's, like, the first thing that people who get good at hardcore learn is never use your move skills aggressively. So don't use them when you're not yet in trouble. If you're moving forward into a spot where you could be in trouble, there's 99% of the time you get away with it. The other 1% of the time you get killed. And in Ruthless, you should probably do that as well, but it's like it's such a hard thing to unlearn. Titan Quest 2, I don't really know much about. I really looked into it. Sorry, I'd forgotten you'd asked that before. Augmentation Orb is definitely needed. You usually get a refund on your map in this. Like, you're not guaranteed, but maps are not super rare drops in Ruthless. Certainly early on, it's definitely not hard to sustain. Later, yeah, later things will change. But you'll usually get a drop. It's just often it'll be a tier lower. Alright, we're going to start working our way upwards at the moment. So currently we're going for here, then I think we're going to we're beelining to Commissioned Officer. We're rushing Commissioned Officer first. After we get Commissioned Officer, we're going to go for Val Scouting Reports is the next thing we're going to pick up. Because that gives you Kirak mission chance as well, and Kirak missions are as important in this as they are in the base game. Except they're important for longer. You don't outgrow them as quickly. So there's a +1 in maps. It's good little early progress. I feel like where I'm going to go with this stream is I might go to the point that I get the Val, the Atlas node for Val scouting reports. Yeah, in the base game, Kirak missions, you outgrow them you outgrow them quickly. Like, there are a couple of strategies where you can burn them, but even those are pretty dull. They can't compete with scarabs, and scarabs are so common. Bestiary Scarab is something that is a bit worse than it is in the base game. There's a lot less you can do with Bestiary in this, given that most of the create a unique item ones are replaced with create a talisman. And those talismans don't even have guaranteed rarity on them. So you can get a scout or magic talisman out of them. We're done. One monster remains, and that's me. Where is Kirak at the moment? Oh, he's on the left side. I'm not sure why I've moved him there. It's not where I expected him to be. Okay, trash. Legit good. And I think that's... So, okay. 76 life compared to 80. 28 lightning resistance compared to 30. 31 block compared to 25. 3% suppression. Nah, what we have is still better than this. The avoid elements is a thing, but I kind of feel... I'm going to be using my current aura for that for pretty much forever, and I'll get better than this before I want that. Suppression, life, lightning res. Life, lightning res. Yep, that's enough. That's just straight up better. It's got less base defenses. It's got less evasion rating, but... 40... Oh, it's less life as well. Stash it as a maybe. It's not quite there, but it's not far behind either. Alright, now let's have a quick audit of our corpses. So, we have explicit mode. Do we have the fire? That's the first thing I want to check. Do I have a fire mods one? I do not have a increased fire mods. Okay, based on that, I think I just make a 6 mod amethyst ring, don't I? I think that's just the way to go. 1, 2, 3, 4. Creates a ring. 5. I could use tier rating, which would make it better. What about resist? Do I have increased chance for resistances? I have attributes, which is actually also useful. I need attributes somewhere. I don't think I want to use my only mod tier craft. Like, they're not common. Do I have the ring one? Yeah, I do have the ring. Alright. I think we just go amethyst with this, don't we? Is there anything else that I want? Attack mods is actively bad. Amulet belt. Yeah, I think we just go with this. Keenly's asking my thoughts on the new witch video. Like, it looks really good. I haven't done a video on it because I felt like it was sort of already covered. Unless people think there's a real use to doing it. I do not want to put caster mods as scarcer. I want to just go everything else. Reason I'm doing all these explicit modifiers is because by default in Ruthless you get 1 mod items instead. Alright, 60, 68, 6 modifiers, exercise, let's see what we get. This is your big save up of campaign resources. Yeah, that's very good. Like, 1 big resist, all attributes, another attribute, life, yeah. We're definitely using that. I don't think we can quite make it work yet, because we are reliant for cold resistance on the left ring. Helmet's the next thing that needs to go, and helmet and that are the next thing that needs to go. I prefer my right ring though to what I've got here. So for the moment, I'm going to keep using this because it's providing 29 cold res. But once I get that cold res somewhere else, then this is definitely getting used. It's a big item. Alright. Pesky map boss here, but we can do it. Game's going out of its way to give me reasonably easy mods here for the Necropolis. Which doesn't actually matter that much because all the danger in Crimson Township is the map boss. So what we're hoping to see here is more support gems, because we have very few of them so far. You should get, according to... Oh, Valorb. Oh, that's not as relevant as it used to be in Ruthless, but still nice to see. You should get 2 support gem drops for every 5 map drops you get on average, with all the data mine drop rates. But I've not had them yet. I mean, I did get Eternal Blessing recently, which is a good support. Not one I can use currently, but it's still something we'll definitely have a use for at one point in the distant future. I want to have that attached to a damaging aura rather than a defensive one. And in case you don't know, there have been nerfs to Determination and Grace that are Ruthless exclusive. So they do not work. They are not as strong as they are in the base game. Normally you would pick up an Amethyst ring, but welcome to this league where you don't. +1 explicit mod, a very good mod to pick. A very good craft to get there. 50 mod tier is the big thing though. That's the thing that you really want. I've had exactly one of them, and people said that's lucky to get even one. Will ID this cast weapon? It is not what we're hoping to see, which is flat fire to spells. Or for that matter, +1 fire skills would be really good as well, but that's much less likely to drop. T2 flat fire to spells would probably be an upgrade just as a 1 mod magic item though. So one of the things I'm liking about Ruthless in general is that at this point, like in the base game, if you're even remotely experienced, you're so strong in tier 1 maps that it doesn't feel like you're achieving anything. Whereas in Ruthless, you're having to pay attention to the monsters at least. Like, you know, you have to be aware of what their attacks are. They're living long enough to fight back. So monsters feel like they're actual, not necessarily individually a challenge, but they have some impact. That's something I'm liking about it. Pace is just, like, I'd like to have higher move speed though. I feel like move speed, especially out of combat, is too slow. That'll improve when I get 30% move speed boots, but it still feels like it's dragging a bit. You know, you can't use quick step effectively out of combat, etc., etc. Just a lot of limitations. Okay, I think we might be en route to the boss now. This is a side path here. Oh no, is this it here? Actually, rightwards? Yeah, this looks like it's it. It's actually a really short, minimal pathway to this boss. Okay, drop a portal down. Okay, I misplayed that badly there, mostly because of the... oh hell. I've died in here with him fully spawning monsters. This is going to be awful. Okay, so for those of you... Like, a lot of people don't know the full mechanics of this. It has the ability to spawn clones that cause a constant degen. It's like a really bad fight to die in. Actually, yeah, I'm going to die a second time. I did get it, though. Alright. It's a DPS race, which is something that I'm very disadvantaged in. I did not expect that I would die the first time, but I got stunned in a... I got stunned inside one of his bad ground things, and that ripped me apart for a bit. And then by the time I realised how bad a spot I was in, I didn't have anything to get out of it because I don't have any instant flasks. If I had instant flasks, I would have gotten away from that deathless. But this is not a nice boss in Ruthless, where your DPS races are just inherently much nastier than they are in the base game. Okay, there's still a lot of monsters left, but I don't think it matters. I'm just going to exit this map. I own the other low tier map, so I'll do that. And we're just pushing up to Commissioned Officer first. Shipyard is the one that we haven't run yet. Transmute. Increase monster variety, power charge on hit. And we have... yeah, nothing that needs to be paid attention to there. Go and do a vendor run. Socket of melee gems, that'll be an elk shard. Instant recovery on a mana flask. Now, I actively don't want that. And those are just there because they are quality flasks, which we will keep for the vendor SP at some point. We can deal with that vendor SP eventually. It's not like it's something pressing I have to do now. Quality gem, put that aside. And we have not set up the fragment tab yet to have affinity, so let's do that. And we go to the shipyard. Still hoping to see some more of those support gem drops, because that's what we're missing at the moment. I got a rogue Exile here. Those things can be sketchy. That's one of the easier ones. They still hurt. Perfect roll heavy belt. That's worth a transmute, I think. Mostly because if we were to get something like life and cold res, we would use it. So we got a Soul Eater monster here. Pesky things. Also has Enrage as his life lost, which is a absolutely heinous combination sometimes. This thing is just not a particularly dangerous monster type in general. That said, it's still capable of being pretty rough. Get the burn phase down on it, and it's dead. We'll pick up that plated mole, just Fishing for elk shards is all. Reason elks are so important in this is that yellow map progression is quite a bit harder in Ruthless than it is in base game because you don't have very many elks. Red maps are a bit better than they seem because only 16s require the items, require the maps to be corrupt. So it's a huge investment to progress through. In a lot of ways, where you might say in the base game, progressing and picking up your Maven Witness points, like your Maven 4-ways, that's a big investment to get those points. You reach that point where you require a bigger investment much earlier in Ruthless. When maps start requiring alchemies to... require being rare, leave aside whether it's an alchemy or not. And that's much more investment. A couple of sets of boots there, which could be good if we're lucky. Probably not, but could be. Always happy to see rare boots. They have a lot of potential. In the base game in BPL this league, I identified a set of boots in a tier 3 map from memory that was so good that I was fine wearing them literally the entirety of BPL. Okay, triple resist, but no movement speed. I'm not willing to use that. Someone else might, but I wouldn't. It's not like the resists are great on them. Unique boots are a lot better in Ruthless than they are in the base game. Just because like crafting of boots is fairly strong base game. But in Ruthless, you have much less access to crafting, but there's a number of deterministically acquirable sets of boots like the Atsuri boots and a few other things that you can pretty reliably get your hands on that maybe not uber, but they're very hard to beat. Also, I think Sintrek probably will get a lot of use here too, because it's just not that rare. Alright, so we're one-on-one now against the main boss, Musky Two-Eyed Glen, who requires you to Life Flask through his Lightning Strike if he aggroes on you specifically. If he aggroes on my golems, then great. That just means that I don't have to Life Flask. And I got a new map as well. We are not finished with this map. That is all of the tier 1s done, but we only own 2 specific tier 2s. Plus I can use the 3-for-1 recipe on, I think it's Bone Crypts that I have a lot of. We're not going to get Kirak missions until we get a few more points though, so where you would normally in the base game use Kirak missions at this point, if you have them, you won't get them here. Augmentation. It's a nice thing. Have more of. I'm low on those currently. Okay, 5 monsters left, so that'll just be this pack and then we're done. Okay. Well, all that was basically nothing there. We got no real drops of note out of that one. Just tried the transmute on that heavy belt and it's rubbish. It's not worth an augmentation, so it can go to the vendor. That said, these boots here, that I'm not going to use them, but they're good enough that I'm kind of not willing to vendor them either. So they can just get sit aside. Get forgotten about for a while. And okay, we now have layer map and iceberg map to run. Layer map fizzes lightning, we can handle that. Now, something that's very important. If this had heinous mods on it, this Bleak Crest iceberg map, which it does not, but if it had heinous mods on it, we would be stuck with it. Because you just don't have currency that can remove mods from rare maps realistically in Ruthless. It does exist, it's just that it's really rare. And I forgot to put map affinity on there. So while it does exist, it's rare enough that you just can't realistically use it at all. Anyways, we'll go into the layer map. We'll get our level up, hopefully, assuming that we don't have any stupid little accidents and die. And then... oh, we got 1200% increased XP on the strongest monster in pack. That's quite noticeable. I am killing this monster here because it's going to be so much XP when it dies. I think it may actually hit me the level. This guy with the 4 mods and the Devoted to Prospero, which I think is the XP mod. So I might get more than, yeah, well over 1% of a level from that guy, and ding the +1, which is good. Get out the way of that. There's a 3. Nice to continue progressing upwards in map tiers. Early progression in Ruthless is pretty chill as far as I can tell from maps. That's been my experience in the past. It's not really until yellow maps that stuff starts getting a bit nastier. Always actually happy to get a rare sword drop because they seem to have more chance of giving you elk shards than pretty much anything else, and those elk shards help you get over those milestones in yellow maps when you're trying to get all of your progression done, trying to get all your alchemy orbs for progression. So we're still at the moment looking for a weapon upgrade. I think is probably one of the most important things we're likely to get, and we're still IDing rares that are just general good stuff, or have the potential, sorry, to be general good stuff. The interesting thing is that we're not currently getting more relevant drops in a map than you would in the base game. This is like about the first time in progress that you're not, because base game, this is where you do start IDing a lot of things that drop. Murder boots could be an upgrade. We'll go around the other way. I do like just full clearing maps in Ruthless, at least early on, while you don't have any sort of map pool at all. You also don't have Kirak missions that you can throw at getting your Atlas progression done either. Sing has life leech, which is a pain. Against my golems, it's actually recovering a lot of life from that, because it can leech from both golems and me. Wasn't hitting me very often, because I position in a spot where it can't, but it was certainly hitting both golems a lot of the time. One of those monster mechanics that doesn't punish player strategies when you are strong, but when you're weak it does. Having a monster with life leech. Okay, I'm getting a run around here because these monsters just have the ability to swarm me, and I don't have a quartz flask. So I can't get phasing. I have to preemptively avoid getting penned in, because if I get penned in, I'm in a lot of trouble here, potentially. Still looking for those support gems at the moment that could turn a corner in character power. Yeah, Kukuma's saying quite likes Ruthless just for a change of pace and because it's not zoom. And I think that is definitely the appeal, is that also just item drops matter. Like, it feels like you're getting more loot than the base game a lot of the time. Not really the case at this point in progression where you would be picking stuff up in the base game as well, but like you quickly hit a point where items on the ground don't matter in the base game, and you just don't realistically hit that point in Ruthless. Maybe a bit of an exception this league with the Necropolis mechanics. Okay, so this thing is tanky. I'm going to try and get it to play with my golems, which will respawn themselves. Yeah, you can definitely get one item that drops that is massive. Like when I had Purity of Elements drop early. Like that's sort of a huge upgrade. Or if I got 30% move speed boots now, which, you know, I've got a couple of things to ID that could be that. If I got a rare Demon's Horn, that could also be a big upgrade. Wouldn't be hard. So I think that's the appeal of Ruthless. I'm hoping that the changes that they made to scarabs fix a lot of things, like, because there were some real problems with it before, where it felt like maps were too similar to each other. I'm hoping that that's changed now. I'm optimistic, but I'm not convinced yet. We'll see. I'm still in that setup of Atlas phase at the moment, where, you know, you're just getting yourself points to spend on Kirak missions currently. Kirak missions, scouting reports, all that sort of mundane stuff that you have to have early. Lysias is targeting the wrong way, which is really useful there. If he wants to fight my golems all day, he can do that. Okay, I need to just endure this for a bit. Oh no, I can't endure it. Okay, splat. I thought I overestimated my defenses there. Mods on this were... Oh, it's fizz added as extra lightning. I'm actually surprised I died to that. I thought I would survive that. Anyways. Softcore life. You can make big mistakes like that and not get punished for them. Unfortunately, that's a repeat fungal hollow. I already had that map. And Horizon Orbs aren't going to be something I'm going to get because they are only available in Ruthless through speccing into Harbinger. Which is not something I'm planning on doing anytime soon. Okay, fighter spells, but not enough to matter. Miscellaneous good stuff, not good enough to matter. Chromatic, miss good stuff, but not good enough to matter. I do have a good upgrade prepared for once I can get a bit more cold resistance as well. Okay, so my choices are, I'm definitely, either way I get 4% scouting reports, which is just okay. I think I'll go the 50% route. So I'm going up this way to Commissioned Officer now. That's my next plan, and likely to be the end of this stream, unless I finish a little earlier than that. Okay, what were we working on now? That's right. Influence is actually something that's good. That's going to fix up some mana issues I've been having. As well as that'll be a boost to my resist. I like that. I'm capped on resist, but it gets me close to the point where I can get rid of my left ring. Which is currently giving me 29 cold res and nothing else. What are we at now currently? 85. I mean, I could go undercapped on cold res. I'll do that next level. I will do that because that ring is. This ring is a big upgrade over what we've got. Like, it's a Gravecraft. I just got a challenge done in Ruthless, or not a full challenge, but one of the easy ones, one of the easy parts of one of the challenges. Ruthless has 8 challenges. They're all they're like, I think they've gone for 8 out of 8 in Ruthless is modestly harder than 40 out of 40 in the base game. Sorcerer boots could be very good. That rare set of boots always appealing. And unfortunately, again, missing move speed, but that's a lot of ES. 169 is like ridiculously high ES for this point in the game, but it's still not a complete package item. Okay, we got something with a crazy move speed there. Did remember seeing I did remember seeing a move speed lantern mod. That got me killed there. The combination of the lantern mod and the monster that was intrinsically hasted from rare monsters. Like a rare monster mod that hasted it. I think that's like 6 deaths now, maybe 7. Not a character I would play if I was going for 0. Alright, that's dead. I think it was actually pretty sketch. Anything faster than you is really dangerous in the game, in general. In the base game, if you encounter something faster than you, usually you can one-shot it. Whereas in Ruthless, that's definitely not the case. More things are faster than you, and you have less capacity to one-shot things. Also, less capacity to inflict freezes on them. Alteration, always a nice thing to pick up another one of. Full clearing this, mostly because pretty much every map it can drop that's not tier 1 is new. Unless I get another one of the same map. I could get another fungal hollow, I guess, but yeah. We'll burn that bridge when we get to it. Alright, here we are, down this way. Drop the... there's a support gem, Superior Intensify. Not something I can realistically use, but something I could conceivably use in the swaps in Labyrinth. Diamond Flask is something I'll pick up with no real plan for, but it feels like something I should just keep my hands on. Alright, boss time now. Drop down a portal before it. Clear out all the rubbish first, especially the revenants that can do so much damage. There is a map, not sure if +1 or not. It is a -2, so it is not, oh sorry, -1, so it's not really loot at all. I guess you get 3 of them and they become a vendor recipe. Okay, here's your Tishi. Yorishi, actually. Named after Horishi, I guess. One of the developers, one of the people who is like one of PoE's unsung heroes, Horishi. One of the key people behind a lot of the itemization in the game, as well as a bunch of the systems. Oh, squished. Okay, I underestimated that. I thought I was safe. I wasn't. Okay. Bad play by me. Misjudged the monster. Vendor time. Vendor. So Horishi is the dev that I'm assuming that Yorishi is named after. It's like a very close name. Maybe it's just coincidence that they rhyme. He's involved in itemization a lot. Most unique items in the game are designed by Harishi. He's also the person who I think was central to coming up with the idea of Ruthless and just putting it in, not really expecting it to be something many people wanted to play, but thinking it'd be like a percentage of the player base's favourite mode. Harishi, yeah. This guy is actually really rude without a teleport move skill. Oh, he's dead to a cull. Yeah, cool. I actually got a Kirak mission. I didn't think I could get them until I spec'd for them. Okay, well that's good. So we are now 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 points. 5 points away from the next step up. And I think at this point I am going to have a look and see who is online, because I might end up finishing up and doing a raid somewhere. Maybe over Bale Mage's way, actually. And just so that I can get offline and go have something to eat. Yeah, I think I might do that. Sorry, Gone. I'm just actually finishing up. We've done about 6 or 7 maps. I've had a few deaths, actually, since I've been in maps, even though I am resist capped. But I am going over Bale Mage's way, so thanks all. May your Varlobs have interesting results, and I will see you there.
Degenerate one-game player who spends 85% of their life playing a single game. So they want to play PoE for 2 to 5 weeks.
Oh, howdy all. Welcome back. We are going to be continuing with where we were in Ruthless for what's going to be the last stream in this series for a little while, because there's going to be a private league that I'm going to be jumping into tomorrow. Actually, when I say tomorrow, I mean 11 hours from now. So for some of you, that is today. If you're interested in joining it, you can. Why is my phone singing at me? Nothing important. So, wow, that's like actually not bad. I'll have to think if I can use that. Basically, we are slowly progressing through the start of maps at the moment, and we will be getting rid of some of this sort of rubbish we've been picking up. Being Ruthless, like things that are highly linked just aren't that important at the moment, because I don't own the support gems. I haven't yet been trading for things. Interestingly, we've got something there. I'm not actually sure what it is. One of these is, it's this thing, is providing me with an elk shards, and I'm not sure why. It must be the energy shield recharge rate modifier on it. Elk shards are pretty good in Ruthless. Like, really do add up to something meaningful over time, because alchemy orbs are pretty rare in this game mode. Anyways, just having a look, see, we've got a couple of 3s at the moment, and I'm just going to start running one of them. We got there, nothing we can't do, so that's all good. But yeah, this thing feels like a lot of suppression on it, and like I've kind of got trashed at the moment. Like this is, yeah, it's the dexterity is an issue though. I'm not getting rid of this. I'm not getting rid of this. It feels like it's good, and this is something I want to use once I can make the resist work without it. Hey, Requake, welcome. Once more, this is going to go up on YouTube afterwards as well, and my plans are that I'm just going to drop that up there as one massive sort of stitched together clumping. If you're watching it on YouTube though, you won't be able to necessarily follow everything in chat. So our damage is pretty derisory because we don't have relevant support gems really at all, and that's something that you really feel in Ruthless, especially when you're not trading. If you're willing to trade, and like I am in Trade League, so I have the right to trade, I just haven't been doing it. That's something that can get you a big... that can address a lot of those power weaknesses. The absence of any deterministic sources of support gems, though, is really significant. Hey, good afternoon, Meistergan. I always love playing around with time zones. Like if someone says good morning, good evening, I'll just say whatever it is over here in East Coast Australia, where it's 3:10 PM at the moment on a Monday. Everyone's favourite day of the week. Not. So one of the things you'll see, I'm making extensive use of Flamethrower Trap. It is not great, but it just gets a bunch of extra damage. It is a hit skill. It doesn't look like it. It looks like a fire dot. It's actually a lot of hits, which is really useful because it inflicts ignites pretty often, and then there's a mastery that is going to then cause you to deal a whole bunch of extra damage with hits on things that are already ignited. Yeah, Ruthless is apparently in a really good spot at the moment. I'm testing that out. I'm not yet at the point, like, I haven't been playing it except when I've been streaming, so if I haven't been in the mood to stream on a given day, I haven't logged in on Ruthless. So that means that I've not really made much progress. So, you know, we're still, this is my first tier 3 map, so it's a bit early to say yet how the changes have worked, because I don't yet have that much of a sense as to how many scarabs you're getting in practice. But I'm expecting that I'll be getting enough scarabs that maybe not every map can be a multi-scarab map, but that a good number of them can. I doubt that I'd want either of these, but there's just an outside chance. My weapon is terrible. Like, if that dagger ends up being a high tier flat fighter spells, I'll probably end up using it over what I've got. Mana Flask, I don't know if I need that or not. Your issue with that, Meistigan, so Meistigan's asking, is it the case that minions in general, and specifically spectres, are really good because they don't require gear? Okay, so, ooh, squished. Okay, I wasn't expecting to have trouble with that. My bad. So, let's get back to answering that anyway. The issue there is that, one, support gems are really difficult to get, except if you're trading. If you're trading, they're fine. Two, the minions, like, a lot of minions do care about gear. A lot more than you might think. And they also care about auras, and auras are really hard to get your hands on in Ruthless. So any aura that has a reservation that is a percentage of mana, and that actually includes heralds as well, they're pretty rare in Ruthless. I do happen to own a lucky drop of Purity of Elements. That's the only percentage reservation aura I've had drop. Except, I think I've had Blood and Sand as well. Another thing people might be interested in, if you haven't already seen it, there's a private league that's starting up in about 10 3/4 hours. It's just going to be an Acropolis Fresh Start event, but it looks like it'll be a lot of fun because, like, Fresh Starts always are, and it's going with a cooperative feel, so somewhat like BPL in that regard. Trying to have, you know, people work together a bit less competitive than trade tends to be. Is the design. It's not like that's enforced. I should buy an Eternal Orb. I just don't see any real use for an Eternal Orb except as a trophy. It's not like you can rip it to standard. So for those of you that aren't aware, Eternal Orbs were added to Ruthless. I'm not really sure what they were trying to achieve there because they've added the Eternal Orb like Hinakora's Lock in the base game anyway. It's different to what Eternal Orbs were. In some ways it's worse. Probably in most ways it's worse. In some ways it's better. But then, at the same time, they added the original ones into Ruthless. I don't know. I feel like I should just do one league where Mirrors of Calandra don't exist and Eternal Orbs do. And just see how it feels. I don't think you can have those two together in a league. It is a fancy trophy, yeah. I will agree with that. And Clarity is one of the auras you can get reasonably reliably in Ruthless if you want it. It's one that you get at level 10, I think. Same as in the base game. Alright, so we've got to deal with All in Grey Chain, and this guy actually has quite the damage output. I may have some real trouble with this fight, because he has self-healing as well. Well, more specifically, he leeches life. Yeah, okay. I'm maybe even outgunned on this. I don't know that I've got the damage for this guy, or the damage of the tank. I'm going to try it. It's not like I'm going to lose that much XP. XP penalty in Ruthless is pretty severe, but it also doesn't really matter that much until you're a good way in. Yeah, I can't beat him. I just don't have the survivability to kill this guy with... I'll check what the mods are, but... Oh, maybe I can. I don't know. It feels like it's not really a case of... it's not really a skill-based fight. It's a luck-based fight, depending on whether he goes for me or my golems at any given time. It's whether I'll be able to get through it. I mean, I could just port out and get my flasks back, couldn't I? Yeah, Irv's pointing out that adding Eternal Orbs would be something that might infuriate standard players. I don't know. I don't think that's a problem. Like, it's going to change standards economy, but every league changes standards economy. It won't be as big a deal as when they did the Exalt Divine Swap. That was the biggest change that's taken place to standards economy probably ever. But, alright, let's jump back in. So kind of setting up a bit of a kill zone here that I want him to stay on top of me in. Nah, I'm going to get this guy. I'm very close to him. And it's, yeah, as I say, he is just too much damage for the terrible defenses I have at the moment. But I don't think it's an unsurmountable amount of damage that he's doing either. He'll cull as well. Yeah, there he goes. That's the cull. That's one of the most stat check fights in the game. Like one of the ones where you have the least agency over what happens, so... it wasn't really the regen that was causing me problems, Mycigan. Frostbomb, I don't own a Frostbomb. I have an uncut gem that I could swap for it if I had to. But, turns out I didn't end up needing it. Offerings to the Goddess are just rare. Okay, so they don't exist until yellow maps. But offerings to the Goddess aren't that rare. Or do you mean the offering gems like the minion gems? Okay, that's nothing. Oh, I hate foreboding flasks, but anyways, that's something for the vendor recipe for thingy jigs. Yeah, none of these are very important. Oh, the offering gems, yeah. I think the offerings are available. I'll just go check that for you. Actually, I don't know the answer to that, so I'll go find out the answer. Way to do that is jump into the library and check from Ciosa. I feel like the offerings are available, but you'll only get one of them for Act 3. Yeah, Flesh Offering, Bone Offering, and Spirit Offering. You can get them for an uncarved gemstone. So they're accessible. You'd need to go to... So you can get one from the library, one from Act 5, one from Act 10. And, of course, you can get more on other characters. The other thing is that if they're available there, they're also not super rare. Sitting on the Diamond Flask, in case I want it. I probably won't. And now we've got Iceberg. I haven't done this yet, have I? Oh yeah, I have done Iceberg. Okay, so I don't own any new maps, if that's the case. I believe. I can then run tier 1s, or I can purchase from Kirak. What's Kirak selling at the moment? His prices are different here. 3 transmutes, 1 chance. Ouch. Okay, I'll definitely take the I'll definitely take this for 2 transmutes, and Belfry's like, yeah, is this the most likely thing to fail at this point? Probably is, but we'll go for it. Transmutes are pretty affordable. Chances are a bit rare. Unique bosses are possessed. That applies not to the dangerous stuff in this. I still think I can do this. I'm doing it first because that's going to be rough. Like, I am super weak at the moment. So I'll do it first. If I lose XP, I lose XP. And alright. Yeah, Ruthless has been fun. Like, the good thing about Ruthless is that you're always behind the curve power-wise. That's the thing that makes it, like, it just makes it more engaging. This area of the game would be a snooze fest in the base game. You know, you probably were strong enough to do it when you were in Act 9. But now, well, there's a lot of stuff going on. So the sketchy stuff in this is not the actual boss Katava's abilities. It's the trash that he spawns. And that's what I was concerned about. And when I saw the possessed, I'm like, oh, that could be terrible. And then I was like, no, maybe I don't think it actually applies to the... I think it's the Shaman of the Feast. That's the monsters that are found in there. There are some that are unique. I don't know that they count for that. Poisonous Concoction of Bouncing is definitely something that's seems to be in a pretty good spot at the moment. I'm going to be jumping in Smooth's League tomorrow, and I've decided I'm going to play an old favourite that may not be very good, but I think should be at least functional. And that's Glacial Cascade of Fishes as a miner. Glacial Cascade mines used to be really good. Then Glacial Cascade and mines both got changed. Mines are mostly worse than they used to be. You'd play it as a trickster now instead of playing it the way you used to play it as a saboteur. But the other thing that was really interesting was that Glacial Cascade of the Fisher has the old functionality of old Glacial Cascade. And Glacial Cascade looks spectacular with the Illusionist MTX, which honestly is one of the things that just made me determine I wanted to try it out. If it turns out that it's terrible, I can always jump to Exsanguinate instead, because they'll be very similar trees. Exsanguinate, Miner, Trickster, and the benefit that you get from being Exsanguinate is that you're already paying life for spells, which means, like, with the way that mines got changed, that's a godsend. Earthshatter, why is that singing out to me? That's not a support gem. Anyways, I'll pick it up. It's an option. Well, not really for this character, but still. One of the things that tends to happen in Ruthless, if you were to play in solo self-found, the main way people do it is they'll run a character a fair way, just collect a few things, and then that will inspire their second character. Yeah, there's a fair bit of AoE you can get on the tree. Someone was looking into it in my Discord, and they thought that 102% ink AoE looked like it was a really good breakpoint. You can get a lot of that on the tree. Partly, I'm okay with it being behind. Like, I'm okay. I'm pretty sure it'll be functional, even if it ends up just being like random spell miner rather than Exsanguinate spell miner. If it hits a boss twice, it's doing a little bit less damage than Exsanguinate. If it hits 3 times, it's doing a lot more than Exsanguinate. And to get 3 hits generally starts happening more at that higher level of AoE. Because Exsanguinate has a thing where it deals a dot that you probably don't scale, but that just still turns off ES regen on monsters for a long time, which is one of those things that's like utility but really does add up. Okay, one of the things with Belfry map, if you're ever doing Belfry map and you're weak, it kind of doesn't matter if you die on the boss without putting a portal up, because you're probably going to want to do the other way through the map anyway. Like, Sanguinate's not really amazing for single target. They're not terrible. Like, Hexblast's ahead of everything else for single target, for mines. So we kind of want to get the trash down first. Because this is a fight that you can really lose control of badly. Oh. Thought I was going to have a real... No, I got hit by that, but it's... Some of these hits aren't damaging me for some reason. I'm pretty sure I took 2 hits from Kitty that were, like, significant hits that didn't do any damage. Oh, get away from that. Bring down these trash monsters. Ah, yeah, this is these are the mobs I was scared of. The Champion of the Feast, it is. Anyways, went splat. Super Sand, fire away with the link. If the auto mod eats it, I'll try to remember to post it. Yeah, of course, I could have blocked it. I could have blocked the shockwaves, that'd be what it would have been. Disleo, I'm thinking of going Glacial Cascade Mines, which is just an old favourite. That's Glacial Cascade of the Fisher. The old quality that works like old Glacial Cascade. Kind of curious to see if it's any good or not. I think it'll just be worse than Exsanguinate, but not terrible. I guess we'll find out. Hey, afternoon, Swanhost. So at the moment, what we're looking for more than anything else is a breakthrough item, something that gets us out of the hole we're in at the moment, where we're pretty weak currently. But we're also like 1 or 2 breakthrough items out of being strong enough for white tier maps. Cut down some of these numbers of monsters here, and stuff that would die in one hit in the base game ends up being much more concerning in Ruthless when it's like, oh, this thing lives long enough to do multiple attacks or to use multiple skills on you, and then suddenly you've got to try and dodge more stuff. There's his garbage toss that's killed me in a gauntlet before. This guy. One of those abilities so easy to forget exists. And suddenly, you realise, oh, I really shouldn't have forgot that existed. Okay. Are we close now or not? Oh. Ah, yeah, there we go. That's not succeeding in blocking that thing. There we go. Okay, we got our map done, and we got a -1, unfortunately. So it's basically not really a map drop at all. I mean, we can still run it, but we'll run it when we have to, which I think we've got 1 or 2 more things we can do first. Okay. I think Penance Brand of Dissipation still being the best boss killer this league. If it's not the best, it's certainly one of the best. And obviously, like a lot of just the regular good stuff as well. Plus, not all physical spell skill gems don't have a use for this, but it just feels too good to vendor. That's definitely not too good to vendor. This will vendor for Elk Shards because it's got +2 socketed melee gems on it. Yeah, Hexblast Mines is really good for it as well. Yep, not getting rid of this. It's that's a legit good mod on it. And I'll just sit it aside for now. Probably forget that I've got it there before there's ever any uses for it. But I'll jump back in. There was something I left there. Totem build's also good as bosses, as always. Suppression and one other. Alright. The claw goes to the vendor. This thing is like very replaceable, isn't it? You get better than this with an ID scroll. All I'm seeing on it is that it's suppression. Yeah, no, it's not good. Go away. Okay, let's have a quick thing. We've got this Arsenal map to run, and that's our last new map. After which we have the option of a Kirak mission. Yeah, I usually recommend Tatantial for people who are looking for advice on totem setups. Just with the caveat that Tatantial's a hardcore player primarily. So anything that he's running is going to probably invest more in tank than most softcore players are interested in investing. But that's not necessarily a problem. The other thing with totems that's pretty good is that they're often, the builds are quite similar to each other a lot of the time. So you can go, like, you can play one and then go, oh, you know what, I really don't like, I don't know, Lightning Conduit of the Heavens. I want to play something else instead. And you can then put in a different totem skill. There's a couple of caveats to that, like, you know, elemental for elemental is pretty important, but you can do a lot of different totem builds on one shell. Still interested in Scrolls of Wisdom. One of the things that you find in Ruthless is that you can easily run out of transmutes, because you'll put transmutes on maps that you don't uniquely highly care about, and transmutes is something that you typically get about 1 of per map that you run, maybe a little bit more, but sometimes you're going to want to use them on other things as well, and you can definitely run out of them. My second flask, like the life recovery on it, is really starting to feel anemic. It's a bleed cleanse. Innovate. That's the shock one. Can I use that? Can I use that? Yeah, I can attach that to... Attach it to walk, possibly. It's probably... Like, it's going to give a bunch of lightning damage to Wok, though. I don't really want that at the moment. Fireball's definitely sticking with combustion. Flamethrower trap just happens to have Phantasm at the moment because it's all I've got. I don't think that it really no, it doesn't gain anything. Only I can gain innovation, so it can't even use it. I think that's just something I can't use. That's something for me to take to lab at some point. So there's a lab craft that swaps a support gem for another of the same colour. And I have a reasonable chance of getting something good out of that with blue. Innovate's not something that's used at all in the base game, but in Ruthless you use what you've got. The support's at least until quite late. So it's something I'm at least willing to consider. But I can't see a way of using it. I just don't have enough realistic chance to inflict shocks. So it is just not for me. Not even as a bad version of added lightning damage support.
When I'm ready and not before.
Chromatics are always something you need more of because at some point you don't need them until you do, but then when you need them, you need a lot of them for chromes. You definitely want to sit on those. I'm in a lucky position at the moment because I got that early Purity of Elements drop that I can use, that because of that I have access to a bunch of extra, like I've got access to ailment avoidance, which is something that's more important in Ruthless than base game. That said, I still have to manually cleanse bleeds with a flask. We've got another boss that's a bit of a tank check here, so I'm a bit nervous about this one, and might have some real trouble with it. Again, this is just due to it having like pretty hard to mechanically avoid damage. I don't really have any way to stop it, whereas in the base game your way of stopping it is killing it before it does any appreciable amount of damage to you and being faster than the boss is as well. In Ruthless, your quick step movement skill is pretty bad, and that's all you can get. Oh, hang on, it's just not doing any appreciable damage. Here I was thinking it was going to be like that all-in grey chain fight, but it's not. Yeah, Purity of Elements is really good. Oh, it does have something though. It did have that special ability, like that did the cascading stuff from the sky. That was actually a bit more sketchy. I do want to complete this map because I don't have any new maps available. I've got a Kirak mission, but that's it. I find that like on ailment avoidance, I usually find it freezes the one you have to solve first, and I'm okay solving that with flasks early on. Again, there's only a softcore thing. Hardcore, there's no way you would do it that way. Shock is the one you want to solve second, and I'm usually okay with getting some sort of reduced effective shock. And then at that point, I'm usually content to go with that for a while, and then I'm not going to spend an aura fixing it until I can get something permanent. I'm not that fussed about getting Ignite solved, although sometimes, you know, it's good to have it. It's good to it's good to be Ignite immune, but it never feels critical. So that's my usual thought process with it. I don't usually like Purity of Elements as the solution there. The other thing is that you've got a lot with the what's it called? The Pantheon can do a lot for freeze as well. It's not like quite complete immunity, but it's pretty good. Now, I haven't had a single scarab drop in this map, or in the previous ones. So I haven't had a scarab drop since I've been in this stream. And I want to get a sense as to just how rare they end up feeling. I would agree. If you're league starting, with a minion build, yes, you want to deviate from my thoughts. I don't usually play minions because I hate animate guardian mechanics, and like, I'm not usually the most extreme min-maxer or anything close to it, but not having such a big source of power feels bad. But also, the only thing that feels worse than not having that power is playing animate guardian. Okay, so what we are working towards at the moment is Commissioned Officer. The Atlas is nerfed on Ruthless. Basically, everything on the Atlas has lower numbers and sometimes different effects to the base game. So where Commissioned Officer is 6% in the base game, it is 2% in Ruthless. All that said, it is still one of the most important things on the entire Atlas, because it can just bail you out of all of your early map sustain dramas. I'm going first for this. Second, I'm going for Planar Tactician, which is comprehensive scouting reports in the base game, but is Vile scouting reports here. And then I'm going for Solidarity, which is very different in Ruthless. Here, it will give you unique maps. This is the way to get unique maps in Ruthless. Oh yeah, having enough resist to be able to tap 2 blue altars is a good thing. That's a lot. That is not a small amount of resist to get there. And we have a whole lot of rocks there. Didn't even get a single transmute out of all of that lot. Now, we did pick up a flask curver, and I am transmuting that. So let's see if we can get anything useful out of this one. Instantaneous, nice. Okay. I think that's what I really need. It's not all that much life, but it does kind of do a lot. I prefer that to a duration one. Yeah, so you had a build you linked earlier, didn't you? I'll just have a quick look at this. This is a PoE Ninja look. So, Rakiata's Dance Slayer. So that's Tula's Hunger. You get Manifold Ring with a lot of alley damage on it. Lot of alley damage. Celestial Brace for Fortify. Nimbus, and your main skill set up here. Molten Strike of the Zenith. Yeah. Okay, so is Trinity pulling its weight for you? I feel like with Rakiata's Dance, you get a lot less out of it. The 17% penetration is almost dead with Rakiata's Dance. It's not dead, but it's not very much. A lot of its power budget is there, but and again, I guess it's still 30% more elemental damage once you get to max resonance. So I would at least reassess whether Trinity support's right on your build. Obviously, you got Mage Blood, Ralkesh's Impatience, and I'd check whether Ralkesh's Impatience is the best way to get your charges capped out. I'm just having a look at see what you've got in the way of charge increasing. Like you're oh no, you're 883. Yeah, no, okay, that makes sense. Yeah, it's a cool setup. That was linked earlier, but it's yeah. It looks quite interesting. Rakiata's Dance is going to be a lot rarer next league. It's tier 0, and I'm pretty sure that tier 0s in general will be a lot rarer when they no longer have what's the name of that ridiculous thing? Back to Basics, when that's gone. And Back to Basics is definitely not surviving another league. I think if Back to Basics survives another league, the next league is going to be DOA. It's that much of a it's that dominant on the trade league meta. People will drop it really quickly. Myskin's asking how much rarity and quant is needed to balance against the Ruthless inherently lower quantity and rarity that you get. Don't know exactly, but it feels like having 75% reduced of both. Yeah, Super Saiyan's saying if Back to Basics is here next league, is that they're going to skip the league, and I think that's going to be a common thought. Basically, everything is going to feel unrewarding if Back to Basics is still around. I'm repeating a map here because I need to find other maps. I actually should check which maps I'm... Like, Desert Spring does have one I need. Desert Spring has dunes it's connected to. Shipyard actually isn't worth doing specifically. I mostly should focus on Crimson Townships. Yeah, I think it's reduced. I think the quantity effects are reduced rather than this. So if we get a dunes out of here, we'd be happy. Like I said, I don't want to burn my only Kirak mission yet. And actually not sure. Ruthless has some changes on map drop mechanics. I don't know if the bias towards uncompleted maps still exists in Ruthless. But now I think about it, I don't think it does. Black Swan Eyes, that's the part of the appeal of Ruthless, is that like loot actually feels impactful again. In fact, I think that is the main, that is its selling point, Ruthless. It's like, content is harder, and not because the numbers on the content are made harder generally, but because your character is less powerful, and also loot is more important to pick up, and therefore more interesting. Like, you care about the drops you get. Yeah, I mean, Ruthless has just never really been all that... it was never been all that popular since it was added. I feel like there's only so many people looking for a hard mode in Path of Exile, and most of them prefer solo self-found. That's just been the way that it's been since SSF was introduced. There we go. There's our dunes map. Excellent. That's what we were wanting to see in this map. Honestly, I'm pretty happy with that. I actually got a +1 map out of this, out of repeating this one. I can't get any more +1s on this. I'm just thinking whether it's worth my while running just for repeats of tier 2s. It might be. I like Ruthless for a change of pace at least. And I'll definitely say that. It's like... I'm not sold on whether I'd play it as the only game mode for a league. But if I end up feeling that I'm... Like, if I end up not feeling the private league that I'm starting tomorrow, if like a week into that I'm sort of over it, then I'll probably come back to Ruthless and do 8 of 8. I also still have some challenges left in the base game, but like nothing unreasonable to get. I've done all the grindy stuff. I haven't done all of the difficult stuff yet, but the difficult stuff is kind of easier to do than the grindy stuff. You know, it's stuff like make a character that's super good at farming particular bosses. Yeah, the movement nerfs in Ruthless are like they're pretty transformative, and they do make a lot of content harder than it would otherwise be. I honestly feel like one of the things that's starting to irk me is that like your player move speed is just a bit too slow in Ruthless. Mostly for the times you've got to run around. Like when you're doing running that's not in combat. I honestly feel like if they had when you are not in the presence of an enemy, your movement speed is plus 20%. I feel like that would be something that in Ruthless would be really good. Oh yeah, not being able to take shortcuts is something that you really notice too. The faster you are at the campaign, the more Ruthless will slow you down in that regard. Labyrinth also feels really nasty in places. I still haven't done Merciless Labyrinth yet. I will get some power out of it. It's not as massive as it is in the base game. It's still pretty good. So that's something else that I would keep in mind. Oh, the other thing that's interesting, I really think they should bring this into the base game. The Assassin has a unique identity in Ruthless. It's got the ability to poison with, to inflict poison with elemental damage, including from spells. Lab honestly is interesting in Ruthless in that it's quite different. Izaro is just a nasty monster to fight. He's quite sketchy at times, and in a way that in the base game you never really experience much of the lab fight anymore. It's like you're just sort of too powerful. Boss just dies really soon. In Ruthless, you have to engage with his mechanics. You might even turn off some of the optional mechanics, like charge. You know, you'll do charge disruptors in a way that you don't do in the base game usually. But like that is, I think that's one of the selling points of Ruthless, honestly. Is that like a whole bunch of mechanics that in the base game are just nothings, in Ruthless end up being really impactful. Yeah, Izaro has mechanics in chat. It's like, yeah, it really does feel like that sometimes. It's like he's a new boss. I mean, it's a bit different if you do the level 83 labs early. You feel the mechanics there, or if you're someone who's a newer player and therefore don't have some of the experience that veteran players have with that fight, you really notice them. Yeah, bosses getting a health back in Ruthless. I'm pretty sure that that's something they were testing for, testing with the intention of going, oh, how's this going to feel if we put it into PoE 2? Because in PoE 2, bosses are also going to get their health back if you die. In Ruthless, if you die on a campaign boss, this is the act bosses, but it's also most of the mandatory quest progression bosses as well. That boss gains 40% of its life back, which is pretty impactful. That said, the campaign was, like, I didn't do it deathless, but it wasn't far from it. Early mapping has been a big jump up in difficulty, whereas normally in the base game, early mapping is a jump down in difficulty from... that heavy belt I was looking at. I'm kind of tempted to start transmuting demon horns, honestly. If I can get one that gets a single really good mod on it, it's going to beat what I've got. Oh, splat. I was reading chat there and paying attention to Trinant's comments and went squish as a result. Good work, you PK'd me. Plus one, oh no, Socketed Gems. Misread that as like something much better than it was. Flask Effect, yeah, no, it's not an overall package. Yeah, the corpse rushing is corpse rushing is not an engaging mechanic at all. You can only corpse rush obviously up to the end of the axe. Hang on, I just said I was going to transmute this, and let's see what we get. It's similar mod to what we want, but not the right tier. You'll see like these have a bunch of flat fire spells on them already. I'd need to get a high tier roll of it. Okay, that's all bad. And this one is like it's got individually good mods, but it's not a strong all-around package. And we've got something better. Do I feel like doing this boss again? I think I will. Why not? What's the worst that could happen? We spend a whole bunch of time fighting it. But, yeah. This is a boss I don't do very often for good reason in the base game, but we're not trying to be efficient here. My audio is producing a very high-pitched noise. Well, firstly, does anyone else hear it? Or is it just Exile? Not other people. I can try and deliberately produce a high-pitched noise, like... This is weird. So it seems like there's probably some sort of codec or something that... I don't know if codecs is still a thing, but some sort of weird interaction with this... One of the mechanics, like something on your PC and something in the stream. When I was just silent for a bit there, did you see it at all? It is noticeable. I do have to... Like, when I do anything on YouTube, I will always pretty aggressively cut my treble beyond a certain point. But there's not that much of that I can do live. It's limited. I can do some, but not a huge amount. Hey, he's just run off. It's only when I speak, but you can hear something. I'm just trying to think if there's anything I can specifically do to address that while it's live. I don't really want to... I don't really want to gut my treble in OBS. Partly because these settings work... Like, I have it nerfed already, but gutting it will make me sound really weird. Especially if there's anything that's not just words. Unless you're hearing something that... No, you're saying it's only when I'm speaking. When I finish talking and it trails off, so it's like it's sibilance. Sibilance. Yeah. I don't think I can fix that now. As I say, I do cut everything over 4700 hertz when I upload a video to YouTube. But that's something I have to do post-processing. It's not really something that can be done well while it's live. Alright, this guy is... Oh, he's fire and ignite resistant. That's why he's such a pest. I'm just thinking if there's anything you can do at your end on it for EQing that would work. If it's particularly being annoying for you. If it's like worse for you than... Most people aren't being that annoyed by it. I don't really know. Like, yeah, I guess you're seeing here the limitations of me not having a mixer. If I had a mixer, I could fix that, but that's like starting to be a much more professional setup. Do you find that if you watch my stuff on YouTube, do you find that it's much less the case there? Because like I said, I aggressively cut everything 4700 hertz and up in post-processing of anything. Oh, orb fusing, definitely something that's a frequently required currency in Ruthless. 6 links are pretty hard to get your hands on in this game mode. Oh, so you have the sibilance on YouTube as well. Hey, that's like, as I say, I do use software EQ, but it maybe there's limits to how aggressive it is. Like if I cut, say, 4200 and up, it starts sounding really much worse for people that don't have the issue with it. Like it stops sounding like my voice as well. Kind of interesting because, like, when you think about it, 4200 hertz is, I think that's like some of the very highest notes opera singers can sing. Pop filter, no. Boots could be good. Always happy to see rare boots. Not necessarily always happy with how they ID. It's got rarity, which means at least it's a bad rarity roll, and I wouldn't equip them, but it does mean it's an elk shard. Okay, let's get out of here again. Having to take this quite slowly again, just because of that reduced damage that comes from having no support gems of note, and being a little bit behind on a bunch of other things that you would normally have at this point as well, like just less increased fire damage percent, much less. Like, I've got a terrible weapon. All these sorts of things are really impactful, and they're putting me way behind. Oh, I'm in trouble here. I can't phase here. I don't have phasing at all. I've got no sources of it available to me. I guess I could invest a flask and use one of the flasks that you pick up earlier in the game. One of the flask rewards I haven't collected yet. But I don't currently have any sources of phasing, and that is really hurting me on these monsters. Actually, I had more trouble with this map this time than I did the first map that I did. My skin, I could trade, yes. I could definitely trade for gems. For the moment, I'm staying to not having traded. At some point, I will probably trade. But that would be the path of least resistance. I'm just not that fussed about... I'm not that fussed about efficiency on this run. And so that's why... that's why I haven't traded yet. Okay, let's just dodge that. Let's get rid of some of these monsters that are everywhere around us. I could really do with a better anti-bleed flask as well. So I might start transmuting Eternal Life Flasks, because I already have an instant. I'm not likely to get an instant anti-bleed. It'll be either or. Arsenal is a repeat, but still, it's another map. So we have a Dunes. That's our next step forward. That'll take us ahead in progression. Arsenal is a repeat that we could do, or we could even 3-for-1 it. Bunch of rare items there too, like more than I was expecting to see here. And okay, I don't think I want the bismuth flask. I'll come back for picking up more loot. The trade pool exists. Like, there are people to trade with, but just not very many of them. Think of it as more like, you're trading within a group of 10 people or so, rather than having a full trade economy. Okay, well, unfortunately, all we got there is a shard, elk shard, but still... It's a step towards something that will matter later on, because when we start getting to yellow maps, we need to have everything run rare. Grab the rest of this rubbish, and we will pick up that Eternal Life Flask, for the reasons we outlined before, and that will do. Okay. Please. So what's the damage on this? This is like 210 or so median damage on the physical. It's 1.33. Nah, it's not very much damage. I just saw a Fizz DPS mod on it and was like, oh, that's like seems reasonably high at first, like given it's got attack speed as well, but no, it's not. It's not even for Ruthless. You still have this Invictus medal minimum needed. Hey, Liquor Hole, welcome, welcome. Here we go. Dunes map. This, as I say, is a +1 on the Atlas, so hopefully we'll also find some more maps that we want while we're in here. That's over here, so everything that's connected that's a +1 is new terrain. And after this, unfortunately, we're going to have to go do some Crimson Townships, I mean, because we need maps that are connected out that way. And honestly, I'm going to do Crimson Township even if I get a new map that I need here. So something in there has Soul Eater. I probably need to... Oh! I just got very quickly killed by that thing. I totally underestimated how fast it was going to attack. Yeah, that was a Wrecking Ball. Oh well. Rip some XP. Not that fast. I'm going to ignore that rare. I feel like it's one that's going to be difficult to kill. And just not that important. It's not that dangerous leaving it behind. Whereas it's quite dangerous to have it coming with me. Oh, sorry. Oh no, I'm not succeeding in leaving it behind either. Ooh, that's bad. No, get away from me. The thing is a Wrecking Ball. It's like this little crab that's just following you around, ready to rip you apart as soon as you let your guard down. Again, things that you would stomp in the base game where you've just got that extra damage. And it probably wouldn't have got as many souls into it as it did early on either. And it just would have been a totally different fight. Not really an impactful one at all. A monster would have probably just died off screen. But in Ruthless, it's a threat. It ripped 10% XP and it also caused me to run away from it. Yeah, I'm picking up these Eternal Life Flasks to try and remember to transmute them. If we get Anti-Bleed Duration Flask, is kind of what we want. And I'll definitely use an Anti-Bleed Instant as well, but if I was to get Anti-Bleed Instant, I'd rather that be on Divine. But I'm just not counting on getting that. Soul Eater is definitely weaker than it was in the past, but there's... like, it's worse on Alira. Like, on Alira, it's stronger than it used to be. So the 324 changes to Soul Eater were that it caps for both players and monsters by default at 45. And it now... so that's the main nerf. The thing is, though, that they gave it damage reduction that's 2% per soul when it's on monsters. Players don't get that. And that's pretty significant on something like a Lyra, where she actually lives long enough to get them all. Conk Effect, that's a real gem. I may not have a use for it, but it's definitely something I can consider. It's spell damage, though, I think, unfortunately. Which is going to mean that it's not going to work with Ignite. Okay, this boss is going to then gain his Terrifying Leap soon. Yeah, gain its Scary Leap. Do not want him to drop on top of you with that. It's not so much that he will deal lethal damage to you. It's that the zombie death clouds are pretty terrifying. They hit real hard. He's using his leap on my golems more than me, which is one of the things I'm liking about them in Ruthless so far. A lot of the time you want things to drop on you instead of on monsters, but in on you instead of your minions. But in Ruthless, I'm liking it the other way around. Okay, so that's a +1 on the Atlas, and we are 1 point away from getting Commissioned Officer. I'm starting to have a few more Kirak missions coming in. Not that we'll get a lot, but they'll get a few. Oh, is that the way it works, Sam? So it's like sketchier than intended. I think that's probably a bug if the monsters keep the increased attack speed forever. One of the key things about Ignite that you would have in the base game that you do not likely have in Ruthless is some way to spread it effectively. You can definitely get Ignite Prolift support, but it's just one support when there's a lot of them that can drop. It's not that support gems as a class are rare, and they're only like, their drop rate is like 40% that of maps. It's that you are very unlikely to get the one that you personally want, because there are a lot of support gems. There's a tier 2, not one that I want. And starting to get scarabs again now as well, which is nice. It's a few more options for later. Down to 44 monsters, and one of them is that horrifying thing. So I think at this point we're pretty much done. Now, let's just have a quick reminder on Conk Effect. It is, yeah, it's area damage, so it's not going to work with Ignite. That's what I thought. Go do the vendor game. Not prefer what I've got. That is just a bunch of bad stats. That's trash, although it does, because it's got that 4% chance to block, that's giving us an Elk Shard. And that's garbage. That's like marginal, but yeah, side grade at best. Not something I'm going to take. And let's transmute some of those flasks, hoping for... Oh! I just got instant bleed. I just got an instant bleed cleanse. I was just saying I didn't think I would get this. That I was expecting not to have it, and therefore I wasn't going for divines. Well, that's ideal. That's something I'll definitely keep. Let's try another one. I wouldn't mind a duration life flask that's better than what I've got currently. So, let's go with any bleed can go there. Now, our duration life flask... I kind of don't mind that hinder mod. It's not bad. Let's see what it... Oh, it's gone instant. Okay, I actually don't want it to be instant. So I'm just going to drop these ones away. These are like good flasks for someone else, but not for me. That's just to be used in the vendor SP and... Alright, now, I think at this point it might be time to go and do the Merc Lab. Let's do it without looking up what today's Merc Lab is. Even though you can use the non-Ruthless version of Lab, it will be the same. But let's just jump in there anyway and see what we've got without looking it up. Gold key, great. Always the worst part of the labyrinth when it's up. We're also going to get a character XP level in here unless we go splat. Lab is a lot harder than base game because Labyrinth is where move skills matter the most in the game. So not having move skills is really, really, really noticeable in Lab. Just talking about the regular monsters, that's why I'm killing a lot more than you normally would in Lab. Just like, a lot more can go wrong in Ruthless than does in the base game. Temporarily revives, so we want to just get away from that thing for a bit. Let it have its final tantrum. Alright, there's our +1. We'll spend that point in a sec. We'll just get this zone done first. Usually keys, if they're in zone, will be in the bottom left. But they could be in a separate zone as well. I think this is a key though. I think this is a gold key. Yep. Yep. I read it right. Alright, so there's our gold key out the way. Now, normally it will not be near here where we have to go. Oh, yikes, there's a fair bit of damage. Whetstones are very important later on, but not really now. This is probably a dead end, but it's not guaranteed. With the way lab tends to be laid out. No, it looks like it's not a dead end. So, did read that wrong, and I'm glad that I was... Oh, someone... Oh, no, it's just a... No, it is a dead end after all. All that. Is this a dead end with shortcut? It's like it's suspicious. No, it doesn't look like it. If there is a shortcut there, I can't find it.
When I'm ready and not before.
Alright, now we're looking for that gold keys, which will probably be up here. Yeah, it looks like we've found it now. That's a door. This is the painful part of Ruthless here. We are backtracking currently. We have to backtrack. There's no real way of going forward, and that means we do not have any of the faster movement things. The things that GGG intentionally restrict you having access to in combat, you also lose access to them out of combat, and that's the thing that's painful. That's the single worst thing about the game mode, I reckon, is slow out of combat movement. Alright. We had to pick one of those two directions we could go. I feel like I picked the wrong one because this looks like it's one of the unpleasant layout zones. The indoor ones are usually better in lab. I'm still killing stuff. One of the reasons is that you can get you can get a bunch of well, XP. Basically it's a tier 1 map zone, and I'm interested in doing tier 1 maps at the moment. But I think you can also get map drops in here. I'm not certain of that. Oh no, they'd only be tier 1, wouldn't they? Unless they're from the treasure chests that give maps, they can go beyond that. This looks like a dead end here, but is it a dead end with a reason? It's a portal shredder. Yeah, I will do the portals. I don't think I want to have a whole bunch of sketchy portals in here. So that trap expire. And here, hopefully we're in the right spot. I still have not had any boots drop with more than 20% move speed, and I think I've ID'd every set of boots that's dropped. I don't think it's rarer than it is in the base game, I just think I've been unlucky. Because 30% can drop from pretty early on. 35 is very, very deep endgame only, but 30 is not. Hey, here we go, Izaro 1. We're going to pop all the portals. I'm not going to let myself have to deal with the mess of a whole bunch of portals going nuts in here.
Stay the course.
Yeah, one portal down. Even though the portal guardians and stuff will give you additional flask charges, they're more of a drain than they are a help.
Stay the course. You can't stem this tide.
So you got to keep your eye on Izaro all the time. Oh!
This
Wow, I got body blocked. Huh. Okay. I got body blocked and I got slammed, and I thought I would survive a slam even if I did derp it, but I didn't. Okay. Whoopsies. I'm going to sit on the third lab for a little bit longer. I think I'm going to come back to it when I've just picked up a little bit more character power, which will probably be from... Ooh, it's the best source of that at the moment. Here we are. We're at the point where we've just finished what we knew we were going to work towards at the moment, and that was indeed Ruthless. That mistake probably would have killed. No, it wouldn't have killed me in the base game because the trash monsters wouldn't have been there. Actually, Izaro would have been down. That's the main thing. Izaro would have been down if this was base game. That's why I wouldn't have died there. But still, I feel like I could do with more recovery. Maybe I want to go with the recoup wheel. It wouldn't have helped me there. That's just a raw hit points thing. But I feel like recoup is probably the best recovery I've got access to at the moment. Yeah, no, it's not hardcore. I mean, it's medium core because it's lab. Like dying in lab is pain, but it's only medium core, not hardcore. Actually, in Ruthless, you can't even go and play your character in standard if you die in Ruthless hardcore. They're basically just deleted. I think they get voided. And no, I'm not going to spec into that. That's overkill. Alright, let me think. What are we going to go for now? We could, I could respec. I mean, I could pick up the strength node works for life, but it's just not a very good life node. Go down to melding. Melding has a fair bit going for it. Or no, I'm just going to go recoup for now. I think that I'm dying currently, and recovery is something I can't get any other way currently. I could mule a character to vitality, but I don't really have options when it comes to recovery. So let's do that. Now we want to go and get ourselves the Crimson Townships. Yes, we do have them. Okay, first option I've got is actually to vendor 3 of these and see if we get something new, which we might. That's not new, but I can vendor different combinations of 3. So let's try that. Not new. New, we'll do it. So we have Wharf Map. Let's transmute that and we'll go for it. This is a pretty easy boss, mechanically. It doesn't really do all that much. I kind of feel like I want one more support gem that's relevant before I go for a Zaro again. Or I want more movement speed. Or less likely phasing. But I can't think of a way where I'd get phasing. Yeah, phasing's not happening. Cluster traps, that's not useful. It's like the only trap spot that's not for flamethrower. Is a very good support in general. It's something that, if this was a league start scenario, someone might actually really badly want that in trade. But not me. Again, that's that sort of... The fact that I am currently playing this like it's SSF is something that has a bit of an impact there. I'll trade at some point, but... I haven't put my auras on. That's not smart of me. Oh, the other thing I need to pick up on the passive tree as well, Golem Commander. I've got to pick up Golem Commander as well. I clean forgot about that. That's actually a really big deal that I should pick up sooner rather than later. Maybe that is actually what I should be speccing into now, because it's going to solve the same problems. Yeah, I'm going to do that. I'm going to refund that point that I just spent, because you do get all of your... you do get all of the quest respecs in Ruthless. So, Regret Orbs are much rarer in Ruthless, but quest respecs still exist at normal rates. So, I'm going to do that as a plan now. It's something I'd clean forgotten I wanted to pick up. Just gives me, like, because I'm an Elementalist, and the Ascendancies are different in Ruthless, there's just a bunch of things you can do with that will be really useful. I'll get some damage off my Flame Golem, getting 40% extra effect. And you can also get some mitigation out of a third Golem with it. So you have to be kind of careful of here. When my Stone Golem goes down, for 4 seconds my regeneration is much worse. That was horrible. Okay. That was actually really sadistic. It's the spark has got me because of the ice prison. I couldn't get out of that. And I probably shouldn't have tried to. I probably should have tried to kill things instead. But that's another case where I'm just underpowered for the content I'm running at the moment. I'm just thinking of a fallback. If it does turn out that I come to the conclusion that I'm just not powerful enough to do maps, I guess I probably have to go back to Act 10 farming. I'm wanting to avoid that if I can. I'm not absolutely unwilling to do it, but I want to avoid it if I can do so.
When I'm ready, and not before.
Alright, I think I've got all the Sparkers down now. So, now I can deal with this guy. That Voodoo Pole that he created actually made him easier because he was focused on attacking it rather than me. And I only take half damage through it. Shipyard is a dud drop there. Hey Slicks, yeah, that's a lot more power. Like I mean, I've had one big drop, but I've had nothing like, yeah, old Heat Shiver and a 5-link and 4 damage supports that are relevant. Kitava wasn't hard though, honestly. Like Kitava, it's a longer fight, but Belfry map is harder than Kitava because with Belfry map, the trash that spawn have much higher stats, even though Kitava himself has higher stats in Act 10 than in Belfry. The Belfry map, the trash is much nastier. everyone gets the odd lucky drop though in Ruthless. That's, I think, one of those things that people think of it as being your ultra loot starved, but in practice you get a couple of really lucky drops. They're things that wouldn't be lucky drops in the base game, but they really do add up, and you find something that you can make work. There's a 6 socket that has the same vendor recipe as in the base game. Probably just a much bigger deal here than it is there, where like you get, base game I think you get like 3 or 4 of them every map, whereas here it's more one every 5 or 6 maps. So yeah, those Sparkers again, it's all fun and games until someone drops an ice prison, and then it's terrifying. Yeah, so one of the things you do find with Ruthless is that you make do with support gems that aren't your first choice. And like you can sort of see that here. I think I've got worse set than you've got. The only good support I've had is Combustion so far. And yeah, I'm definitely using Combustion, of course. But it's not like it's not enough on its own. And I'm using some really weird stuff like Flamethrower Trap that's linked to Phantasm support, because Phantasm support does something useful. But it's not strong and doesn't synergize with what the Flamethrower Trap is doing. But it's better than nothing at all. I don't know that I should have let this guy come to me. Hey. So he's got... What's this Gemling Horn he's got on him? Probably, is it the... Yeah, it'll be the gain extra energy shield based on life total this thing's got as its haunted mod. I'm also not seeing any corpses in this, like... Actually, since I've started playing today, I've had no corpse drops at all, which is very different to what I had the other days. I've been getting a few of them at least. Not a lot, but enough that you're in Necropolis League. Whereas today, you'd think I was playing in Standard. No, well, when I say Standard, Permanent Ruthless. I have a good ring ready to go once I can solve some other resists, and I've just thought about that. Maybe I can do that with a passive point. Alright, here's our map boss. I want to kill the trash first, especially given that there's that thing that... Oh, wow. What was that thing? Hasted, extra fizz. He's a glass cannon, but he got me. Definitely dying a lot more than I was in the axe. And we'll need to... Alright, here we go. Boss himself should be fine. Just a matter of avoid some of the bigger things that he fires out. Got a sort of Cascade of Pain-like ability. For those of you that have fought the Maven before, very similar ability, just slower, much easier to dodge, and much less damaging. And sometimes he'll put up a shield that makes him take a lot less damage. Not exactly sure how that works, honestly. Okay, that's good. That means that now we have our first critical thing on the Atlas. That is Commissioned Officer. And I've rethought my next plans. I'm going to go the other way. So I'm going to go for the singular thing for... Where is it? Wrong thing. I'm going to go for Solidarity next. And then after that, I'll go for Planar Tactician, because Solidarity is the other Kirak wheel. One that you wouldn't normally take in the base game, but here it's kind of good. The scouting reports for singular scouting reports are really, really good to have to start collecting early on. Not that you get many of them. Scouting reports are rare in Ruthless. But they're still a thing. You still get them and they still matter. Okay, drop a few things away, and then I think at this point we just need to run anything. So let's go and run our tier 1. The tier 1 map that has Crimson Township. Unique bosses are possessed. I don't feel like fighting this boss when it's possessed, honestly. I'm not going to fight it possessed. It's too sketchy. You just don't have the character power to burst him down fast, and this boss is very punishing of not killing him quickly. I have a feeling that if I die once on him, I'll die multiple times. And he can also be really sketchy when he's in certain situations. That could be an upgrade. That could even be the upgrade I'm looking for. Scarab is a good base. And that's not an upgrade for anyone. Oh well. Cool. Soul Eater again. Don't even know that I can get away from this one. We'll try. Pull it away from all of its friends. I think we have to fight it. Oh, it's squishy. It's alright, it's squishy. Ooh, that one had me worried. I thought I was going to get squished there. Strongboxes have felt terrible so far in Ruthless. I'm not sure if people who play Ruthless more than me have more input on that, but my findings on them have been that they've just been really disappointing. They're not in a good spot really in the base game either. Oh, he's now on my side. That's what's going on with that guy. It's kind of trying to work out what was happening with him. Yeah, you're right about that. That's the way that Soul Eater is clearly working at the moment. Or not working. That the monsters, they retain their highest ever achieved attack speed when they lose their Soul Eater stacks. It's going to be a pretty buggy map as well because we've got something that's got one of those things where monsters are... what do you call it? Monsters are converting on death. And that thing's fighting a dead monster. Someone who plays Ruthless every league, you can say strongboxes are terrible. I will take your word for it, mate. I will take your word for it. But that's been my feeling so far as well. Like, they don't seem to have a real purpose here. They don't have any unique loot that you can't get any other way. And the generic loot they drop has just been really underwhelming. I cannot kill this guy. So I'll see if I can lose him. I get him fighting something else. There we go. That's how I have to do it. Nope, he's following me still. Alright, I have to drag him through the map, I guess. If he keeps following me. I'm just hoping to get maps that I haven't done yet. That's my goal at the moment. Maps that are adjacent. I have one Kirak mission I could use, but that's the only thing I've got currently that would progress me forward. The really sketchy thing on this one is that this is a map where the base monsters have no power coming from map mods at all. There is a map mod on this, but it's the one that only affects the map boss. Anyways, can't beat that guy. Hoping to lose him again, but probably can't lose him because you don't have the move speed for it in Ruthless. He's just following along behind me. Like a bad smell. Oh yeah, that's right. I still got Hex Blast sitting in there leveling in case they ever want to use it. Wouldn't mind being Hex Blast Ignite. I just don't... Actually, that's something that could use Innovate. The Innovate support that dropped before, that's Hex Blast could use it because it can shock. But I'm not that fussed about it. It's not likely to... I don't have any shock chance beyond Critical Strike. Oh, splat. Alright, 22 monsters remain. I'm not going to bother with the rest of that. That monster is horrible, and I was only in there looking for maps that might drop. Most of the things that could drop a map are dead, except for the map boss, and the map boss is not something I want to mess with when it's possessed. Not with the current character power I've got. Okay. Let's see how quickly we feel like we progress if we go into Act 10. And I guess it's Desecrated Chambers. We should be able to kill things a lot faster in here. But we're only going to get Tier 1 maps, and we're not going to get any Kirak missions. So we'll see if we feel like we're achieving anything with the run of this or not. We're at 11% XP at the moment, give or take. Alright. Okay, now we're starting to see corpses again, something we haven't been getting for a bit. Any chance of shield? Nah, shield would need a miracle. Not champion kite shield, it's Archon kite shield that could be good if it was rare. That's something I would like to see. And honestly, something I might even benchcraft at some point. Gravecraft. I'm still using the very, very early act unique that's like pretty solid because it has a high tier life roll on it. And a single decent resist as well. XP wise, we are getting quite a bit in here. It's not feeling like we're getting terrible XP. Danger wise, it's safer than the maps were, but not by much. I think maps are probably better all around. But we'll finish this zone and come to a conclusion. Basically, though, I'm at a point where I must get the character stronger to progress. +1 gem levels always, that stuff adds up. What's this one going to be? Arcane Cloak, which I've had from very early on. Was very good in an early game, but doesn't really achieve much now. It's one of those things where early on you can use things that you're not specialised in, and that can make a big difference. I'm actually stopping to ID the boots because the thing that would probably be the breakthrough upgrade for me at the moment would be if I got a set of movement speed boots. Oh heck, I'm in trouble there. I'm in real trouble there. I got out of it. Okay. What caused me so much trouble? It was just getting body blocked. It was underestimating that blue pack and getting body blocked by them. Again, not having phasing. I could get emergency phasing on a flask, and maybe that's something I should prioritize now. One of the quests hopefully will have that emergency phasing. Phasing flask. It's a natural bleed, so just be careful of that. Early in the game, dropping Arcane Cloak was giving me like 30% more damage while it was active, whereas now it's, I think, just like 4 or 5%. Solely in the terrain of no one really cares that much. Flamethrower Trap getting a +1 is actually quite significant. I'm definitely using that gem a lot still. Okay, this thing has life regen, adaptive resistances, which is horrible. I kind of have to just focus on debuffing its resist as much as we can, which we do have a few tools for. And then it's down. 4 mod rare, so it should be a reasonable boost of XP. Not anything extraordinary, but still quite a bit more than base monsters. They have a lot of rarity and quantity as well, but not really so much that you're guaranteed anything good. Especially in a zone where the zone quantity is, of course, 0 because it's not a map. Zone rarity, I mean. Grab that bad rare, which has a chance of entering for elk shards. One question that I would have for you, Martin, Franco, if you're still there, is you mentioned playing Ruthless a lot. Is Essence a weak mod in Ruthless, or is it a marginal mod? Like, I don't believe anyone really screams about it being great, but is it something that you find much use for? For those that aren't familiar with Essences, you don't get the higher tier Essences. Like, they practically don't exist. And also, the other thing with Essences is that they can only be used on scoured items. And scouring orbs are really limiting in Ruthless. You will not get many of them at all. Gavel's showing up on the filter there for a reason. That's because there is a cartographer's chisel recipe for them. If I had more blacksmith's whetstones, I'd be picking them up. But whetstones are limiting for them. So I'm not that fussed about missing out on a gavel because I can always, if I've got the whetstones later, I can always find new gavels. I feel like the XP in this zone isn't bad, but the like drops are much worse than maps. Like, even though you're spending a transmute on your maps, even factoring that in. Yeah, I believe I believe you will get it. If you would get it base game, my skin, I believe you will still get it in Ruthless. Support gems you won't get though. you'll just basically get no supports in Ruthless, except for RNG drops. But yeah, I'm pretty sure that if it's available as a quest reward in the base game and it's an active gem, I believe it's the same in this, except for auras. Anything that reserves a percentage of your mana won't drop as a quest reward. I can't remember how Peaconk goes for scaling with gem level. Gem levels are real stingy in Ruthless as well. Your gems will be like several levels behind what they'd be in base game. Okay, let's just duck back to town at this point and do a quick vendoring run. And then we shall jump back in. +1 socket of gems, that means it'll be an elk shard. Life, massive resist. Okay, this is an upgrade. This is a real upgrade here. Yeah, wasn't expecting to get that on such a slot, but that is same life we've got. It's got the lightning resist, but it also has tri-res on it. So yeah, that's just a big upgrade over the Crest of Parandus. That's actually really good. Oh, so essences are still solid though. If it wasn't Necropolis League, you would consider using essences pretty seriously. That's good to know. I thought that were the other way around. Like, yeah, corpse crafting is really good in this. Okay, well, we got a genuine upgrade out of that, and it's a pretty big one. Get rid of that early game unique that we didn't really want anymore. Still leveling Hex Blast, just... We have a blue support there. Intensify doesn't work, does it? It's self-cast, it's lose intensity when you're moving or immediately. It's basically if you stand in place and spam them, but it's only area damage. Yeah, so Innovate does, like... Innovate does something. I'm just gonna... Although, no, then, of course, it also has the effect of making my Wave of Conviction not deal more other damage than fire. Yeah, it's a brick. Actually, I just can't use it. Oh well. That's unfortunate. Drop a bunch of stuff in there, but and that was a good belt. Oh, sorry, that was a good good item. Crest of Parandus, used it for a long time. Okay, so now if we jump into a zone, what I want to check now is how my resists look. And yes, that's looking good. What are we like when we take this thing off? We are 71. And I am fine with being at 71 on cold res, given that I pick up 59 life from that. I also pick up some chaos res, and I pick up a bit of other flexibility. So yeah, that's definitely an upgrade that we wanted. That combination is what we're after there. Still need to get rid of this rubbish. This thing is absolute trash. It's just a couple of mods on it. Where else are we looking bad? Gloves we could easily do better. Belt we could easily do better. Boots are probably our worst item that we just need. And the amulet's pretty bad as well. Fire resist is a dead mod too. So do we need the attributes on it? We don't need the attributes. Oh wow. My amulet is just a life amulet. It's just 69 life. That's all I'm getting out of my amulet. I have to have better than that. If I don't have better, I should be able to make better with a corpse craft. So no, nothing there is better than 69 life. I could go back to my rarity amulet that I've got from earlier. Rarity and nothing else. I think I do that. Just go with the rarity amulet. Rarity's so good in Ruthless. Yeah. Alright, that's good. Well, I guess we just jump back into a map at this point. We've picked up some genuine upgrades there, and I feel we just want to go and run maps that we can do, and hopefully in doing so, find maps that we haven't yet done, or find Kirak missions. Kirak missions unlikely, they're only 2%, plus whatever the baseline is, but maybe that's 4% Kirak mission chance or something like that, but 4% is not 0. Uncommon events happen, that's RNG. Adaptive resistances on this thing is pretty mean. It means that it does not take very much damage at all. It's not 0, but it really does hurt. That's a mod that used to be cyclic damage reduction and got changed, totally reworked in this league. But it still is a pretty harsh mechanic to encounter when you don't have much damage. And we're in Ruthless, so you don't have much damage yet. I'm feeling like at the moment, it's probably going to take me about 50 maps to get to the point that I am ready for yellow maps. Like, I need a couple of genuinely lucky drops, or I need a bunch of gem levels. Oh, that was a lot of damage from something there. I didn't actually see what it was. I need to get these sparks off the screen. And now we're down to just a couple of monsters. It should be a lot more safe to get rid of the rest of those things. Regret orbs I've known in Ruthless. I'm not sure if it's still the case, but in the past they've been quite valuable. Like one of the most valuable of the common currencies, quite a lot more than Elks or Chaos. I'm not sure if that is the case though now. Is that I haven't really looked at Ruthless's trade economy yet. Just going off what it's been in previous leagues. There's an Elk. Damage incoming. +1 explicit modifier, that is 1/5 of a good item. And it's probably going to end up going on a weapon at the moment. Chance of lightning modifiers, not very useful to me. But I might have some use case for it. Oh, I'm in trouble. I'm in trouble. I'm in trouble. Cleared out. Got away from them. Just monsters that are faster than you are always dangerous, but in Ruthless much more so than in the base game. Because if a monster's faster than you, you have to either stand your ground or... yeah, well, you pretty much have to out-leech any damage it does. And that's not easily done in this mode. Not early on, anyway. Or you have to distract it somehow. Mana modifiers are scarcer is a genuinely undersupplied thing in the base game. I assume that'll be the case in Ruthless. I'm trying to make something that's a good chess piece. It allows you to then exclude mods you pretty much don't ever want to see on them. Likewise for weapons, it's good. Boots, come on. 10% movement speed. Not what we wanted to see there, unfortunately. Still have not seen anything higher than 20% yet on our on boot drops in this run. I have 2 good amethyst strings already, so I'm not interested in that, which is almost heretical, I think, for Ruthless to leave one of them on the ground. But in this league, it's a different beast. Okay, Untainted thing, or Flame Ember. I definitely want to take that seriously. Like, that's something I'll pick up and use at some point. This Grey Mauler Shaggy is a bit rough. I don't want to be fighting him up close at all. He's down though. So, Untainted Beast, really good XP little thing. When I'm close to a level, I'll use that so that I can safely get up to the next one. I can safely +1. Okay, I have used my Quicksilver. I can't use it again for a bit. Oh, hang on, no, I do have another use of it. But Quicksilver there to escape. That's their main use here. You can't sustain them. Another brick set of boots. That'll give me an Alk Shard because it's got Chaos Res on it. But it doesn't have move speed, so it's not actually equipable. Unique boots get used a lot in Ruthless, from what I understand. There's a number of sets that are like just they're quite targetable because like they'll drop from Ad3 or something like that, and they're not super valuable in the base game. They're like oversupplied, but in Ruthless, they're something that you can probably not easily get something better. Alright, let's do the bosses, and hopefully we will get a Kirak mission from them. Unlikely, but, you know, strange things happen. I have 71 resist against cold currently, so not perfect, but should be enough for most things. Okay, here's his silly phase where he calls up a whole bunch of copies of himself. And I have thrown cooldown traps at fake ones, unfortunately. Which always feels really wasteful. There's the real one. And he's dead. Okay. That was anticlimactic. He died to a cull, but I wasn't expecting to hit him. Alright, let's go vendor and then move on. We didn't get any map drops out of that, so vendors do not sell rings, that's correct. Everything is stingy in Ruthless. Everything. Now, I want to check how many explicit modifier mods I've got. So it looks like we've got 4. We're 1 short of being able to make something realistic there, and I need to think what it's going to be. I'm kind of feeling like a weapon is probably the best slot, although the absence of tier rating, maybe that's not going to work. Maybe I can't get anything reliable off it. Now, do I have any fire mods are more likely? I don't have any fire mods are more likely either. I probably don't have casters are more likely. Okay, maybe I can't make the weapon work. In that case, I could go with... I could just go with a good stuff, try and get a good stuff belt. That may be the way to go. Not really sure whether I want to go with heavy or leather. Probably heavy is safer. It's more likely to last a long time and not get obsoleted by running out of stuff. Anyways, we are now in this spot where we have only a couple of options for progression. I think at this point I just have to bite the bullet and see firstly if Kirak is selling anything new. He's not. I have to use my Kirak mission here. I'm sort of brick-walled a bit. Hopefully he's got... Oh, you're joking. He has no new maps. That is really painful. He is doing one that is going to provide a rare map item. Unfortunately, it's coming from a... Fortunately, that is coming from a rare monster... From a map boss that is hard. Kirak refreshes at certain points in Atlas progression. I think it's 14 is the next refresh. So I might just brute force anyway. I might just not use it for now. Let's go run a shipyard, transmute it, and we'll see if we can get a new map. I don't want to use a Kirak mission that's on an existing map unless it turns out that in Ruthless he only gives you existing maps, which might be the case. It's not something I'm aware of, though.
When I'm ready and not before.
You get out of the way of that triple chaos bomb there. Those things will mess you up if they hit you. I feel like one obvious power source I've got at the moment is just earning 2 more character levels. 2 more character levels, which would mean getting that would entail just running reasonably safe content until I've got that. Would then give me access to an extra golem and 40% more 40% more golem effect. The extra golem I do have the uncarved gemstone for, I believe. So I could probably pick up... I have to think which one I pick up, but... It's a fairly significant chunk of extra power. So I might go that way. So the next focus is going to be getting 2 more character levels. So we will not be engaging rippy map bosses except carefully. This one's not that bad usually. Watch me say that and then die anyway, but it usually isn't a sketchy boss. You just don't want to get everything in the room aggroed at once if you're underpowered for it. Alright, here's our map boss area. Just Just clean out all the trash first. And by trash, we actually mean mini-bosses, the other warband members. And it is Lutzy. I think now we can go down there. There's a couple other minor rhinos, but they're not too bad. Just don't let the bullet... like, it's fine to get hit by bullet hell in this fight, but you don't want to get multi-shot. Trapper boots. Oh, that's the ones that are specific to this boss. Hey, they're full move speed. And they've got other mods on them too. Yep, they're getting used straight away. It's an easy upgrade. What do we have before? Fire res, which we don't need. And so we're just swapping that for a whole bunch of ES as well, which is neither here nor there, but I'm not going to say no to it. And yeah, we just got to then potentially re-chrome it. Well, clarity can go in there. And then all we need to do is just get it to be chromed to be single red. In fact, doesn't even need to be chromed. Flame Golem can go there, recast it, and we are just fine as is. Perfect. What's our resist profile looking like now? It's a bit more balanced than it was, except that cold is too low. Alright, that's nice. That's a 5% move speed boost over what we had. We also got the advantage of being rendered immune to shocked ground as well, which doesn't come up that much, but it is a whole map mod that we don't care about anymore, so that's nice. A map mod that's like very manageable when you're susceptible to it, but yeah, I'm happy with that. That's a drop. I'm liking what I saw. So clarity and vitality, Meisterkin's asking about. They come the same way they normally do, so you can mule a character for them if you want. So the vendor reward, is it for killing Brutus or is it for getting to Brutus? It's one or the other. I don't think Legion's very good in Ruthless. I'm not sure of that though. I might just do it anyway, but I'm really poorly set up for it. That said, Harvest is much better. Harvest is a quite strong mechanic here. It's one that a lot of people use. The ability to swap like oils for oils is a major one. People will generally say in Ruthless, if you want blight oils, the way you get them is go and run a couple of blights to get just some oils, and then swap them with Harvest into the rarer ones. Like, all those harvest swaps apparently are like really quite central to the way that Ruthless gets played. Anyways, let's jump in here, see what we have. And moving around, get through this pack. Something faster with a hinder aura is kind of sketchy. But doesn't seem like it's doing all that much damage. It's quite effective at controlling my movement. Okay, there goes one of them. I grab a bunch of life force off the ground. Pick up the horticrafting station, of course. Set up a real blender there where you've got three of the what do you call it? Flamethrower traps all ready to go at the start as soon as the monsters all spawn. Thins out the numbers quite a bit on the harvest pack. And now we got to deal with a lightning mirage guy. Which is probably the most dangerous form of shock you'll encounter in low tier maps. Because it hits hard and it inflicts a shock. And that combination is probably enough that the next one will kill you. Okay, here we go. This is a pretty bricked one. But it should also be a quick one as well because no tier 3s. Not really any need to do these when there's no tier 3s in them. It's often better to skip them, but I haven't done a harvest encounter on this yet, so we'll do it. And we got exactly no harvest goo out of it. Okay, let's go do that Legion. See if that's any good or not. As I said, I'm terribly set up for it, so I'm going to really underperform even if Legion was good, and I don't think Legion is good in this. Letting my flamethrowers come back, and now we'll go. Looking for anything that... Oh, of course, there's no reward icons, are there, in Ruthless? Yeah, so it's just a bunch of rare monsters that might drop splinters. I think that's all there is to the mechanic. Regular monsters and rare monsters that might drop splinters. And Superior Gavel. Oh no, it's magic, so it's not even worth picking up for the render recipe. Yep, we got absolutely nothing out of that Legion encounter. Not even a single splinter. Anyway, we got an upgrade in that map. We got 25% move speed boots that have other live mods on them. So I'm not complaining about being a pretty icky encounter there. And we now have... we got a Fungal Hollow we could run. It's another repeat of a map we've already done, which is a bit annoying. But it might drop. It might drop an adjacent 4. Twinned. I cannot handle Twinned on this. Even how hard it was last time. I can't do the map boss. I'm going to have to use an alteration. Don't have many of those. Crit multi is sketchy on the boss as well, but we're going to do it. We want to get our level up before we do the boss. Level up before boss. Level up before boss. Must remember... Oh, level up before boss. Splat. Got killed by a crit, I think. That said, I can still level up before the boss. I just have to not go splish again. There's so much more dodging of monster attacks than there is in the base game because you can't just endure everything, you can't just kill everything before it kills you. And of course, there are also so many more opportunities to make a mistake like the one I just did before. Periodically Enrage is one of those mods that actually does a lot of damage when it goes off. And one that you probably want to keep an eye on. Very defensive posture there, running away from the monster pack, hoping that it didn't really notice how Notice that there's a juicy player behind those golems. Main reason for that, I saw the balls around them that indicates extra chaos damage. I have 0 chaos res, which is actually pretty high for this point in progression in Ruthless, but it's still 0. You can still easily get ripped apart by anything that does chaos damage as a percentage of other damage, and especially with crit on the map. We hadn't had the death, we'd be leveling about now, but we did have that death, so that's a pity. Very unlikely now that these boots will be would be an upgrade. They'd kind of need to be 30 move speed and a top. Oh, hang on, wrong one. And a top-notch resist, and they're not. I still have the other ones in my inventory, the old ones I was wearing. They're definitely not getting vended. They're something I'll keep in case I make another character in Ruthless, because they were pretty good for early on. As a tier 2 wharf map, not what I'm looking for at the moment, but I'll pick it up anyway because it might drop a +1 for progression. But at the moment, it is just looking for that next map that will take us forward in progression currently. That's our goal. 16% quality on that. That's almost a glassblowers. And glassblowers feel like they're going to be really, really, really tough to get in this game mode. I think I've only had one drop as a monster drop. Hey, Street Tooth, thank you for the reminder to sit up a bit better. Just a quick stretch. Oh, that's better. Okay, so we're 7% away from a level. I would like to get that before going and playing with All on Grey Chain in this map, when he's got, especially with a crit on him. Hopefully there's enough monsters. If there's not enough monsters, I might even duck out of the map and go to Act 10 and get the level up there. Which feels filthy, but I think it's the right choice. I don't want to potentially take multiple deaths when I'm very close to a level. Even though it's not hard to get that level might be the power boost that I need to beat Merc Lab. Sorry, not this level, but the next one. There's our last +1 explicit. Excellent, 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 excellent. That gives us options. Now we can do a craft with that, because we have 5 of them. In Ruthless, you default to getting only 1 mod on grave crafted items, so you need 5 of those plus 1 mod. And once you've got that, which tends to be good on jewelry, then you're good to just use other standard base game crafts, with a few exceptions. There's a few things that don't work the same. Okay, we have killed everything except the map boss. We are going to go back to Act 10 and do like a quarter clear of, what's the name of that zone? Desecrated Chambers. That'll get us over the line for the XP. I only kick myself if I die twice on that boss. That's all. Okay. Actually think I prefer that's what I've got. Anti-burn. Yeah, anti-burn is better. And we will now go and deposit this thing somewhere that we can keep for the vendor recipe. Deposit that, which we will use shortly. And these are all repeat maps we've already done. And off to Act 10 while this map remains open, just to get that little bit of XP that we need. Then we'll come back and we'll do that map boss again. Hopefully that map boss will not be stingy. Hopefully that map boss will give us a map drop. You're waiting. The Glacianian chat is waiting for the Smooth League, which is starting in. Well, it's starting in 8 hours 35 for you. I'm in Australia, and that's 2 a.m. my local, so I'm not going to be starting it on time. I have decided I'm not going to do an on-time league start for the private league. If you have missed the private league announcement, I did a quick video signal boosting it, but it's a Necropolis base game private league that's being run that looks like it'll be a lot of fun just as a group event. Abraze HTX is asking how good a piece of gear can you get for 1C. Is that in Ruthless or is that in the base game? Because like this being in Ruthless at the moment, stuff is kind of different. Base game, you can actually get some really good stuff for 1C at the moment because it's an old league, but a lot of people also won't be online trading. So that's something that's like you can get stuff that will definitely power you up early in progression a lot. Stray Tooth, yeah, that's correct. Group self-found means that it's basically, at least the theory, it doesn't necessarily work exactly like this in practice, but that it's a cooperative effort minus all of the competitive pressures that exist in a normal trade league. So you're allowed to play with other players like you can in trade league, but the intention at least is that we help each other out. There we go. There's our +1 character level. So now we're done in this zone. Oh, hey, Church Traps is actually a live thing. Hey, not really. It doesn't do anything for me. For yeah, I'm not gonna get it. Not gonna have the judges. Oh, with the 1 Chaos Orb. So I haven't traded yet in Ruthless. The Chaos Orb is probably getting saved for a map. Like just if I alch a map in higher tiers that bricks on me, like gets me mods that I can't use, then I'm going to use it to save a map that's been potentially wrecked that way. That's just getting vended. Especially like a map that I've only got one of would be the way I'd do it. And the other thing I could conceivably use it if I happen to get a good fracture, because in fractured items you can't do a lot of crafting that you can do in the base game in Ruthless, so they're much more restrictive. Anyways, that's getting kept. You can scour elk, but scours are rarer than chaos orbs, so I'm not actually sure what's cheaper out of those two, whether scour elk is cheaper or chaos orbing is cheaper, but scouring orbs are rare. Like I think I have a feeling their drop rate is only slightly lower than chaos, but I'd have to think on that. Yeah, their drop rate is like 20% lower than that of chaos. That's right. Okay, so now we wanted to go fire away with your question. I'm just picking up the golem enhancement there. So if I get lucky, then this guy is going to focus on my golems rather than me. If I'm not lucky, he's going to focus on me rather than my golems. That said, this guy, I cannot tank him long term at all. And he has a fair bit of self-healing as well. Just mechanics that don't matter in the base game. But in Ruthless, those sorts of things matter because you can't overpower them with gear. At least, not early on. So yeah, fire away with the question you're wanting to ask. While I may not answer immediately. I may be focused on dealing with this silly thing. Yeah, he's just got a enduring cry off, which is painful. Gives him a whole bunch of life regen for a second or two. Oh, he got me. I think that was a critical. I think I had enough life to survive a non-crit. But that's the reason I wanted to get the... that was the reason I wanted to get the level up before coming into this guy. I knew he would be tough. Oh, I just got squished in 2 hits. Okay, I thought I was safe from that. I do want to kill this guy. I have already done this map, but I want him dead because he can drop maps. Alright. Full DPS on him now, which isn't much, but it's at least every piece is on him at the moment. And he got me. Again, yikes. Last portal. Our resistances are 75, 71, 75, 0. And that's an actual 0. That's not a minus 60. So the resists are not the problem. It's physical mitigation that I have none of. And this guy is not like a super hard hitter, but he does enough. He does enough. There he goes. Alright. Well, anyways, all that, we didn't get a map out of him. But I was killing him for the chance at a map. Yeah, I got really lucky, Abrades, with getting the Purity of Elements drop early in the game. Monsters take 100% reduced extra damage from critical strikes means that your critical strikes deal standard damage as though they were not criticals, but they still apply any on-crit procs, like, for instance, freeze. So that means that's like, if a monster... Say, if you hit a monster for what would be 50,000 damage, and also a freeze... But you have, you've got, say, 325% crit multi. So that would normally take it to 16,250 damage and a freeze based on 16,250 damage. Instead, you'll get the 50,000 damage and a freeze based on 50,000 damage. So it's a really nasty mod for monsters to have. That's, I guess, is the short version of it. Suppression's nice, but that's not a nice item overall. We got trash on the helmet, don't we? Absolute trash. We got Chaos Res and just the links, which actually aren't important to be linked, just that we've got sockets. This is just looking better, right? This is like, well, Fire Res is a brick, but 560 armor. Nah, actually, nah, it's not any good. I'm going to keep in mind, though, that I'm looking for a helmet. Maybe I make a helmet now. Actually, come to think of it, all I really need... Have I got a life biasing one? Do I have anything that... I don't have a corpse for life. The attributes, which is neither here nor there. I could force a 4 link and still low if I wanted to. And then on the other side, alright, we're definitely not wasting this, but I feel like I might actually just make a helmet that's definitely not forever gear, but that's just genuinely good for now. This would be a helmet that I don't really... These don't need to be... Like, I've got blue-green linked, but that can be anywhere. That doesn't... And it's honestly not an important link. I don't mind if I lose Phantasm support there. It's just the only thing I've got for that. It's not that it's any good. So, if I was to make a helmet, all I have on this is Chaos Res and 21 life. That is just trash. What would I be looking at using? I really only seem to have attribute modifiers, and like I kind of don't want anything else, do I? I don't want increased chances at lightning. All I'm really getting here is a 6-link. Sorry, all I'm getting here is a 6 mod 4-link helmet on my choice of base. I'm still fine with that, and I can use the haunted modifiers as well. So let's do this. Let's go 1, 2. I will take that because attributes are a pain to need. I'll grab that. Take the haunted modifiers because the haunted modifiers are just genuinely strong. This is going to be the last of my low tier stuff that I use here. Like, so this will be getting rid of a lot of the things that are lower tier corpses, stuff that will fall off in power pretty quickly anyway. I did have one more explicit mod, didn't I? There it is. Okay, and quality. I may as well use this because it'll pull down the... Like, if I was to use it later, it would pull down the averages. Now, what about randomizers? Do I have any randomized corpses? I do not. Alright. Let's go to Necropolis. And we will make this craft. I'll just check if there's anything I've got in the way of anything in the morgue. Now, custom modifiers are scarcer. I don't think I want to use... Yeah, I don't really have any opinion on that one either way. What I'm doing, though, is itemizing it so that it's not accidentally misclicked in. Now, this is going to be what we've got here. Let's just start dropping them in. So we do have 5 explicit modifiers, yep. And they're all low levels, so this is not going to be forever gear, but it should still be something that's... Unless you get terrible rolls, it should be something that's at least functional. Armor Control Haunted just can do some really good things. Okay, what are we looking at in terms of the helmet? And we are looking at going for armor and ES because of the colors we need. And we can get Prophet Crown, so we can get the second highest level base. That's fine. We'll go with that. It's 64. Yeah, this is just fine. This is going to mean that anything in future we craft is going to be 70 plus. So let's do it. See what we get. Nothing here was a precious corpse at all. All we get. Junk. It looks probably still better than we have, though, honestly. So we have the strength. We have more life than we have on this rubbish. We have less chaos res, but yeah, like it's better. It's bad, but it's better. Oh, it's also unusable colors currently, but that's a single chrome. A Braze, I would go with a different Atlas strategy if you're starting in the private league, just for something different. Like, a change is as good as a holiday, I think as the saying goes. I would just do something different. Always interesting to try something new. Alright. How are we looking now, resist-wise? Oh, we've bricked... Oh, no, we've turned off purity. That's why we're bricked. Yeah, still 71. Okay, we lost some chaos res, but we picked up a bit more life, a bit more strength, which means we're more resilient against future demands, and we picked up a few hundred more armor. Like, this is a side grade, but that's fine. We did not do well out of that, but we didn't get absolutely screwed either. Alright. Now, we don't own any new maps. So we go and we don't have a Crimson Township. What's the other map that's near there? Bone Crypt is adjacent to stuff we haven't done as well. Let's do a Bone Crypt. Transmute it and see if we can get anything new. Lunaris Fanatics. Quantity is always nice, and kind of want that on the highest thing. Alright, we go. See if we can get anything here.
When I'm ready and not before.
So my current plan for progression is that the power I'm working on, I could get lucky power sources, like from a good drop, but the current power source I'm working on is getting +1 character level, and from that +1 character level, I will then pick up an extra golem and higher golem buffs. That golem buff boost will then potentially be what I need in order to get potentially be what I need in order to progress further. Because then I can probably go and do Merc Lab at that point, with a bit more probably fizz mitigation as a result of that. And we may also get the corpses that we need in order to make some sort of improvement as well. While we're at it, we could get a map out of this that is new progression on the Atlas, which is also a step forward that we're working towards currently. Atlas is a long-term goal in Ruthless. It's not something that you get quickly. And I think I was probably a bit too ambitious when I thought I would have like 3 streams at this sort of place of play where I'm not really trying to go fast. Be 3 sort of YouTube videos, be the Voidstone's first 2. I don't think that's going to happen. I think there's going to be another entire stream in the Atlas. So when I say another entire stream, I mean like another 8 to 10 hour YouTube video that's going to be the middle parts of the Atlas. Like from where we are now to maybe 65, 70 Atlas bonus. And then after that, it would be the next stream. Oh, sorry, the next recording after that would be the one in which we would hit the first Voidstones, I'd say. And that assumes that we have no troubles with map sustain. Which again, I don't know if we will. I am curious though what a more optimized approach of Ruthless would feel like if you were to have a rule that you can't use support gems in the axe, because there's so much RNG associated with support gems in the axe. I feel it's actually the current incarnation of Ruthless is a terrible setup for anything involving optimization or racing. But with some changes, it might be better. A couple of items there that could be alright when I ID them. They're just like bases that have potential. Let's go kill a map boss. Reasonable chance of getting maps from there, and also we got some what I would term shards towards a glassblower's bauble, aka flasks that have got quality on them. Kill this obnoxious snowbolt monster. And now the boss is just a cakewalk. Once you kill any rares that provide nasty effects. Lair map I have already done, unfortunately. So that's not a +1. But it is something that probably has adjacent uncompleteds like this map does. Bricked. Still going to go the whole way around, just in case we get that adjacent uncompleted map that we're looking for. I can't remember what it was, but there is one. So that I guess is what matters. There's a tier 2 uncompleted adjacent. We probably won't get it, but we could. And that's our goal at the moment. If I was to remove my sort of temporary prohibition against trading in this, my big upgrade would be Ignite Proliferation Support, and if I could afford it, which I probably can't, Beric's Respite would be the other big upgrade, but I'm not sure how much that is in Ruthless and how available it is currently, like at this point in the league where there's a lot less people playing, and with Ruthless already pretty low in players anyway. It may not be an option, but if it is, it would be the apparent, or it'd be the obvious thing to do. Alright, let's have a look at what we've got here. Chromatic, just life. Brick. Life, cold resist, and double stat. That's an upgrade, I think. I'm pretty sure. I'm using a terrible chest at the moment. It is 63 life. This has got 75 life on it. It's got stats that I care about. And it's got cold resist instead of lightning. Yep, that is an upgrade. So we'll take that. Rarity, life, it's 2 mods only. But like we did pretty badly on this. This has life and doesn't have rarity, but it has a strength. Strength I'm likely to need. I'll keep what I've got. Okay, we're going to Gale Salvation's going on. That's going to cap our resists again. Blue gem, flammability can go up there. Quick step can just go in there. And now our resists, we are not just capped, but we are quite a bit overcapped actually. And the big part of that is purity of elements. But yeah, we still don't have any Fizzmit at all. But we are in a much better place than we were before. That's not what I would term a breakthrough item, that Gale Salvation, but it is a step up. It makes us better off than we were before we had it. Go back into this map. Feels like it's been lucky so far. And grab anything else that we get in here. Notice I'm always picking up wisdom scrolls. That's like with crafting so scarce in Ruthless, wisdom scrolls are a crafting tool. Okay, one last little area down here, and then we're done with this map. Then we have that lair map, which has got one of the nastier map bosses when you've got no fizz mitigation and very little movement. Off we go. Do we want to do... Yeah, let's do the lair. Twinned, boss damage, maim on... I feel like this is beyond me at the moment. I feel like this is... more than this character is currently capable of doing. So I'm going to ditch this and then run the shipyard map. This is a map I'll come back to once I get the next character level. Leveling is slower in Ruthless than it is in the base game from 68 onwards as well. Consecrated Ground can be a bit rude, but it's not that bad. Okay. There's an actual glass blower bauble. Direct drop of one. Been picking up all those flasks for the purposes of the vendor recipe for them. But actually getting a direct drop is nice. I would really like added fire damage support at the moment, so that my Wave of Conviction could be better than it is currently. Any source of flat damage that I pick up, which I do sometimes hit, various sources of flat damage, anything I get that gives me flat damage kind of bricks it for a resist stripping purpose. It still does its damage, but it's way worse. 500% increased chance of resistance modifiers is nice to get there. That is making me think I want to make a belt next. GCP, very nice drop in Ruthless. Oh, thanks for the heads up on Beric's Respite. So there's only 3 available and they're all offline, yeah. And it's expensive. That makes a lot of sense. Like, it's a good item. And the main competitor for it is glove implicits, probably. Even though it doesn't do exactly the same thing as a glove implicit, it's pretty similar. And yeah, I could see that being something that you don't have very much access to either, because you don't get as many Eldritch implicits in Ruthless as you do in the base game. And the rarity of rolling the one you want is always balanced around those things being the rarity in base game. Is there anything else that provides the Ignite spread that you can think of that's good? There's probably stuff that I'm not thinking of, because like it's just that's like not generally thought of in Trade League, because Beric's Respite exists and is so good at solving the problem. And Beric's Respite's easy to self-farm. Like, you know, it's got a div card that getting a set of that's about a quarter of the work it is to get a set of the Fortunate. It's not nothing, but it's something you can do early even. Yeah, it is. It is the Explosive Trap, man. Fearless Dumbo. Oh yeah, Abrath's Hooves are tier 1 though, so they're like, if you can't get Beric's Respite, I can't imagine that you'd get that. Yeah, I was forgetting that you're the Explosive Trap person. It's something that that's it. Yeah, nerdy. In base game, Beric's is like it's like 7 times. It's like 5 or 6 times rarer than Goldrum. You know, it's you've got a good chance of getting one. There's div card if you don't, and there's also a few other things you can do. Yeah, Ignite Prolift support is probably the first thing I'll get in that case, if Beric's is rare. Yeah, it's always funny when you find a niche in a market that exists because there's a good build guide. And there's often, like I found in a couple of leagues in the past, I've done, with Pox's RF, one of the things that he's often suggested is using a Hunter or Elder influenced Stygian Vice. And what I would do is I would just buy Elder Slayer Exalts and Stygian Vices in a lot of previous leagues, and then use Harvest. I'd get the wrong Elder Slayer ones, the ones that are cheap. Redeemer, Warlord, and the other one are usually pretty cheap. And then I would just use the Harvest switch around. The thing is, if I do it on stream, I start getting a couple of competitors. Yeah, Nerdy Joe's asking if the Ruthless Uniques are tiered the same as the base game, just all rarer. I believe they are. I'm not sure of that, but I think they're the same rarity tiers. And I feel like the rarity in Ruthless feels like 75% reduced quantity and 75% reduced rarity. Black Morrigan was really expensive early on, wasn't it, in Trade League? And then it got a lot cheaper pretty quickly. At least I feel it was. I did miss the first 2 days of the league, though. Just starting at Easter was terrible for me. I had to always catch up with friends over Easter. If this was a different resist, I would be using it over this. It's a higher quality piece of armor than what I'm wearing, which was a new upgrade, but it would require me to have cold resist instead. Where do I have fire res? That's, I guess, a question. A little bit on the passive tree. Where is my fire res? That's a good question. As I say, there's a bit on the tree, but where's the rest of it? Oh, 33 there, 29 there. That's why. These rings. Yep. Hey, Fukoshi, however I pronounce that. Welcome, welcome. Thank you for the raid. I'm going to keep this. This could easily be an upgrade later. It's not currently usable because of resist balancing issues. And I probably want to keep that. I might actually want to use this sooner rather than later. I want to try and find a map that I haven't currently done. I guess my best bet for that is going to be to run just one of my tier 2 duplicates. Belfry, that sounds fine. Map quality is, it is universal quantity. It's nice. I thought it was nerfed in Ruthless. So I'm too early in progression, Dumbo, to really say much about Ruthless. I've only been doing it since like 16, 18 hours so far. Uniques are pretty rare. I've had like maybe 6, and I think I'm at 10 Atlas bonus now. Oh, Nameless Seer. Hey, that is cool. Okay, let's change things around in this. We've got to pay attention. That's going to get that thing. And yeah. I don't know if the Nameless Seer is good in Ruthless or not. I know that the Nameless Seer has been nerfed since when it first came out. It's only tier 14, 15, 16, 17 that it's as good as it was at launch. But it's still potentially good. Like, you know, we're in a spot where this could be the Beric's Respite, you know? If I got Beric's Respite from it, that would be amazing. Hey, Cage, hopefully I didn't make any mistakes in that. Because that's sort of... That was on, like, I'm doing that series, and it's sort of like trying to get a balance between things experienced players are interested in, things that rookie players are interested in. I kind of feel like Progenesis was one of those ones that most veteran players, like most long-term PoE players, know how it works. Oh, cool, you didn't. Okay, well that's good. So that it's good to see if it's helping people out. So yeah, where are we now in progression? We're at... So I was at 11. I'm at 11 Atlas bonus. I've probably done like 18 maps. And I think I've had about 6 unique items drop so far. Of those, I used Crest of Parandus. I got that early, and I used it all through the campaign. I do like this randomize adjacent in Ruthless. It's certainly been performing well. Just giving you something that could be useful out of a corpse that you're otherwise never going to use. Like, I can't see myself using attack modifiers more common. I could trade that, but I don't think it's a premium corpse. I think the key to Progenesis is understanding your borrowing health from the future. As long as you've got a sense of that, then Progenesis it's easy to understand, and then it's a question of what synergies are there to prevent you having to repay that. Well, you know, it's not that you have to repay it with interest like you do with, like you sometimes did with the old version of Petrified Blood. Back in the days of alternate quality gems, one of the alt qualities of Petrified Blood, which was the best of them, required you to repay the life you borrowed from the future with interest. but you just repay it fairly. But that's the key to understanding it, is that you're borrowing it. It's like a line of credit on your character's life total. So yeah, on the question about how it feels to have the graveyard in Ruthless, I feel like I've got items that are, in some places, are better than you would have normally. Here, like there is no way I would have rings like I've got in Ruthless in outside Necropolis League. You know, at this point in progression, I'd probably be using 2 good mods on rings. Like the old ring that I had that was, it was a 2-stone ring with 14 all rares and something else. It had a prefix that was, I think, was a live mod. Wasn't great, but it was alright. So instead of that, we've got a bunch of attributes on them. So, you know, there's life, there's chaos res, there's attributes. This one has a small amount of life, but it has rarity, which is nuts. So that's the part where I'm stronger than normal. Actually, more like a third more, because 4,000 damage without Progenesis. Oh, sorry, 4,000 damage with Progenesis. Sorry, no, 4,000 without is 3,000 with. So that means that 3,000 life is enough to withstand just under 4,000 damage. So it's like you got a third more life while it's on. But, very important, there is a drawback to that life. It's not just 33% more multiplier to your life total, because you are then going to have to survive the damage that you're taking over time. And even if you can survive that damage, you still have to endure it, because you might get brought low in life by it, and then that might allow something to kill you that otherwise wouldn't have. Alright, we're looking for that Nameless Seer still. I'll be at the end of this map. We'll do the boss last on this because of the Nameless Seer situation. We don't want to die and then forget that there's a Nameless Seer in here. It's very easy to die on Kitava Belfry. Very pesky rare there, but it was brought down pretty quickly at least. Lightning Totems is very sketchy in Ruthless, because you just don't have the burst damage to kill the things that are summoning them. Fungal Hollow is unfortunately a map we've already done. I'm still willing, obviously, to do it. We might get a tier 4 out of it. And if we do get a tier 4, that could be the breakthrough for our Atlas as well. Yeah, what Dumbo said is also important to remember. It is life loss only. And Aye. Alright, what do we have anything? Yeah, we can juggle things around a little here and this will all fit. Playing game of Tetris here, that's... What have I done wrong? I'm going to move that to there, that to there, that to there. Then we can pick up that wand if we even want it. Maybe I shouldn't have even bothered picking it up, but I've got it now. Unresolved Anguish on this thing, so that's going to drop me a corpse that I'll get to play with later. Ouch, that was a hard hit. Uh, 25% column effect. That's nice. And there's our Nameless Seer. What are you going to give me today, Nameless Seer? Brandis Blazon, Clay Shaper, Victoria's Clarity. Okay. It's probably out of Rise of the Phoenix and Shadows and Dust, isn't it? Like, Victoria's is a good item, but not for me. And it's not... I don't think it's ever valuable. Yeah, that's a brick. Piranus Blazon is 8% quant. That's a perfect quant roll. But the overall package isn't very good. It's a bottom roll on attributes. And yeah, I'm gonna pass on that. Clay Shaper is just a meme item. Rise of the Phoenix is a genuinely good item that I don't have a use for. How well rolled is it? Never remember the numbers on this. Low, medium, and high. So it's like maybe slightly below average there. And Shadows and Dust. Oh, this is the... I mean, it is Rampage. It's probably the weakest of the Rampage uniques. I thought it was Null and Void for a second then, which is a much more interesting unique. But basically... Yeah. I did have Shadows and Dust confused with... I had it confused with Null and Void, which is a better item. But in terms of this... In terms of Ruthless, I don't think people are going to want... Oh, well... No, just getting Rampage is probably... It's either Rise of the Phoenix or it's Rampage gloves. Hey, thanks on the hoodie. Yeah, it's middle tier on the life regen. I feel like Rise of the Phoenix, I would be more inclined to say take it if it was in the 180 range on the life regen. It's like... I mean, I do have Righteous Fire. You know what? Let's just take this. And then I'm just going to duck out and do a quick vendor run. I feel like it's more likely that someone else in the league is going to want that, even though I don't think I have any use for it. Do a quick drop there. Okay, that one that gave me so much trouble was a waste of space. That's bad. And we'll jump back in and pick up that last thing that we dropped. Okay, we're basically at the map boss now. Hey, we are at the map boss. We've done everything. Yeah, if you're Cage, if you're using Mind Over Matter on your character, then yes, Taste of Hate will be better for you than Progenesis. You might elect to use both, but I would say that Taste of Hate is the more important of the two. Oh, yikes! I was too slow in moving then. You'll see how fast the first phase goes here, and then how sketchy the second phase is. Like, these phases with the trash they're horrifying on this guy, on Kitava. Because I just can't burst down the trash fast. Oh, I took the slam there, that's a mistake. Got away with it. Not actually sure where he's focused on now. That's one of the more troublesome things about this fight. You can lose track of what's going on because you're so laser focused on surviving from the trash that then Kitava gets to actually kill you because you're running around trying to deal with trash monsters that you can't stand toe to toe with at all. It's the Champion of the Feast monsters there that are the really sketchy ones. Doing a big slam attack. And he's phased already. I'm in the presence of unique monsters at the moment, which is the only thing that's keeping me alive is the ability to dash with Quick Step. Ruthless exclusive move skill that is objectively bad. It's like, it's dash but worse, and I don't like dash in the base game either. But Quick Step is just strictly worse than dash. It has a 10-second cooldown, but massive improvements to CDR when you're when you're in the presence of a unique monster. Alright, so killing this thing before we advance the fight. Ah, there it goes. Was the last phase. Of course, it's Act 5 Katava, not Act 10. Alrighty. Okay, at this point, I am thinking that I'm probably point where I might want to finish up for the day and maybe go raid someone who I don't recognise, someone who is normally a D4 player, who is having a quick look over at PathOfExile. So that's what I might do. This is Illegal Bamboo. Let's bring up their sound, and then we'll jump over there.
Maybe I'm just stupid. I'm not... Sorry. Maybe I am stupid. You know what? Maybe I am.
And see if that... make sure I got that right.
Okay,
Yeah, I did spell it correctly.
right.
Good. Thank you all for tuning in. I'm going to leave it there. May your Valobs have interesting results, and I will be back for the private league tomorrow, which I may or may not stream early on.
Let's see. Last storm mine. Ooh, for Link again. Ooh. What's that? What? Did someone follow? Did someone follow?